turning over to John in this session and leaving the session in John's hands, I can say no more other than thank you, John.
Can I check? Is this been recorded? And streamed. Oh, good. Because if anyone was thinking this was Chatham House and you can't use anything I say in any future sessions to question any politicians, you'd be wrong. Please use everything I say and ask and use your influence. That would be my plea of you today and of JLM today and ongoing. It is true I've been to previous events. The first one I did was very many decades ago, and there were 5 people at it. The numbers went down before they went back up. I've seen this organisation when its AGM didn't have a quorum, and it was questioning whether it even continued to exist. So I think it's an organisation that has significant influence if it chooses to. And the question I have of you, I'm sure you have many questions of me, is are you prepared to use that influence? Let me tell you who I am. I'm the independent advisor to the government on anti-Semitism. I'm on my 5th Prime Minister. This government appoints me on a rolling 6-month contract. So I may not be there in 6 months. For a week in October, I wasn't there. I wasn't the official advisor on the 1st or 2nd of October. So when I went to Manchester to work with the CST, the government hadn't made up its mind whether it wanted to have an independent advisor. So JLM can have a lot of influence if it wants. My influence is to advise government. Let me tell you what I've advised government to do. I've advised government on a range of different areas. Number one, and most significant, I advise government on what to do in the event of a terror attack that murdered Jewish people in this country. And I did that this year. That's the level of where things are at. In a written paper, obviously it's confidential, the detail. Pretty straightforward. Why? Because it was my expectation that luck would run out and somebody would beat the system. We've got a good system in this country. We've got a better system than other countries. There's a community organisation, as you know, CST. The government put lots of money in. The government put its first money in after I commissioned an independent parliamentary report and took it to Prime Minister Blair. I then took it to the government ministers, and a minister called Phil Wooler signed it off to give CST government money. That had never happened before. When CST required that money, not to be on an annual basis, because you can't plan budget-wise on an annual basis very, very well to have a strong organisation, I gave the last, I can't remember which one it was, Johnson or Sunak, one of them. It wasn't the one in the middle. I think it was Johnson. But anyway, one of them, under one of them. The opportunity of my advice, which was to give a 3-year programme of money to CST, that was agreed. So sometimes I'm listened to. Sometimes I'm not. So here's the things that government needs to do. I'm about to write a report on the NHS. It would be a little bit presumptive, seeing as I've got a deadline of this month, to give you the intricate details or even the big picture. But what I can say is this. It will be a big shock to the NHS, my report. It's a little bit big shock to one or two people in the Jewish community. And if it's implemented, it will significantly impact on what happens in the NHS. Because at the moment, in health, my conclusion is there is no effective system for dealing with anti-Semitism. There's no effective system for dealing with racism. There's no effective system for dealing with medical professionals. And the reason for that is that the compromise when the NHS was created by Bevan in 1948 hasn't been thought through in the modern era. So what I'm doing, what I can tell you I'm doing, is I'm taking the principles of the Hippocratic Oath that was last amended by a French input in 1964. So it's remained constant ever since, but the basics of it have been there, of course, for much longer than that. And I'm combining it with the principles of Macpherson. And I'm giving the NHS a system and a straightforward opportunity this month to have a system that will work, that will mean that if you choose to be a racist anti-Semite in the NHS or to the NHS, then you'll be dealt with. Because I'm interested in what happens to you. I don't know most of you. But I suspect, living in this country, that you're all patients at some stage of the NHS. You require that from your GP to your hospital to your accident and emergency. There's nobody in this room who doesn't use one of them, and most of you will use all three. Or rather, with accident and emergency, hope not to use it. But my presumption in what I'm doing is that someone who's Jewish in this country will have no barriers to using the National Health Service of any kind, at any time, in any situation, ever. And that's possible to achieve. Because if people put barriers, you can remove those people. And I'll be showing how that can be done. It's not an issue for negotiation. It's not an issue for public debate. Everyone in this country has the right to use our National Health Service. And when you go in, as Jewish people, into the NHS, from the receptionist to the porter to the nurse to the various specialists up to the top consultants, you're entitled to be treated as a patient, like any other patient. And I'm not convinced that the NHS systems fully guarantee that. So we're going to have to change them, and I'm going to have to upset quite a few people in doing so. So we'll see whether the government accepts that or not. But it will be public. So people will be able to judge. Let's take other areas of government activity. I have recommended very recently that the Charity Commission should be given more powers. Because the Charity Commission doesn't have the power to go into charities. Not really. It doesn't have the power to close down charities. It doesn't have the power to remove trustees. So if someone's misusing a charity, the Charity Commission doesn't have the power to do anything about it. I think they should, because I think a few people are. Some are doing things that are not within their charitable aims, and some are using charities to hide other things that they're doing. And I think that somebody in this country should have the power to sort that out. And I think it should be the Charity Commission. So I'm recommending, in the King's speech, in early May, that the law be changed. I hope government will listen. And by the way, I'll take questions later on, but by the way, don't include any Jewish charities that are not behaving properly. Obviously. This isn't about, here's something for the Jewish community, but this doesn't count. I don't work like that. And I don't think I or the country should work like that. This isn't about extra rights. It's about equality of rights. So everything in the NHS will apply to everybody else in the same way. Because I don't see why anyone should be regarded as a lesser person because of who they are. And my observation is that there are some people who seem to regard the Jewish community, or more importantly, individuals, people who are Jewish, as requiring less equality, less rights than everybody else. That's not acceptable. So there's two. Let me give a third one. I think that every teacher in this country should have a modicum of understanding of what anti-Semitism is. I also think that of the NHS as well. So I can let you know one of my recommendations. My recommendation, one of them will be that before Easter, someone, either the chair or the chief executive, at least one of them, from every single NHS trust in the country, should be trained in the basics of anti-Semitism. Won't take long. And I've tested out the training on the very senior people at the very top. And it is my observation that most people in this country, in fact, it's my knowledge, it's more than an observation, because I've done this work, do not know a great deal about the Jewish community. And I do that by testing with two questions. You may not know the answers. Question number one. Who killed the Son of God? Now that's a big question. Who killed Jesus?
Do you want an answer?
Oh, I get many answers. But my observation is that if I say the Jews killed Jesus, that to date, in training and education sessions, I have not been challenged, and I've done many sessions. In fact, when I raise that and say, well, who killed Jesus? Who killed the Son of God? The Jews killed the Son of God. That's a bad thing, isn't it? Killing the Son of God, no wonder there's a problem. What people do is they look at their shoes and wonder why they're in the room. And then when I say, actually, it was the Romans, wasn't it? Yes. It was the Romans. They look up puzzled. And most people, and I'm not talking just random people in the street, I'm often talking top professionals, look at one another and realise that they hadn't challenged the oldest basis of anti-Semitism that exists. Not once in any session has anyone ever challenged me on that. I'm not talking Jewish audiences, but I can tell you there have been Jewish people in the audiences participating who haven't challenged on that. Question two. I only give two to set the scene. It's crude language. When were the Jews expelled from our country?
1290.
Now, I find that some people know that, but the vast majority don't. The vast majority of people in our country, including top professionals, do not know that the Jewish community were expelled from our country. If someone answers it right, I say, when were Jewish people let back in this country? And why and how? And then people say, well, actually, it was Cromwell, wasn't it?
When we didn't have a monarchy. Yes.
But of course, what people ought to say is the other part of that. Because it was the Spanish Inquisition. Because the reason lots of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish people came to this country, came here because they were let in, but why were they leaving? Well, leaving because they were being thrown out. It will be. Your family members, some of you from the distant past, flee persecution in Spain and Portugal. That people begin to get where this might go next. And when did most of the Jewish community, the big wave of immigration, come? In the 19th century. People beginning pogrom, gives it away a little bit, pogrom. Because, as you know, I don't need to go anymore. I don't need to complete the little sermon, if you like. Most people in this country in key positions do not know that. That's a problem. So my recommendation, as well as for NHS bosses, is that every teacher in this country, starting with every new teacher, should be given the basics. And that can be done, from my experience, in an hour and a half to 2 hours. You can do it in an hour and a half, the basics. But if you don't have the basics, and you're a teacher, how are you going to deal with anti-Semitism in your classroom? How are you going to contemplate? How are you going to have the confidence to do it? So that's my recommendation. Oh, the Education Secretary is coming later on. I think it'd be smart. I think it would work. I think it could be taken further. I've also recommended, by the way, that there should be work done. I think I found a way of funding this work, so I'll do it whether the government decides to or not. Every English teacher should understand anti-Semitism in English literature. How can you possibly deal with Dickens and Shakespeare and the great poets without being able to explain anti-Semitism and analyse it within the text? What happens in schools is they simply don't do the Merchant of Venice anymore. They used to do. They've realised it's a problem. They don't do it anymore. Dickens, off the reading list generally. Oh, it's a bit of a problem. Actually, it's a bit of an educator. It's a big bit of an educator. That's what schools do, educate. So that's a big one. Now, you're the Jewish labour movement. Wouldn't you like the Labour government to be the first government in the world to give a basic bit of education and training to every new teacher, and then over time every teacher? But the easy way is to start with every new teacher in anti-Semitism, not at the expense of any other racism or hatred, just alongside. 90 minutes for each new teacher to get the basics, and some discussion a little bit more on how to spot and deal with anti-Semitic incidents as they occur. And I've researched it, they occur in every school. It doesn't occur massively, but it does occur in every school. Do you know that in Hampshire, have you heard of Hampshire? It's a big county. Most primary schools are Church of England primary schools. Part of my recommendation. Bit of money there. Because in Hampshire, in the majority of primary schools, until last year when it was challenged. For the last century, at Easter, every primary child has been taught that the Jews killed Jesus. In all of Hampshire, in every primary school that's Church of England, which is the majority, I don't think Hampshire's an outrider. Nobody's challenged that. It's not been any letter to me, any email. It's not been raised at any meeting. That's been going on for 100 years. Powerful. Even more powerful if we turn that round. But that doesn't just happen. Government can do something about that. Can't you hear me at the back? I've been told to speak up. Speak nearer the mic. There's a lot more we can do. We could train the police chiefs in identifying anti-Semitism. The judges. They're in my recommendations. There are many things that we could do. And there's one big problem that we need to be honest about. And this is where it gets messy. Here's where you can all argue with me. The big problem in this country is not people wandering around wearing what they think are Palestinian scarves around their neck, talking or shouting or protesting or whatever, standing in silence sometimes about Gaza. That's not the big problem in this country. The big problem in this country is that now that those protests don't get many people, and they don't, and they're not going to be shifting to protest about Iran next weekend. That won't happen. A small group of extremists are skillfully carrying on. Not carrying on Gaza. Oh, they're happy for people to do that. No, carrying on trying to break the Jewish community in this country. That is the big problem. Indeed, the same people would like to break the country. They don't believe in government. They don't believe in democracy. And the Jewish community is a useful target. And it's a useful target because of Israel, Palestine, etc. That's why. So what is happening, could be happening to some of you, is that individuals in the Jewish community and occasionally people who are in positions of influence, who work alongside the Jewish community, are being targeted to get rid of them out of their careers, out of their jobs, out of their professions, out of their roles. And that's well organised and well orchestrated. And it's done within the law. Generally. It's not illegal to target me and put complaints about me on a daily basis to absolutely anyone you can find to complain to me about and say, get rid of him. And then I have 20, 30 people joining in and saying, get rid of him. I can deal with that. Don't worry about me. That happens all the time. All the time. That's what's interesting for you. But it doesn't just happen to me. So I'll give you one example. But this is not an isolated example. This isn't something that's only happened in this sector of the country. This is something that's happening all over the country. In football, I've written to the Home Secretary and the Culture Secretary, and I've asked for a meeting. I want to discuss the kind of Aston Villa, Maccabi Tel Aviv, and what happens next time an Israeli team plays. Because I did do a report on that. I did circulate it to everybody in May and June and July. I take August off. September, October, all those months. May. Actually, April 29th was my first meeting. 11th of November 2024 was my first email to the police on the problems that would occur when an Israeli football team played in our country, anywhere in the UK. And I gave examples. I gave one example. I said, one of the worst examples would be if it was Aston Villa playing, say, Maccabi Tel Aviv. That was the 11th of November 2024. And I met people on that in May and ongoing. We'll see what comes out in the reports. But that was obvious to me. There were people who were going to protest and there were people who were going to use it. But my letter also explains that in a range of police forces, people have been targeted in football for being Jewish. Police Scotland. Police in the Northwest. Police in the West Midlands. Police in the East Midlands. Police in the home county. Police in London. And that's just the ones I know about. Now, not all these people have actually gone to the police. Some have. Some people are under police protection in football at the moment. At the moment. They're not going public about that. I'm not going to be naming them. Not even privately. People have been got rid of. Driven out. And they're not all Jewish, by the way, but the majority are. You could call them allies. Now, what happens if someone tries to wreck your career? What do you do about it? The answer is you try and survive in your career. I can help people do that, and I have. Repeatedly. Successfully. Those people don't want to talk about it. And where it's unsuccessful, those people don't want to talk about it. Now that's in football. Don't just think this is football. You know people who this has happened to. I'm telling you, you do. Lots of you do. Friends. For some it might be family. And they haven't told you. You see, what do? You personally. Someone targets you. Do you tell people? Well, you might tell a few people. But if they're saying, we've targeted you because you're a racist Islamophobe, do you go around saying, I've been accused of being a racist? I just wanted you all to know. No. What if the person in the next desk to you won't speak to you or won't speak civilly to you? What do you do about it? Complain? Quite probably. But if you can move somewhere else, you move somewhere else, don't you? If you're sat on London Underground and some problematic individual who's drunk too much sits next to you, do you take the time to have a rational discussion with them and appeal to your fellow passengers? Or do you take the first opportunity to get out of that seat and move somewhere else? I think you do the same as me. That's perfectly normal. Now, people like me, you haven't really got a choice about it because they'll stick it in the papers somewhere to try and do me over. Some obscure blog will have it on. So I just don't worry about it because it happens all the time. You get immune to it. It irritates, but you get immune to it. But if it's you in your life, the rational thing is keep your head down as long as you can survive it. That's the big problem. So my biggest and most important recommendation to government, it's a bloke called Jenrick, got a lot to say at the moment. I'm one of his constituents. So my advice to him is to pipe down. He failed as a member of the cabinet to do what was asked of him, to set up a separate unit to deal with non-terror, non-criminal extremism in this country. That is as big a priority as there is. Because if someone is driving you out of your job, that's a problem. Out of your career, that's life-changing. If somebody's organising to target students, as an example, to drive them out of certain accommodation because they're Jewish, that's a big problem. And if you think that gets reported on, you're being naive. I find out about it in two ways. One is after sessions like this, people come up to me and just discreetly say, oh, this happened to me, or often to my child, or another family member. Occasionally people say, well, I know this from a family WhatsApp group or a private Facebook chat. People do not go public, and I don't encourage people to go public. But this is big. This is to break the Jewish community. This is organised. This is coordinated. There needs to be part of the state dealing with this. Let's take the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood is not illegal. All right, we could make it illegal, and then it'll change its name to something else. My advice on Palestine Action. My advice was if you ban Palestine Action, they'll just carry on doing what they're doing, but they'll change to another name. It's exactly what's happened. I wasn't listened to. And other people will call themselves Palestine Action and get themselves arrested. It's exactly what's happened. It's a distraction. It's not a distraction prosecuting people who break the law, quite the opposite. But the same people breaking into workplaces, physically attacking working people in this country, and that's what's been happening, are carrying on doing it. But they don't call themselves Palestine Action anymore. We never a level of thought in this. An extremism unit was meant to have happened. Under Jenrick it didn't, under Gove it didn't. Hasn't happened in this government. It is a key priority. It's the number one priority. It can be sorted. Will it make a difference? Yes, it will. Will it solve? Nothing's going to solve all the problems. Will it make a big difference? Yes, it will. So there's a few things that government could be doing. One final one. I have recommended to government. Let's come back to football, but I've said this could be any sport. With the Abrahamic Accords. Switzerland has made an initiative. I'm meeting the Swiss government on Tuesday. They chair the Organisation of Security and Cooperation in Europe. They've said, well, we'll put a bit of money into Israel, bit of money into the West Bank, bit of money into Gaza, 3 sets of money, 3 different locations to develop grassroots football. I think that's brilliant. Which brings me back to the thing of the moment. I'll end on this and take your questions. The Maccabi Tel Aviv thing. Why is that important? It's important because in every country in the world, that includes this country, It includes Israel, by the way. Includes the West Bank, by the way, every country. You're not going to have peace and normality if boys and girls can't play sport, can't play football. You're not going to have normality if people can't go watch a football match. And it encapsulates the problem, but it's more than encapsulates, it's more than symbolic, it's real. It's vital. It's not a battle that can be lost. That's why that's so important. And I think it would be an appropriate move. I think it'd be a smart move by this government. And of course, Donald was the instigator of the Abrahamic Accords. He's got the World Cup this year, then the Olympics in 2028. I think the Swiss initiative is brilliant. We should join that. We should do the same. We should put money in. That's what I've recommended over the last few days, having learnt what the Swiss have done. I've recommended it before, but this is very precise. I've suggested it before to government. I suggest it again that we do that. I think that would be very good. So there's lots of things for you. There's a few questions. I've forgotten one, but it'll come up in the questions. I've remembered it because I've remembered who else is on the programme. But let me shut up and take some questions from you, and let's see where we go. I will take the man there, the lady there. Yep, let's...
Sorry, this isn't on, but wait for me to bring the microphone to you because of the live stream. Otherwise, people won't be able to hear you. So who do you want to start with? Hands big up.
There are three people there. Those, yes.
2,
1, 2, 3.
2, 3. Okay.
Yes, those three. In any order you choose.
Apart from Sarah Sackman and West Streeting, who would I complain to if there was a problem with the NHS? Let's say on everyday basis, you've gone for an appointment and there's been an incident. Who do you go to without having to make the fuss through the ordinary thing? Another thing, when I was at university in Middlesex, it came up in the classroom, does anybody know when the war started, Second World War started? I was the only one in the class that knew when it had started. So I formed a group and I found myself teaching Judaism, which they'd never even heard of.
Very much agree with the things I've heard you say. I'd like to know your opinion about Bach's St. John Passion, the Bach St. Matthew Passion, for the very reasons you said, you know, when did this anti-Semitism start and who killed the Son of God? When I was at primary school, I was told that I had been responsible for the death of Jesus. But I've sung in the St. John Passion, I've played in the orchestra, and I've also sung in the St. Matthew Passion. And I'd just like to hear what your opinion is about those wonderful pieces of music, which I also find offensive.
I wonder if there's a value in shifting the public conversation away from just anti-Semitism to collective values, because that avoids the sparring of vulnerabilities of different groups in the country. When you talked about education, how many other groups could actually say that, you know, when they're teaching history, they also have an interest in the way that's taught? You know, I've always experienced anti-Semitism, but I felt protected by collective values. I mean, I feel that there's a lack of definition of them, and that void is being filled by whoever the loudest voice is at the moment. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on that.
If you're trying to teach in schools, then that kind of concept's vital, because you're talking about education and you're talking about continuous education. I think that's different to if you're trying to train people on how to deal with an issue in a particular sector, an industrial sector, for example. And if we take the example of the work in football, because it's been hugely successful, everything that's done there opens people's eyes to other hatreds and how they could deal with them. The examples and the scenarios we take people through could relate to other groups. we put it in the context of the Jewish person, the Jewish footballer, the Jewish kid trying to get involved, the Jewish person being turned away, the Jewish person hearing or seeing or feeling the racism. But the systems have to be generic. It doesn't work otherwise. And that's why the work on the NHS is going to be really interesting, because I've been asked to do a report on anti-Semitism. In the real world, my report will not be about anti-Semitism, but it will include anti-Semitism. And I think that could be a little bit of a game changer. Because if we kind of play whack-a-mole, and there are a handful in the community trying to do it, not very successfully, you end up with the absurdity that we had on Friday, where some organisation took a teacher to court to stop them being a teacher and lost. And the reason they lost was that teacher had already been sanctioned. They'd been anti-Semitic and their school had sacked them. That is the system working, not the system not working. And I think the whack-a-mole approach, the only certainty is a community of, however big is it, 300,000 out of 60 million is not going to win. So whack-a-mole doesn't win. But the antithesis of that would be the kind of Corbyn approach, whereby you say, Corbyn told me when he came in, I asked him several times, I said, Jeremy, will you make a speech, please, on anti-Semitism? Not on racism, on anti-Semitism, to show that you understand what it is, and he refused. That's a problem. So we may well be agreeing, but certainly there is a danger that we let everything subsume in. But if we don't educate wider, a bit of an input on anti-Semitism will not be sufficient and will not work. On the question of there will be some very precise recommendations I'm making. At the moment, if Sarah Sattman's your MP, you get her to represent you, and that would always be good advice. However, the systems of complaint and the structures are precisely what I'm dealing with, because it's chaos at the moment. There isn't a coherent answer to your question within the NHS, and that's part of the problem. I'm going to defer your question and recommend. There's a session on interfaith. There are real experts at that session. I think you should take that into there and ask people who know what they're talking about, rather than me who doesn't. I'd rather be honest. I know politicians like to pretend they know everything. So we take three. Yeah, let's take these three here, and then we'll take everyone.
Sorry, can you hear me? The mic is not on. Sorry. Hi. Oh, I can speak loud. Sorry to challenge you on this, but the Charity Commission can remove trustees.
No, they can't. Sorry.
Oh no, I was a charity trust. It's got it here. Under a particular law, they can.
My recommendation is based on my meetings with the chair and the chief executive of the Charity Commission and detailed discussions. So,
I've been a trustee and I get regular emails from the Charity Commission, and they do remove trustees.
I'm Rabbi Adrian Schell, serving the Wimbledon Synagogue in southwest London. Lord Mann, we're seeing an increasing trend of Labour MPs and councillors using social media to promote highly one-sided narratives regarding the conflict in Gaza. Many in my community feel this is a form of electoral populism that prioritizes certain voter base over factual accuracy. Given that this rhetoric often fosters anti-Semitic tropes and local resentments, what specific advice are you giving the party leadership to ensure that representatives are held accountable for the impact of their public output?
I work with all parties. Bar none. Literally bar none. And I've got people removed from parties and I've got MPs removed from parties across the range. If you include councillors, I think there's now 8 parties where I've got people removed from elected positions. I haven't managed with Sinn Féin yet, but I have got them to back down on some things. Now, so that's not the general mood in the Parliamentary Labour Party. It's not. And the numbers are involved and the things people say to me and the numbers are involved in work and anti-Semitism has grown and has grown significantly. My message to the Jewish community is to carry on engaging directly with all MPs, bar none, whether they like it or not, at all times, and to persuade people of arguments. We're living in a society, I still call it the Twitter society because I'm old-fashioned, whereby, you know, throw a bit of abuse at someone, call some, this whack-a-mole. They've attacked one of ours, we'll attack one of theirs. I mean, some of these people do need attacking, by the way, and do need removing, and are dangerous. But that approach is not an approach for winning. That's an approach for playing the game, and that's not the same as winning. And so Jewish communities, synagogues, or whatever kind of community, should be getting in and politely but effectively challenging, educating politicians at every level. And we don't do enough of that. Society doesn't do enough of it. The Jewish community doesn't do enough of it. JLM doesn't do enough of it. And I find positive results. And the more that's done in private, the more open and honest the dialogue is.
Hi, John. Lauren Belcross from the Jewish Chronicle. I wanted to ask you in particular about some of the points you made about West Midlands Police and the incidents that we've been seeing and their testimony falling apart in front of the Home Affairs Select Committee earlier this week. In your view, is there a systemic problem with police forces up and down the country seemingly being beholden or doing the bidding of what some people consider to be quite extremist groups?
No, I don't think that's a general problem. I think there's a problem with police going for easy solutions. And the police have this dilemma. I remember the very first miners' strike of 1973-4. I represent a mining area. When Arthur Scargill closed down Saltley Gate in Birmingham. And the police chief of the time, a man called Knights, said he wasn't upholding the law, he was putting public order first. So he didn't try to reopen the gates that the miners, 10,000 miners, had shut at Saltley Gate. He let them stay closed, even though the law said he had to reopen them. And that was putting public order first. So the police will always have that dilemma. And a lot of the dialogue between Jewish communal leaders and the police is precisely on that. This balance between public order and criminality and rights, the triangle of the three. And so I think let's see what comes out with the West Midlands Police. But I think it is, if I was going to attack them, I would say lazy policing, going for the simple solution and not thinking through the consequences. I think that's the reality. Are there people trying to have influence? Of course there are. Are there people who might have to influence? That may well be true. But that's not a generic problem with the police. The problem's deeper than that. And the police are struggling with a lot of issues. This hasn't been one particularly. Internet's the biggest one. Of, you know, how much you try and prosecute, what's the police's responsibility, what isn't. But I think there's a lot of learning can come from this that will be wider than just football.
Hello, John. It's Stephen Allen Britis. I used to work at the Small Employers Organisation. You referred to the NHS, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest employer. How can we get this through to all employers, small and large?
Well, I'm attending an event this month with employers representing, I think, 7 million workers. The answer is by going out. The bit I missed out, I think Peter Kyle's here doing a session later. I mean, I'm not trying to prompt questions of Peter Kyle, but my advice to government is think through the Jewish staff networks that have been set up. I intend to bring them together this year. I'm demanding of government a suitable, prestigious location, and I'm still battling over it. He could probably help with that, but I keep asking and demanding it. I want to bring, it's not the only thing I want to do, but I want to bring all the Jewish staff networks together at one place at one time, and if I get the right location, they'll come. In order to look at, the key is how you find Jewish people in the workplace, how you empower them. That's the key. Because they are the conduit, not externals being the conduit. Otherwise, you're back to the kind of whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole could be running around saying, let's do a bit of education. People come to me and say, oh, I've got a great program for doing education in schools. Well, which schools? Which of the 20,000 schools are you going to do? Well, I've done these 3 and I could do some more. Yes. What about the other 19,500? And that's the same with employers. So that will be really important in that. It's absolutely a top priority for me in this year, because empowering people in the workplace so they know what they can do, how they can get assistance, how they can build that knowledge, very, very big. And I am working with a number of employers and employers' organisations precisely on this, because we've failed to do it, and we cannot afford to fail to do it. We can do football, we can do all industry, is my logic. Keep going.
Before I ask my question, can I just say, John, Lord Mann, a big thank you on behalf of us all for everything you've doing for our community. You won't remember, but when I was at CST, we worked together probably about 20 years ago, and since then it's come on and on. The uncompromising way you deal with things, I think we all owe you a big debt of gratitude. My question is very short. Do you think that the BBC is anti-Semitic, and if so, what is being done about it?
A lot's been done about it. In 10 seconds, I think there's a danger that we just pick on the BBC and miss the rest. Right? Anti-Semitism, there are very specific issues with the BBC. Tim Davie got my advice, he ignored my advice. He was mistaken to do so, if I put it politely, and I did that on 3 occasions. 3 occasions over a period of 5 years, 6 years, 5 or 6 years, and he ignored my advice. And it didn't end up good and well for him. So the BBC, there's specific problems, but this is not just the media issues and not just BBC issues. They're much wider across the media. And it's an ignorance. There's a prejudice and there's an ignorance. And we need to tackle both.
Thanks very much for all you've said so far. I was very interested in the 2 questions you asked to kind of gauge the anti-Semitic kind of tendencies of people. The second one, when were the Jews expelled from our country? I don't think many Jewish people even know the dates of these things, but I mean, I'm not saying it's an irrelevant question. I mean, it puts it on the map a bit. But the first one, who killed Christ, or the Jews killed Jesus? I mean, it's in the liturgy of, the New Testament. I mean, I've been to services myself. I've been a little bit shocked about how overt it is. But I wonder if more relevant questions might be sort of making statements such as, if you believe the state of Israel should exist, you're a Zionazi, or you support the genocide. I mean, these are the things that are more current and that are kind of people don't question so much because it's all over the media and it's in the social media as well. And I do think, like, this wasn't addressed by Sarah Sackman either, that it's like really, really in the water, particularly for young people, and I think everybody's quite influenced by it. I wonder if you had any thoughts on my comments.
No, my proposal on teacher training is not in history. I mean, I have a specific proposal for additional work with history teachers, but the generic is about contemporary anti-Semitism. The work in football is not about Holocaust. The work in football is contemporary anti-Semitism. There is no hidden, missing element. You can't deal with the problem without dealing with the problem. But if you don't challenge and I'll end on this, because I have to, the underlying prejudices and basis of it, if you don't understand as a decision maker at any level, be it at a community level, all the way up to senior politicians and every business and the rest, that the experience of the Jewish community in our country is one whereby the Jewish community was thrown out, and not in a very easy, pleasant way, and came back having been thrown out of other countries, and then came again having been thrown out of other countries, fleeing mass murder of people's families, and then came again fleeing mass murder of people's families. Now, that's the history of the Jewish community. If you don't get your head round that, then you've got a problem. But then if you don't talk about it in the modern context, and you spend all the government money on Holocaust education, as opposed to contemporary anti-Semitism, which only now are we just changing, and I haven't got any work yet agreed in schools, none yet, none, zero yet, and you've got the Education Secretary coming, then we're not going to win. So dealing with today is critical. How we break into people understanding their prejudice, though, doesn't begin with today, because prejudice is deep-rooted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, everyone. It's now 12 o'clock, so if you want to stay for the next session, you're welcome to, but we need to get some other people in, so please enjoy the rest of the day.
My name is Michael Sternberg, and I'm president of the Debate Charity. Where can I find evidence
of us.
Yeah, so...
Hello.
Hello.
Where do you want us?
Wherever you want, wherever you're comfortable. Just by quick reminder, if you could both speak into the mics because it's going to be live streamed.
That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Phil. Oh, very good. How are you? Should we do what? What do you think, Tom? Should we go for the visuals?
I'm always in favour of better pictures. Yeah. You take this microphone then. Okay. Okay.
What do we think? Better visuals? Tony.
Right, are we ready to go? Do I need to press anything on this button? Can you hear me? You can hear me? Good. Look, most of you, I think, Richard, will not require any introduction. I just want to make sure that the introduction doesn't have to sort of be based on what you might have read about him in certain newspapers. If you are regular readers of the Daily Mail, you might think I'm talking to Lord Hemorrhoid. If you're regular readers of other right-wing newspapers, you might think you're talking to the Herminator. Indeed, if you're a reader of the Sunday Times, you might be surprised he's here at all, because this time last year, Tim Shipman, the then award-winning political commentator for the Sunday Times, predicted with great certainty that 4 cabinet ministers would either be sacked or moved. They were Ed Miliband, Lisa Nandy, Bridget Phillipson, and Richard Hermer. Well, we had the reshuffle, and all 4 of them in the same posts and remain, which probably says either something about Tim Shipman's sources, or his journalism, or the fact that the people who brief with great certainty about what's going on in government aren't always entirely accurate. Look, as we're here at the JLM, I think probably the best place to start is with the Jewish bit, because Richard is Jewish, and after the attack on Heaton Park, he wrote a piece for Jewish News, I think it was. I just want to read it out. It's a fear that comes first. Every Jewish person knows it. When you hear of an attack occurring, close by or far away, you feel a sense of dread. That very personal sort of panic as you mentally check where your loved ones are. Were they close by? Are they safe? I think many people in this room will have felt similar feelings. So I kind of want to start by just saying, as a Jewish man, a Jewish son, a Jewish dad, is it important that you take this kind of emotion to the seat of power and the cabinet table? What does that mean?
Yeah, look, when I wrote that, which was, I think, within a few hours of the attack, I mean, firstly, I thought it was important for people to realise that there are those of us in government who viscerally felt what happened. My eldest is at university in Manchester. I knew she was going to synagogue that day. I was actually in Dublin, and so your thoughts spin at a million miles an hour. And I just wanted to convey what I felt, which was this kind of mixture of anger, bewilderment, determination, and I wanted to convey it to my own community. And I wanted to convey it as Attorney General and a member of the Cabinet to my own community. So look, I think I do bring that. I can bring, not just in terms of responses to anti-Semitic outrages, but my whole kind of Jewish experience to who I am, and that comes as part of my contribution around the cabinet table, in the same way that all of us, as we sit around there, bring our own life experiences to make sure that what we're doing reflects that, reflects the people that we are.
I mean, the shadow hanging over Jewish communities is anti-Semitism. Have you personally experienced it? Whether that's at school or in the bar, or even in politics?
Yeah, sure. Look, not so much at school. I had one anti-Semitic teacher. But I went to, ironically, I grew up in Cardiff, where there used to be, in kind of when my parents were young, there used to be a large, thriving Jewish community in South Wales, and it's still thriving, but it's no longer large. I went to what was known as the Jewish school. That meant out of 1,200 kids, there were about 20 of us, but it was still perceived as the non-Jewish kid. I didn't from my fellow pupils. I did from one teacher. I didn't really kind of experience it personally until I became involved in student politics at university. And part of that I sought out because I was very involved in anti-fascism activity, so I certainly faced it when I was dealing with the BNP. And then you kind of, as I go to the bar, so I'm in a very privileged position, but you still get things. You still get both from left and the right, the people who confuse you with another Jewish person that they know, for example. The comment I had about 2 weeks after October the 7th at an impeccably progressive event in which someone referred to what was then the initial stages of the Israeli response as a Holocaust. So you kind of get it. You get what I've got an old friend called John Boyd who runs the Jewish JPR Policy Research Centre, calls about ambient anti-Semitism, the background stuff. You can't always actually nail it, but you know it.
Did you get it in the bar? I mean, this is a sort of place of establishment. Is it a problem there?
No, I have to say I never experienced it directly at the bar. Say, for example, someone just confusing me with another Jewish lawyer.
Right.
Because what's at the top of their brain is me, Jewish, not me, fellow member of the bar. But that was that's really rare. That was absolutely not my experience of the bar.
But what about the Labour Party? I mean, we had a problem.
Yeah, we had a problem, and it wasn't just a problem under Corbyn. I mean, I grew up in student politics in the 80s. I was very involved in the Union of Jewish Students and the National Union of Students, and there was a major problem with left-wing anti-Semitism. We obviously had a huge problem under Jeremy Corbyn. Keir made this one of his defining projects when he became leader of the party. It's one of the first things he talked about on becoming leader, if not the first thing that he talked about. And within a short space of time, he had turned our party around. No place, no quarter for anti-Semitism. That's something that Keir believes in passionately, and he has set about it methodically to change the Labour Party.
Is it fixed?
Look, as with any form of racism, you can never be complacent. Never. But have we moved on beyond recognition from the point in which the Labour Party, to its great shame, is referred to the EHRC? Have we moved on? It would be inconceivable today. And that, we shouldn't forget, is in a very short space of time.
I mean, anti-Semitism in politics and in the Labour Party, I mean, there's sort of old hatreds and new, aren't there? And we're in an era of extraordinary polarization and hatred, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia too. We've got, we're seeing the ties that bind us together becoming really, really frayed. I mean, referred to the Prime Minister's remarks in Political Cabinet that were briefed out, that we now have a politics that feeds on grievance, decline and division, those who want to inject bile into our communities. I guess my question is whether in this kind of atmosphere, you're seeing it globally, but you're seeing it here in Britain too, whether a decent, moderate, tolerant centre can actually hold.
Look, I'm convinced it can, and I want to come back to that larger point on the larger politics, but I want to start off by just addressing that question through the prism of anti-Semitism and anti-racism generally. There are lots of unique elements to anti-Semitism that separate it out from other forms of prejudice and racism. I mean, many of us in this room would have read and been influenced by, there's a historian called Raoul Hilberg, wrote one of the great works on the history of anti-Semitism. You can identify parts of it that are unique. But it has always been absolutely core to me, both as someone who wants to find pragmatic ways through to address problems, but also someone as a core belief that you cannot either understand anti-Semitism nor fight it unless you are also fighting all other forms of prejudice and discrimination. And so for me, as a young person, when I kind of first became politically active, which is in my mid-teens, and that was through apartheid, I became passionate about involvement in the anti-apartheid movement, motivated by being really engaged in Jewish youth movements at the time. It is essential to stand shoulder to shoulder with all communities who are impacted by all forms of racism and prejudice. And, you know, you asked me about my own particular experiences of anti-Semitism, which have fortunately been really slight. I compare that to some of my friends. So I was chatting to a friend of mine, a black British, highly brilliant lawyer, talking about his experiences at school where the teachers thought he could play sport but wasn't going to be a brilliant lawyer. Like that kind of direct, ingrained discrimination never held me, never impacted upon me. Or the day-to-day acceptability of anti-Muslim bigotry that you see in the media now. That if we translated Muslim to Jew would just be thought of as utterly vile and anti-Semitic. Now, that's all of our problem. And we're only going to address it when we work together and we stand shoulder to shoulder. And I think, Tom, if I may, coming back to your wider question, it's a motif for the struggle that lies ahead. Do we want a society in which we stand together, we identify the things that unite us and hold on to that and draw our strength and meaning as a community, as a wider community, or do we want to go down a path of division?
But it's getting harder, isn't it? This question of whether the centre can hold when you're seeing such polarisation, when people are getting their facts off social media, when we can't even agree on the same facts. How can you actually have a sort of democratic debate anymore? I mean, you know.
Yeah, look, the challenge has never been more pressing, right? And it's a different level of challenge now, and in large part, I think, Tom, because of what you identify, which is social media, which is an entirely new phenomena that cuts through to people in a way that when the kind of the web started, we all thought this is wonderful, wonderful opportunity for creating a better world. But now you see people spending 6 to 8 hours a day on average on a screen just being fed untruths and hatred. And it is having an enormous effect. So what's the answer? Is the answer to kind of go the centre ground is lost, or is the answer to double down? Well, I am clear, Keir is clear, this government is clear. The answer is to double down. This is what we believe in, this is who we are, and we are going to take on this struggle. Because the price of not doing so is it does not bear contemplation.
I mean, what we're seeing domestically is echoed, perhaps amplified, by what we're seeing internationally. I mean, we have these terrible, hot, bloody wars in Ukraine and Gaza, humanitarian crisis in Sudan, I think an existential threat to a rules-based order. And I have to say, a supposed ally in Donald Trump who thinks he can do what he wants with total impunity. So I know this is a difficult question, but I mean, let me ask you straight up, in reference to what we've just seen in Venezuela, what we might see in Greenland, whether your belief in that decent, moderate, inclusive politics, whether your belief in a rules-based order can be anything more than the sort of ritual incantation of an old religion whose temple has been thoroughly trashed.
Look, I'm not going to dive into the detail of any specific incident with any particular country, because I think there is a larger and bigger point here to be made. I don't think it is an accident that, as someone who grew up deeply imbued with my Jewish life, I grew up in Jewish youth movements, I was deeply involved. I grew up at the time I was born, there's still the relatively short shadow of the Holocaust. I don't think it's an accident that I fell in love with human rights and I fell in love with international law. Because that kind of structure that it gives, that value-based structure that it gives, the certainty that it gives, the stability that it gives, the fairness that it provides, the platform that it is so imbued with value for us in this country, for the world at large, that it is something absolutely worth fighting for. Now, we have made plain as a government, the Prime Minister has made plain, that we are huge supporters of the international rules-based system. We have been, we will remain. It used to be a completely apolitical statement, utterly unremarkable statement to say that. You would have expected that from a Conservative Prime Minister as you would of the Labour Prime Minister. It is a sign of the times that somehow has become a political issue. Well, if it has, so be it. But we believe it. We think that most countries in the world look to us for leadership, look to us to be stressing the importance, look to be us to reaffirming the importance of international organisations, and in this Prime Minister will carry on doing so.
And when I hear you say that, I wrote a biography of Keir Starmer, and what struck me was that at every stage in his life, this idea of human rights, the Universal Declaration, the European Convention, has been central. I mean, he fell in love with it in a law library in Leeds in the 1980s. He wrote a book about it in the 1990s. In the noughties, he implemented it in the Northern Ireland peace process. His maiden speech in the House of Commons was defending it. And as leader of the opposition, he defended it against Rishi Sunak's attempts to unpick it all with the Rwanda scheme. I think quite a lot of his former colleagues at Doughty Street or in the human rights world in general are then puzzled why that same Prime Minister is now seeking to make changes to the ECHR. Is that consistent?
Look, we're not seeking to make changes to the ECHR. And we've been very clear about that. So the ECHR sets out basic fundamental human rights, the right to life, the right to a fair trial, the right to a private life, all things in the convention that actually also existed in our own common law traditions for centuries. And we are not seeking to change that. The Prime Minister has been very clear. We will not be leaving the European Convention of Human Rights or the Council of Europe. And I'll go on, hopefully, have a chance to explain why that would be a disaster for this country, were we to go down that path. What we are engaging with at the moment within the Council of Europe is a discussion with our colleagues to how we can best ensure the convention remains as relevant as possible going forward. And that's a debate that has come up in the context of irregular migration across the continent. Now, none of us are saying that the convention needs to be changed in order to deal with that. We're saying a number of things. Firstly, we've got to make sure that the way that the convention is interpreted reflects the challenges that all societies across Europe are facing. Secondly, we've got to work together with the 46 countries in the Council of Europe to coordinate our responses to irregular migration. Because it's only through coordination across the continent that we're going to deal with it. And we also have to look forward to the future where the challenges and the extent and the intensity of irregular migration, not least as climate change kicks in, is going to be ever more intense. That we are working together, thinking together to fashion solutions together. Now, none of that is undermining the European Convention. None of that is undermining the Council of Europe. It is ensuring its ongoing vitality, because the European Convention is a kind of a bedrock of Europe. The only two people who have chosen to leave it are Russia and Belarus. The only other country that is even talking about it is this country, because of the position taken by Reform and, astoundingly, the Conservative Party, notwithstanding that the Council of Europe was in large measure the creation of Churchill.
So because we believe in the ECHR, because we love it, we're nurturing it. As you say, there are some people who want to leave it altogether. You see that in both the Reform Party and the Conservative Party at the moment. You see it in large sections of the press. What is it that they want to achieve by that? I mean, most people don't know what the ECHR is. What is their purpose in this?
I think there are two. So firstly, it's got the word European in it. And that kind of worked quite well previously for the Tories, for the price of the British, paid by the British people, I should say. And so they latch on it, and somehow, because it's got European in the name, it's somehow an affront to our sovereignty, and that this is the very last instrument that has to be knocked down, and then we truly become a sovereign country. I mean, that is nonsensical on a whole load of levels, not least that we are one of the main creators of the European Convention. This country was. The Council of Europe that lies behind it was, as I said, Churchill's inspiration. It's also nonsensical because there are literally hundreds and hundreds of international agreements that we have third parties arbitrating disputes on. But I think the other reason they really want to attack the European Convention of Human Rights is because it actually delivers real rights to working people in this country. And an attack on it is a continuation of what we saw in the dying days of the Tory, which is an attack on working people. And it's an attack on working people having enforceable rights before the court. So all the stuff we saw in the run-up to the last election on limiting people's access to the courts, it's all of a piece for that. The convention, we focus on immigration and migration, and I understand why people are concerned about it. But the convention is way, way more than that. It's about real rights for real people. Let me give you some kind of examples as to how it provides day in, day out for people. So a case like Warboys, John Warboys, I don't know if people remember the London taxi rapist. The police were only required to carry out that investigation that led to his identification and apprehension because of Article 3, positive obligations to investigate. Hillsborough, we're currently going through Parliament, the most extraordinary bit of legislation, resetting the relationship between government and the people we are elected to serve. That only happened because of the process, because of the families who fought for a second inquest to uncover the truth. Would never have happened without the European Convention of Human Rights, Article 2. Day in, day out, decisions are being taken for the people's benefit. You've got elderly parents, and people want to split them up into different care homes. It's because of the Human Rights Act that decision makers have to consider the rights of your parents. You've got a child with special educational needs. It's the Human Rights Act that requires the decision maker to think about your child's human rights. Now that is what the opponents of the convention want to take away. And at the same time, they want to limit your ability to go to court to enforce your rights. So one of the dividing lines in the next election, and there are going to be many between us and the Reform or the Tories, one of them is going to be about who is government for. And for us, government is for the people, and a reflection of that is our commitment to the European Convention of Human Rights.
I'll hear some passion there. It's like, we've mentioned the Prime Minister already once or twice. And you're a friend of the Prime Minister. I think, of course we'd say every member of the Cabinet is a friend of the Prime Minister. But that probably applies better, that term applies probably better to you than to any other. So can you just tell us, how's he doing?
So Keir is the most resilient person I have ever met. And I think we should all be thankful that he is. I'd never understood the gravity, the degree of responsibility that a Prime Minister bears until I joined government and until I, frankly, became a member of the National Security Council on day one. I sleep soundly at night knowing that Keir is Prime Minister. So he will face brickbat after brickbat, and I have never noticed him, never seen him, never witnessed him allowing any of that to distract from his job. So the answer to your question is that he is doing, fortunately, fantastically well. He is incredibly determined to succeed.
Okay. Look, I know you have to get back to working government, and so we have to cut this session slightly short. But I want to ask just one more question.
Oh, you can ask a few more about Keir.
I want to ask this because I mean, you'd have had to been sitting under a rock not to know that there's been a lot of speculation about his position in recent weeks. If he's still going to be Prime Minister this time next year, next JLM Conference, what does he need to do better? What does this government need to do better than he and it have done so far?
Keir will be Prime Minister this time next year at JLM, and he'll be our Prime Minister leading us into the next election. And I am absolutely convinced that we will win the next election, and I want to say why in a minute. It would be madness to carry on engaging in the debate about internal Labour Party politics. We were not elected to do that. We were elected to move the country on from the farce of the years of Tories not caring about the country, but caring about their own internal politics. And we were elected to move away from that. And we will be doing that in the months and years ahead. And there should be no mistake about that. We will be doing a disservice to the country were it otherwise. Now, one of the criticisms that is made, and of course, there are lots of criticisms that can be fairly levelled against any government, and we are no different in that respect to previous governments. And it's right that we're criticised, and it's right that we're held to account. One of the criticisms against us is that we're not delivering and we don't have a narrative. And let me take those both head on, because I accept that the existence of delivery and a narrative has yet to land with a significant part of the country. I mean, I can read the opinion polls in the same way that anybody can read the opinion polls. I think that is going to change. People say, what's our narrative? What are we about? Let me tell you what we're about. And let me tell you why I think people's perception is going to change. I would identify two aspects as to what the Labour project is about and will remain. The first is a fundamental belief in human dignity, and a belief that everybody in society deserves a fair crack of the whip. And the second is that government has an important and indeed central role in enabling that. And that in order to enable it, we have to effect long-term structural change. Now, I think when you look back at the first 18 months in government, fairly and objectively, people will see that we have started laying in place the foundations of that structural change that would allow people to live their life with dignity. And I think we're doing that in every aspect of people's lives. So dignity in your own home. Well, we're building homes. We're going to build homes. You got Steve coming next on his warm-up act. We're going to be building homes so people have that dignity which comes of owning a key to your own house and unlocking the door each night into that home. That kind of fundamental human dignity. We're doing it by the renters' rights legislation. And I'd ask people to look at that. That is extraordinary legislation in terms of giving people security. Right? It's about dignity that comes with the security of your home, the indignity that if you don't have security. Security and dignity at work. I mean, I could spend the entire hour talking about all the different components in the Employment Rights Act. It's an extraordinary transformation for working people in their home, giving them dignity in their home. Giving people a level playing field, going back to that second point I was making about structural change and long-term change. If we've got kids going to school hungry, their chances of having a fair crack of the whip are minimal, right? Because of all the consequences that follow. We're bringing in across the country free school meals. We're having a uniform cap. We're increasing nursery places. We're making it easier for parents and cheaper for parents to have childcare. Fundamental change. Dignity on the streets. Crime is falling. Crime is falling. We've got more policemen out there. That's all about giving people a sense of safety. Pride of place. So as you walk down a safer street, the streets are looking better. Not a quick fix, not a 24-hour news cycle headline, but fundamental change. And all of the time we're doing that, believing we need to grow the economy in order to pay for that. And what are we seeing? 6 interest rate cuts in a row. We're seeing wages outstrip inflation. Now that is a package to be proud of. And I think as we move ahead in the coming years, people are going to start feeling it. They shouldn't believe it just because we say it. I mean, after 14 years of Tories, I think people are right to be sceptical of governments who just say things but don't deliver. We will be delivering it. And that, I mean, Keir is way too modest to ever want anybody to describe things as Starmerism. It's just not his style. But if you ask me what is Starmerism, it is that sense that everybody deserves dignity and a fair crack in the whip, just as he is informed by his own background, and that the role of government is to provide it. And I'll give you one thing where you see that in real terms with Keir. Keir's constituency, obviously, is a local one, and he talks with extraordinary passion about his experience of standing in Somerstown, which is one of the most deprived areas of the city. And across the literal railway tracks from Somerstown, you can see the new Google landscraper build up. Keir's sense, both, I think he would have described it as anger when in opposition, but determination now he is Prime Minister, to ensure that parents and children looking across that railway track no longer think this is not a world for me in that beautiful building, but think that's for me, that's where I'm going. And that is what motivates Keir. That is the narrative that weaves every part of our policy, from crime to housing to employment, every part of it, that weaves it together. That is where we are going. That, I am convinced, is where we are going to land. And when people feel it, I think we will see the fortunes of this party in a very satisfactory place.
Look, you're right, that sounds good. Look, I started this by talking about a Sunday Times piece, one of those typical Sunday Times pieces which does who's up and who's down in politics and what this advisor says or that advisor says. That's what alienates people from politics, because it's about this little village of politics rather than what Richard's just been talking about, which is the application of a very Starmer-ish set of values about human dignity, about human rights, to real people's lives, to real delivery. I think what you just heard is the reason why Richard Hermer is still in the cabinet, and on a personal level, I'm very pleased he is. So look, thank you very much. I know you've got to get back to government, but thank you very much. It's been brilliant.
Thank you, Tom.
You can do it. You can do it. on today and done all the logistics, as well as everyone else who has made today possible. My name is Ella Rose Jacobs, and I am the chair of the Jewish Labour Movement. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Steve Reed today, Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. He has come to this position via various different ministries, including Justice and DEFRA, but we're very glad to have him here. He's a long-standing friend of JLM and the Jewish community, local government leader as well, so those of us who are councillors are very grateful to have someone in the housing community and local government with the local government at forefront as well. He'll be introduced today by Justin Cohen, who you'll all know I don't really need to introduce Justin, a titan of the Jewish community media, and again, a long-standing, not a friend because that would be inappropriate for JLM, but a long-standing coverer and attendee of JLM events in a professional right. So thank you everyone so much for coming. People will drift in as they will. And we look forward to hearing what Steve has to say today. Oh my God. So Steve is going to speak briefly and then Justin will interview him.
Thank you very much for that, that warm and generous introduction. I've had my bagel, hope you all have as well. And first of all, it's a privilege to be here with you today. And 18 months into the government, I thought I'd start by reminding you of Keir's words, speaking to JLM just ahead of the last general election. And these were his words. Every achievement of a Labour government will be yours. 2026 is the year where more people will begin to feel the change that we've promised. And when that happens, know that none of this would have been possible if not for you. Those were Keir's words. And he said it because in the darkest days of opposition, the JLM played a key role in saving our Labour Party and then helped return Labour to government. Now, I was proud to stand alongside you in those very dark days. My contribution, I helped set up Labour Together, which we did to help to restore Labour to its decent traditional values. But Labour Together worked with JLM and many, many others in the Jewish community and beyond to set up the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, to identify, expose and disable the anti-Semites who had come into the Labour Party and the operating model that they were using to spread their particular form of hate. So let me thank you for all that you did then, for all that you do now, and for all that you've done for over a century as the Labour Party's longest standing affiliate. Now, Keir made clear in his acceptance speech when he became leader of our party his total commitment to making our party a safe space for Jewish people once more. And as Prime Minister, he's committed to making that true for the whole country. The horrors that we saw last year, first at Heaton Park and then on Bondi Beach, were despicable, sickening acts of anti-Jewish hatred. But I know they made real a threat that Jewish people feel in their lives every day. Since the atrocities of the 7th of October, the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust, British Jews have told me that anti-Semitism has become normalised. But it's not normal that Jewish schools are surrounded by barbed wire. It's not normal that Jewish community centres require guards and bag checks and security barriers. It's not normal that congregations are advised to disperse quickly after synagogue. No other community in this country faces this, and neither should our Jewish community. So let me say two things to you today. First, our Labour government stands with you and with all British Jews to condemn this poisonous hatred utterly. But second, I know, and our Prime Minister knows, that words are no substitute for action. So we will act to root out anti-Semitism wherever it festers and confront this twisted extremism so we can defend the Jewish way of life. Now, during Hanukkah, we set out what we've done so far. £28 million to the Community Security Trust to support their vital work. An independent review of existing public order and hate crime legislation, including what's going on the marches, to report to the Home Secretary. £7 million to tackle anti-Semitism in schools, universities and colleges, and requiring vice-chancellors to protect Jewish students from harassment. It cannot be acceptable that those who harass students for being Jewish are allowed to remain on campus. We've launched a rapid review by Lord Mann, who I know was on this stage earlier, the government's independent advisor, of course, on anti-Semitism, into tackling anti-Semitism in the National Health Service, alongside improving training and uniform guidance, including badges and lanyards, and to adopt the IHRA definition. Go online, and you're only ever a few clicks away from horrific images that would not have been out of place under the Third Reich. We will demand that Ofcom enforces online safety legislation in full, and we stand ready to legislate further if that is necessary. We will not allow the online tech giants to profit from anti-Semitism any more than from humiliating women or sexualizing children on Grok. But I know, thank you. But we all know this is only the start. I've asked every council to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And earlier this week, I warned councils who are threatening to boycott Israel to stay out of foreign conflicts and get on with their job, which is to deliver local services. And we will root out anti-Semitism, not just because it threatens the Jewish community, but because it is a threat to British values and our shared way of life. The Jewish community's contribution to the UK spans centuries, from trade to medicine to science, art, business, philanthropy, charity, and of course politics, all shaping and moulding our national culture, society, and identity. I'm proud that the UK has the second biggest Jewish community in Europe and the fifth biggest Jewish community worldwide. It's in all of our interests to strengthen social cohesion as we get our country back on track. There are political forces on the far right, the far left, and religious extremists who want to divide us from each other. Our response can only be to build a politics that unites, respectful of diversity, yes, but focused on the values that we all share. Whatever differences people have, everyone has a shared interest in making their local community as successful as it can be. And we can use this as a bridge to bring people together, but that means putting more power and control in the hands of people in their own communities. So we've started to do that with our Applied Pride in Place programme, £5 billion of investment under the direction of local people to transform the places they call home. And we'll go further with that agenda, giving people more control and power to improve declining high streets, green spaces and parks, and strengthen local public services. But we can only do that by remaking politics around people. Ours is a country of many communities, united by shared values and shaped by the contribution of British Jews. Today, I recommit myself to the right of Jewish people to live their lives with freedom, safety, and respect, just like everybody else. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much for being with us today, particularly on a Sunday. For what I know is just the latest example of a very extensive engagement with the community, particularly since the Manchester attack. We've got a full hour, well, we did have a full hour a few minutes ago, and we've got a lot of ground to cover, and I hope to open up the floor to questions from the audience towards the end. I've broadly broken up today's session into 4 areas: the Manchester attack and tackling anti-Semitism, high-profile cases and actions the community is asking the government to take, interfaith activity and definitions of hate, and Maccabi Tel Aviv ban and local government. But first, it's not an easy starter, I'm afraid, but I'll start anyway. It's safe to say that a lot has happened since the last JLM conference, and relations between the community, parts of the community and the government haven't always been smooth. We've had the certain arms licenses revoked, a move the chief rabbi said beggars belief, the recognition of Palestine, which was widely condemned, including by Labour Friends of Israel. We've had the Al Fatah episode, which was described by the JLC as appalling. And again, sorry for this, making this the starter. How would you characterise the current state of relations between the Jewish community and Labour?
Well, I mean, as I was saying before, Keir Starmer made it absolutely clear when he became leader of our party that rooting out anti-Semitism from the party was his #1 priority. And I think it's fair to say he's been absolutely true to that. The action that we took to clear those people out was resolute and effective, and it's made a difference. And now we need to focus that same work on the country, because political parties are not immune from currents that we see across the country, and what came into the Labour Party was also affecting other parts of our country as well. So we need to make sure that we're identifying where anti-Semitism is growing and festering, and that we're pulling it out from those areas. And I think it's different for a party being in government than from being in opposition, because the Jewish community now, whether they support the Labour Party or whether they don't support the Labour Party, and of course it's a very, very diverse community, they look to the Labour Party now as the government of their country to keep them safe. And what they've seen is an upsurge in anti-Semitism since the terrorist attack on Israel, the worst pogrom against the Jews since the Holocaust, which led, shockingly, not to widespread support for the Jewish community because of what had happened, but protests against the Jewish community, even while Israel was under attack, before Israel had even responded. So we all see where that's coming from. We all know what that is. But the Jewish community is looking to the government to keep them safe in the face of a rising threat level. And then we saw in Heaton Park what that threat level can result in, with people killed simply for going to worship at their local synagogue. Absolutely horrific. But many, many people in the Jewish community told me that while they were shocked and horrified by that, sadly they weren't surprised, because the riding tide of anti-Semitism was going to lead to worse outrages over time. So therefore, this Labour government must recommit itself to tackling anti-Semitism and rooting it out, and that's what the list of actions that I was referring to in my speech is intended to do. Now, we want to go further. John Mann, of course, leading a review into anti-Semitism in the National Health Service. A report is due to come back to the Home Secretary, one about the events going on in the marches that have scared many Jewish people from going into town centres while they're taking place, but also into what lay behind the decision about Maccabi Tel Aviv when they were playing in Aston Villa. So there's a lot more information we want to get, and we want to get it right. I think it was right not to just rush things out after Heaton Park, despite the outrage that we all felt, but we need to get it out as quickly as possible, because the whole community deserves to feel much safer than they do today.
And it's very clear since Manchester that both the rhetoric and the actions of the government have been stepped up. There is a new urgency, a new pace about that. Can I ask you what your thoughts were in the immediate aftermath of that attack, and whether you realised immediately that this was a new era, that was a watershed moment, and things had to change, the government had to do more?
Well, my immediate reaction, if I'm really honest, was disbelief that could have happened in our country. And initially it was disbelief. But you are right, that will have shaken all of us to the absolute core, because if it could happen there, it could happen anywhere. So there was a signal we all had to recognise. I think as well, many members of the Jewish community. We have a synagogue in my constituency, and people there were saying exactly the same as community leaders are saying, which is it was shocking, but it wasn't a surprise, unfortunately, because of the growing tide of anti-Semitism. And the government had already been working on an action plan to tackle anti-Semitism, but it did feel much more urgent in the aftermath of that. We all went out and we said things that we hope would be reassuring, but people didn't want warm words, they want hard action. So the plan that we announced just before, during Hanukkah was intended to show that there is action, but there needs to be more. I want there to be more, and we will make further announcements this year as that further information comes back. But it means tackling anti-Semitism wherever we find it. Many of our institutions have taken an approach that has been far too lax. And I mean all of our institutions, not but politics, broadcasters, including the BBC, the National Health Service. We've seen some outrageous comments by doctors on, a particular doctor as well, on social media, but also many Jewish people tell me that when they go into hospitals and they see certain badges on medical staff, that alarms them that they're not going to be treated the same as everybody else. We can't tolerate that. Schools and universities, we know there are problems there. I'm a constituency MP, of course, as well, as a member of the cabinet, but I had 2 Jewish mums came to see me at my advice surgery to tell me that there had been a cultural day at their children's school where they were given biscuits in the shape of Israel and then iced them with the flag of Palestine. Now, that is teaching children things that are anti-Semitic, in my view. So we clearly have to understand where this is coming from and root it out right at source.
And as you alluded to earlier on, the fight against anti-Semitism is not something that's new to you. Via Labour Together and at the height of the Corbyn era, you were instrumental in this front. To what extent is this work now a natural continuation of that?
Yeah, no, it is a continuum. It feels to me like a continuum. I was born roughly about 20 years after the end of the Second World War. So when I was growing up, the memories of what had happened were much stronger, both what happened to this country, but also what happened to the Jews in Europe and the impact of the Holocaust. And when I was growing up, Israel wasn't just a country fighting to establish and defend itself. For people on the left, Israel was a moral cause as well, not just after the Holocaust, but after centuries of pogroms in this country as well as elsewhere. And I've always felt that. I've always felt that is what it was. And our response to Israel and the need to keep the Jewish community here in Britain safe and secure was something that I've always felt very deeply long before I got involved in elected politics. But I always saw what the hard left was as well, particularly when I became elected as a council leader in South London. That was when I first came across the BDS campaign. They were trying to get the council to boycott Israel and boycott companies that were investing in Israel, and we absolutely refused to do that. For what one reason is, I believe then as I believe now, that the job of councils is not to develop foreign policy, but to deliver better local services. That was absolutely fundamental to me. But also those individuals calling for that had a worldview that saw Israel as a function of what they would have termed US imperialism, which they linked intrinsically to wealthy Jewish financiers, and they would name that. So a direct link between the views that those people hold and the views that propelled the Nazis in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s. So we have a moral obligation to resist it, fight it, and root it out. And where we're seeing it now, whether it's in marches, whether it's in schools, whether it's in universities, whether it's in broadcasters, we have a duty and an obligation, a moral one, to tackle it and root it out so that people who deserve to live just as freely and just as safely as everybody else in the Jewish community have that opportunity.
Yeah, you speak about contemporary anti-Semitism there, and the IHRA definition, which of course the government under your leadership at the moment is pushing very hard to governments. Two of the asks of the Jewish Leadership Council, the Board of Deputies, the CST and the UJS in their recent document post Heaton Park is to include contemporary anti-Semitism within the national curriculum. Is that something that you're going to be able to do?
Well, I think you've got Bridget coming, haven't you, later on? So she would be better. It would be wrong of me to sort of reach into her portfolio. But I do think education is a very important part of that. You know, when I grew up, the Holocaust and the Second World War was much more recent, and you do get the feeling, speaking to younger people today, they haven't learnt from what's around them the things that I learnt when I was growing up. So then you do look to education to correct that. But you know, the Board of Deputies, the JLC, the UJS, the CST were very clear about the areas where they want us to focus, and that is what's been guiding the government. So policing and security, tackling extremism, civil society, schools and universities, social cohesion, those are precisely the areas that we're working on. We've already made announcements over some actions we've taken, and we have, I won't repeat the names of the various reviews, but they're due to report within weeks. I think the one to Shabana, the Home Secretary, due this week, if not the few days afterwards. All of that will inform further policy development. And of course, we'll always work very closely with the CST, the Board of Deputies, whose president I see sat down there still celebrating his 40th birthday. We will work very closely with all of those organisations to make sure we get this right.
And another ask is for anti-Semitism to be an automatic part of EDI training, which it, unfortunately in many cases is not at the moment. Is that, without giving us a policy announcement, is that something you'd like to see?
It is something, of course it's something I'd like to see. When you've got a community that is experiencing such a high level of discrimination and attack, then of course we need to include that in training on equality and diversity. Of course we do. The fact that we had to all go through several barriers of security just to get into this community centre today tells you everything that you need to know, because if this was any other community, I wouldn't have had to have done that.
One of the areas that has been of particular concern to the community in recent months and before that is the Islamist threat specifically. Again, I appreciate you're not going to prejudge any reports that are due. That's a specific area. That's about culture. That's about education. What are your thoughts at the moment on what can be done specifically to address that?
Well, you know, I was talking in my comments up front about our shared values that we have in this country. You know, respect for diversity, tolerance, freedom. You know, all of those are part of those values. And when you've got extremists of whatever kind, whether it's religious or whether it's political, who are threatening that, then we have to take action against it, because they're threatening what makes this country what it is. So yes, we have to tackle that. There are examples of mosques that have brought in hate preachers, of want of a better term, who have come in and tried to propagate hatred against other communities. Primarily, of course, that's the Jewish community, but it's also our LGBT communities and others. They represent a threat to members of the Muslim community as well. Most Muslims share the British values that all of us subscribe to, and they are as threatened as anyone else by the extremism that comes from, you know, an unacceptable part of what we're seeing around the world at the moment. So I think for the sake of all of us, yes, we need to do more to tackle that.
I should say that in an op-ed for a certain esteemed publication just after Heaton Park, you were, I believe, the first minister to refer to that as an Islamist attack. So I should point that out. Yeah. Do you feel that there's any merit in the claim that some people would make that fears of Islamophobia have stunted the fight against extremism within the Muslim community to this point?
Fears of Islamophobia?
Fears of being accused of Islamophobia.
Within the Muslim community. I mean, it's quite interesting. If you look, the Jewish community is targeted in a way that no other community is targeted. First of all, let's put that on the ground, because I believe that to be true. But 40% of all reported hate crime is against Muslims. And we saw an attack on the mosque in Peacehaven as well recently, and there have been other attacks on Muslim people and synagogues we've seen in the country. So I think when you've got a form of hatred operating at that scale against Muslims as well, we need to tackle that. So we're looking at what we can do about it without infringing people's rights to criticise religion in general or a religion in particular, because no community deserves that kind of hatred directed at them. I think if I'm looking at what is driving this, there are forces, political forces, but even state actors from outside the UK who are using social media to push out messages intended to drive the communities apart from each other. Some of it is driving anti-Semitism, some of it is driving hatred of Muslims. And we need to look at our online safety legislation and ensure it's being enforced properly by Ofcom. That's our starting point. But we won't be afraid to legislate further if that is necessary. Interesting, one of the ripples of applause I got was when I talked about not allowing the big tech giants to profit from anti-Semitism or the humiliation of women or the sexualization of children. That isn't free speech. All of us have constraints on our freedom that are based on not infringing too much the rights of other people to go around their lives and enjoy their freedom. Politics is the rules that we make so that we can live together. And we've got a new arena here in social media, which is new and constantly evolving, and I don't think our legislation have kept pace with those changes. So we do need to look at it, always safeguard people's rights to free speech, of course, but not allow it to be weaponized to pull our country apart or to target different parts of our wider community for hatred.
Police have followed ministers now in recognising and saying publicly what globalised intifada actually means and the threat that that poses. Should it have taken so long?
No, of course it shouldn't have taken so long, but I think the things that are known to the Jewish community, because the Jewish community has experienced it right on the front line for far longer, there are other parts of the country that are still learning, unfortunately. That's sad, given the level of communication and engagement that there is, but Shabana's going to get a report in the next few days about some of the chanting that goes on those marches, globalise the Intifada, death to the IDF, that I think have legitimised other forms of anti-Semitism that then rebounds on members of the Jewish community in their everyday lives. So we have to tackle it. It can't be acceptable that people were ripping down posters calling for the release of the Israeli hostages captured by terrorists and subject to the most appalling conditions, and yet you had these marchers ripping them down in the way that they did. I think there's an awful lot that's gone wrong on those marches, and we've tolerated intolerance too much, and it's hurt the community.
That actually is a good segue into my next question. In my earlier days at the Jewish News, and I've been here quite a while, I remember days when Abu Hamza was allowed to just do his thing in public. Amjad Chowdhury was walking the streets doing his thing. Hezbollah flags were allowed despite the warnings from the community over many years. Is it not time now that the government listens in full to the community and gets ahead of the curve when it comes to the prescription of organisations like the IRGC and the Muslim Brotherhood? Because otherwise, is it not the case that we could be looking back in another 20 years' time and thinking, well, these are the Abu Hamzas and the Amjad Chowdhurys of our day?
Yeah, I think wherever we see forms of extremism propagating hatred, we need to look at what action we can take to keep people safe. I mean, it's always a bit difficult when you're a member of the cabinet talking about things that sit in someone else's portfolio, because I'm not directly responsible for those things, but all of us are working across government now on an anti-Semitism, tackling anti-Semitism agenda that the whole of government can pull together. You know, the list of things I said before, you're talking about what's going on in broadcasters and the BBC, that's obviously for DCMS, what's going on in the schools and the universities, that's for the Department for Education, what's going on in the National Health Service, that's for West Streeting and the Department for Health, Communities and Local Government is me. All of us have a role in this. Keir is absolutely focused as Prime Minister on bringing this together, but where we see these things, we have a much clearer understanding of where that's leading after Heaton Park and Bondi, unfortunately. So we must and we will take action to stop it.
Again, I appreciate that some of these issues are not going to be within your specific framework. But I also know that you've got a very strong appreciation that at a time when Jewish comedians have been excluded from different festivals, we've had the Glastonbury incident, Zionists being told that they're not welcome at certain clubs and so on. Sometimes it has come to feel like the legal system is against the community in some ways. I was wondering what your personal reaction was when you heard that the CPS was dropping the case against Kneecap, a Kneecap band member, because they were charged 24 hours late.
Well, I mean, again, difficult to comment on an individual case, but I was aware of what Kneecap had been doing, and if the problem was procedural, then that is incredibly disappointing on the part of the police. There's obviously a bigger investigation going into what happened with Maccabi Tel Aviv as well, where the report is due back very shortly. There was the Bob Villan incident as well, where the BBC continued broadcasting wholly unacceptable comments, and he was still able to go around and get bookings in venues, including where there were Jewish communities nearby, straight afterwards, despite the entirely predictable fears that that would create about the kind of people that were going to go there and what they may choose to do afterwards. I just think we're not alive enough to some of these threats, and we do need to take much tougher action to stop it and to curb it and to make sure it has no place in our country. So when I'm talking about identifying those places where anti-Semitism festers and grows so we can root it out, that is absolutely what we have to do. But we are far away from that point right now, far away. And I could give you any number of examples, and I did the one at the school in my constituency. But I have a colleague who is Jewish who has been banned from visiting a school, refused permission to visit a school in his own constituency in case his presence inflames the teachers. That is an absolute outrage. That could have possibly ever happened, and they will be called in and they will be held to account for doing that, because you cannot have people with those kind of attitudes teaching our children. Just can't have it.
Is that case being looked at? Is that going through disciplinary?
It's absolutely being looked at. I mean, I had a very small example myself as well, in that I had an incident of harassment and intimidation outside my own home as well. The harassment and intimidation, in my opinion, was breaking the law. The police didn't even come when we called the police. I had my neighbours out there shouting at them because they were scaring their children. I had a member of my family vomiting down the toilet in fear. Even though I was able to give the names of 2 of those individuals to the police, nobody was ever prosecuted for it. The person that organised the incident is a teacher trainer. There are real problems. You know that more than me.
Yeah, so you've been on the front line of this yourself. You know how pervasive this has become, and we were talking earlier on about the case at the Miznon restaurant in Notting Hill just on Friday night of this week, when a group of protesters gathered outside, chanting and harassing both the owners and the diners. How can you reassure organisation, a business like that, and Jewish people who are just going to eat at it's not just Jewish people, people eating at an Israeli restaurant on a Friday night?
Well, that's for the police. I mean, you made me aware of that incident, and it's horrific to see the video of what was going on. Horrific that anybody would think that was a way that they could behave in this country. Blatant, outright racism. is what it is. And it's quite right that the police were there. People, I hope, were arrested and will be prosecuted. But I think what we need to do, what we can do as government, is ensure that there is absolute clarity and consistency against these kind of incidents wherever they arise, whether it's the language, imagery, or placards that are on marches, whether it's behaviours outside businesses. Even when you've got businesses, and I know the Jewish News itself, you published this story about a contractor that pulled out of a contract because of the reputational damage to them of working with a Jewish business. That, again, reminds me of 1930s Germany, not Britain in the 2020s. We have to call this stuff out. We have to have consistency, and we have to be prepared to change the law when it happens. Otherwise, we are legitimising this at the fringes, and that's where it grows from.
We were talking earlier on about about social cohesion, and that's very much part of your portfolio, and specifically initiatives like the Drumlanrig Accords that brought together leaders from different sectors within the Jewish community and within the Muslim community, including Phil, earlier last year rather. Those initiatives are still going on to some extent at that high level. The problem is, how can we get positive interactions between Jews and Muslims at a grassroots level, particularly in areas of the country where there is little contact between the two communities?
Yeah, that's a very important piece of work, because I think unity is built community by community. You can't impose it from the top. And we have had good interaction at the most senior level. But in communities, I know that's more difficult. And I know that from my own constituency as well, speaking to leaders on both sides at the synagogue and in the mosques. What's happened since October the 7th has made relationships more difficult, but there's a job of work that politicians can play a role in making sure that engagement is happening and that we focus on the much broader range of issues that we have in common than those smaller, or however difficult they are, set of issues that create division. And I think the way that we do politics can affect that as well. There's interfaith work, and we're looking at Interfaith Week 2025 and what we can learn from that to bring communities together. But what I was alluding to at the end of my comments right up front about doing our politics in a different way, rebuilding it around people, devolving more power, not just to politicians in regions and town halls, but directly to communities, so that we have a mechanism to bring communities together. People will find that whatever their backgrounds, whatever their differences, they have a shared interest in making their local public service, their local park, or their local high street as successful as it can be. And it's by finding the bridges that link people that we can help to repel those whose politics is all about division. I believe can go a certain distance in tackling these issues, but there is a specific issue here in terms of community relations between Jews and Muslims and other communities as well, that come up every time and are at their worst every time that there is a flare-up in the Middle East. Are there any plans at the moment, any initiatives that the government can champion, can further, perhaps in the same way as you're doing with tackling anti-Semitism, that can focus specifically and put funding specifically into community relations? Yeah, well, there is, isn't there? I can't remember the name of the funding scheme. It will be in my notes somewhere, but I don't want to flick through it while you're all listening to me. But there is a piece of work that the government is funding that is intended to achieve that. But I'm a constituency MP in a constituency that has many different communities together there. I think we're in the top 1% of most diverse constituencies in the country. So there are people from almost every background living together there. And my experience is that there's much more that people have in common than what makes them different. And if you focus on how we bring people together and how they can collaborate to make a difference for each other, they will do it. And most people are naturally inclined towards goodwill to other people that they know, not towards hatred, although there are those who stir up hatred and try to pull us apart. So we need a different politics. We need a better politics. And for me, some of this, I know this sounds academic, but I hope over coming weeks we can make it a bit more specific with announcements that are coming out. Labour became a very statist party after the Second World War and built very big state infrastructure. I think what we need to do now is look back to Labour's foundations when we were much more communitarian and about building capacity within communities to take decisions for themselves. And I think we need to get back to something closer to that. But within that is a means to bring communities together, whatever their differences and whatever might be going on in other parts of the world and whatever different parts of the community might feel about that.
Again, I realise we've got a report coming up on the West Midlands Police and on Maccabi Tel Aviv. We've seen report after report, disappointing case after disappointing case over the last few weeks. What have you personally felt about West Midlands Police's approach so far as you've seen it?
Well, and you're right. I mean, we saw the select committee last week, didn't we? Interviewing the chief constable, and information came out that I wasn't aware of, and I suspect other people weren't aware of, about who had been engaged, who hadn't been engaged, and even, it appears, misinformation that was given out about how the police came to their view. Now, all of that is subject to a review that will be going to the Home Secretary, and she will take a view. She'll take a view on that, and I think it's right that we should do it in an informed way rather than just based on impressions. But in the immediate aftermath of that decision being announced, I and ministers right across the government were absolutely clear: it is not mobs on the street who determine who can come to this country and watch sport or do whatever else they want to do. It is the elected government of this country that will do that. So there was a huge concern that the police had taken a decision that appeared to pander to an extremist small mob on the street, not the rights of people to go out their business lawfully. And that worried all of us.
And as you said earlier on, you've made it very clear that you want councils to get on with delivering services as they're supposed to do rather than inserting themselves into foreign conflicts. Given the spread of the motions for boycotting Israel since October the 7th and before that, shouldn't the government, though, be following the footsteps of the Tories in legislating against boycotts?
Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. If it becomes necessary, we can look at that. Councils should be focusing on council services, not playing international politics. Councils don't have foreign policy, they don't need foreign policy. They need to be looking at how they're caring for older people, fixing the potholes in the road and getting fly tipping off the corner of the streets where people live. I applied that to myself when I was a council leader, and I will require it of council leaders across the country today. I think it is the Greens that are promoting these motions and resolutions in particular. I think the Greens have been very, very incautious in who they've allowed into their party. A lot of the people that the Labour Party kicked out for anti-Semitism were able to join the Green Party with no filters whatsoever. I don't think it's going to serve the Green Party well.
A few final questions from me, and then if Ella will allow, to 5-2 or no? You can go to 5-2. 5-2, okay, fine. I wanted to ask you, the word Zionist, it, to me, has become a bit of a gateway drug for people whereby they misunderstand it completely, as was shown by some recent polling that I showed you that we did, and it enables them to go down a route either online or in real life that leads them potentially towards worse extremism. What can be done to educate or to show people what that word actually means?
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? You're referring to some polling here done by More in Common. Yep. That's right. That basically showed that people don't understand what Zionism is, because a majority of people being polled supported self-determination for Jewish people, which is Zionism, as I've always understood it. But clearly, that isn't the way that people understand it now. So, I think we need to look at education in schools, make sure that kids understand the correct meaning of that of that term, and that it does accord with what most people believe anyway, which is that the Jewish people, like any other people, have the right to self-determination in the state of Israel. I think if we educate people, as I was when I was younger, about why and how Israel came into being, it is different from other countries because of the history of the Jewish people in Europe and what happened in the Holocaust and what led to the necessity of Israel being established, and the reason why those of us who are not Jewish do, in most cases, but should feel a moral obligation to support the right of Israel to exist. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to agree with every single Israeli government or the actions of those governments, but the right of Israel to be is, for me, an absolute.
So the Z word is something you'd be happy to associate with yourself?
I always describe myself, and I'm proud to, as a Zionist, yes.
Just finally from me, I wonder if you can give us your secret. You seem to be the only senior cabinet minister at this point across our communal issues who hasn't faced strong condemnation from the community. Can you give us your secret to that?
Well, who knows what's going to happen after this little session? So I hope that doesn't happen. But you know, whether people like what I say or they don't like what I say, that is politics, and I'm grateful that we have the freedom to express our views, whatever they are.
Great. I think Ella's allowed me 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Secretary of State. I'm Ben Block from Sky News. I just wanted to ask you about West Midlands Police specifically, and following up from Justin's question there. The leadership of the Jewish community has been very clear that they've lost confidence in the Chief Constable following the evidence that he gave to the select committees and the various bits of information that have come out. You said yourself that it appears that the evidence or the sort of justification was made to fit a predetermined decision in advance. So, as Community Secretary, do you have confidence in the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, or do you think he should resign? And if I may just briefly, sorry, I just have to briefly on Lord Mandelson, you will have seen his comments this morning. Should he be stripped of his peerage? And what's your response to his refusal to apologise to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, sadly, I didn't see Lord Mandelson on Koonsberg because I was preparing to come to this, but given the question you just asked me, I'm going to watch it on replay afterwards to see what it is that he said. I think as well it would be wrong of me to get ahead of the Home Secretary. She's due a report within days on this subject. I've given my view and how I felt after that decision was taken. It was shocking to see a decision taken that appeared to that implied that a mob on the street was determining who could or couldn't come into our country to go about entirely legal business. And none of us were prepared to accept that. But let's wait and see what the review finds, and then it will be for the Home Secretary to take any consequential action from that.
Hi, there's been some great multi-faith work going on in my local authority, Camden, partly with Phil's involvement. So I think there's really good examples of local authorities kind of facilitating community cohesion and multi-faith dialogue, and that actually illustrating in direct action when anti-Semitism has happened in Belsize Park with businesses being having anti-Semitic graffiti. So there's really good examples of how local government can make a difference, but I think it needs just formalising a little bit and a bit of support from yourself. I think all too often multi-faith work is kind of badged into being kind of like a civic responsibility, and it's badged off to a mayor's office without really like the proper impetus of this. So something with your endorsement with looking at the practices that Phil and other people have done in local authorities would be great, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I really strongly agree with what you've just said there. I think both functions are important, actually. I think the civic part of it and the involvement of the mayor is important because they're a unifying figure that brings everybody else together. But there is a piece of work to be done, not just with the leaders of the communities, but members of the different communities to make sure that they can better understand each other. Like, interactions between kids in different schools. If you've got kids going to a Jewish school, kids going to a Muslim school, kids going to a Catholic school, they need much more interaction with each other so that they understand each other's traditions and perspectives, and grow up with that knowledge, which closes down the space for fear and hatred when they get older.
Lady in the white top.
Hi, I'd like to broaden this out and talk about your responsibilities for local authorities. I'm very worried about the Labour's view on the planning debate. It doesn't seem to me to have been actually thought through. It's all very well to say we need more housing, everybody agrees with that. It's just the way that you go about it. I was lucky enough to be involved very junior level with planning Milton Keynes. And we had a great number of inputs from various people. Labour doesn't seem to have grasped that, in my view. Could you just tell us what your views are?
Well, you can hear more about that at my next session, which is called Build Baby Build, and it's in a hall near here, I suspect, starting at 2:00. But we have a housing crisis in this country. The number of people sleeping rough on the streets doubled under the last government. The number of kids living in temporary accommodation, which isn't temporary accommodation if you're stuck in a single room as an entire family for years on end. We've got a housing crisis in this country. So we need to get more homes built, but we will always do it with the consent of local people. And the mechanism for doing that is that local people will be engaged to develop a local plan, which will set the parameters, what can and cannot be built, where it can and can't be built, what it should look like and what it can't look like. But once people have given that consent, we do need to get ahead and build the homes. Otherwise, we're going to see homelessness going up under a Labour government, which I'm sure you, no more than me, would want to see.
Steve, thank you very much.
That's it. Brilliant.
That's it.
Thanks, Tristan. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. That was really good. Right,
We have worked, and I work occasionally. I knew you wouldn't have much time, but I'd like to help on education.
This is like a version of the podcast I would listen to whilst doing the hoovering or something. Thank you all so much for coming. I think many of you have heard from me already today. I'm Ella, I am the chair of the Jewish Labour Movement. We are joined today by a wonderful, esteemed panel. We have over at the front Alva, who is the political editor at the New Statesman, whose podcast I am a regular listener of. We have Munira, who's a former special advisor to the Prime Minister, and Stephen, who is known to many in the community for doing his work with the Board of Deputies and their Race and Equality Commission, but also being paid by the Financial Times as an associate editor. So thank you guys so much for coming today. I have a couple of questions. Well, the title of this panel is Looking Ahead to 2026, so we're going to gaze into our crystal balls lovingly and come up with some questions, and then we'll open up to audience questions as well. So one of the big questions we ask every year at Passover on Seder night is, why is this night different from all other nights? So my question is, why is this year different from other years, or is it going to be different? Whoever would like to start, feel free to kick it off.
Oh, shall I start by kind of just stating the obvious, I guess, in that this year is different to other years because we have a Labour government for the first time in a long time, in a generation. They're a midterm and they're facing these really, really crucial local and devolved elections in Scotland and Wales, and currently polling around 17%, meaning that even though you might expect a government to not do brilliantly in locals midterm, the Prime Minister's job is really on the line, and the Labour Party is in a big panic about how it saves itself. And the context to all of this is that the opponent is not the Tory party of before. It is Nigel Farage's Reform, which to Labour people, to everyone in this room, makes the threat more existential.
I think the other thing I would just add to that, whilst I agree, I remain a bit more positive about Labour's fortunes, but I would say that, I'm not a journalist. But the additional bit is, this is the year where we have to move into the Labour Party thinking about the next election and no longer harking back to the last one. So you can kind of get away with it in 2024, you can get away with it somewhat in 2025, but you can't really talk about the Tories or the last government or anything to do with the 2024 general election anymore. From 2026 onwards, it is all about setting what the tone and the narrative will be for the next election, and the body language and the posture of the government has to change quite dramatically to here's exactly what we are doing, not here are the barriers that are in our way.
So you think that the government has to completely change its narrative for 2026?
And its posture for in preparation for the next election, and to actually seem like it is the government and it is gripping it, not here are the problems the Tories left us. I think 2026 is a year where that just cannot float anymore.
You think people are switching off from it, even though the economic inheritance remains as dire as it had been? That doesn't change as the time moves forward.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the public hear it a lot less with any kind of sympathy.
Stephen, what do you think?
It's odd because when you mentioned Passover, I thought about my own Passover plan. So every year, particularly now that my great uncle is getting older, so the onus is therefore on the London branch of the family to fly to New York rather than us switching years. And every year feels like a weird play where every year it gets slightly worse. Than I think in 2022 it was and hopefully next year in Jerusalem, and hopefully he'll go to prison. 2023 it was hopefully next year in Jerusalem, and hopefully he'll go to prison. And 2024 it was hopefully next year in Jerusalem, and hopefully he won't win. And in 2025, I'm not even sure we actually had any, hopefully. I think we just
are we talking about Bibi or Donald Trump?
We're talking about Donald Trump. Okay. Wait, because I have to go through US security. Who is to say? I think 25 it was just, oh God, hopefully this will be over soon. But I think, actually, in many ways, the really important thing about this year is going to be how the pressures that the world order come under, and whether or not, I completely agree that the government does need to wake up to the fact that it's in government. Usually a government takes the first year to adjust to the fact that it's no longer in opposition and it no longer just says things. It feels that this government has been rare, and that it's taken basically the first 2 years for it to get to a position of going, hey, actually, it's not about how you position yourself. It's not about how you draw dividing lines. It's about your actual incumbent record. But I think I've been unnerved by the number of people in government who've said to me some variant on this year, Keir will be able to focus less on foreign policy, which is obviously not going to be the case. We're going to continue to be in this period of incredible upheaval, and I think the big hope. I think basically this is the last year in which we will be able to sit at an event like this and go, hopefully next year things will have improved in terms of the government's grip and sense of direction. Because if you haven't improved at the end of 2026, at 2027 you can't deliver anything. You can't run on. You can't have any kind of record that you can run on. You're just forced into the final 2 years being a trajectory of. I know we're not very good, but look how scary he is. And thinking back to the Seder table in New York, we've seen what I know we're not good, but look how scary he is does, and it mostly does not work.
At least you don't have to host the Seder.
It's true.
Could be worse. When I was thinking about 2026, which was terrifying in itself that we're in 2026, 10 years since Brexit, for me, that is a huge defining theme of the past 10 years. Could anyone have predicted where we are now? Do you think that is a defining theme of the year, if we look into that sort of foreign policy piece you're talking about, our relationship with Europe? Or do you think it's just, oh my God, 10 years and Nigel Farage is still around?
Well, it's weird because essentially every year since we left the European Union, we've become more and more like a regular European country, right? Like we've got this legacy centre-right party that has huge existential problems. We have a legacy social democratic party which has huge problems. We've got a ecology party and a far-left populist party, and we've got a party on the nativist right, and then we have a party on the liberal centre. And so I think in some ways it's the Remainer argument that we are in fact a normal European country and should act like one has been validated. It's just unfortunately not in the way that most Remainers would have liked. I think that will continue. I think we will continue to be a normal European country, but that is not particularly comforting when we consider how grim and scary the picture of being a normal European country is right now.
Yeah.
I also think, so I want to write about this for the New Statesman soon, and I've got some intel so I don't want to scoop myself, but you can keep it to yourselves. I think it's interesting a decade on from Brexit, the way the Labour Party is moving on this, and that's not just sort of idle gossip. I think it's a serious conversation happening inside Number 10. People have different perspectives on this. There's a desperate need for economic growth, and there are sort of a finite number of levers you can pull on that. A very, very obvious one is around Europe, and some people want to pull that, not necessarily in terms of a customs union, even though some people are making that case, but also just in terms of actually, do you rejoin the single market? Do you try to, how close do you get? We saw a flick of that at the New Year interview that Keir Starmer did with Laura Kuenssberg. I know for a fact that line about further alignment with the single market was deliberate. Sometimes Keir Starmer does have a bit of an unfortunate habit of saying things he didn't mean to say in interviews, and sometimes it's hard to tell as a journalist which one it is, but that one was deliberate, and so the signal he was sending was intentional. It doesn't mean that they are set on a particular course of action yet. I gather it's still quite a live discussion, but that has just opened a slight door to a different policy direction there. And I think it will be really interesting to see how that plays out in the next, not even just year, but in the next few months. I think now that there's a hint of it, and we're picking up on this conversation, I think it could move quite quickly. But as so often when Labour has an internal debate, it can get quite messy quite quickly. And it's, what does Morgan McSweeney think? What does Keir Starmer think? Who's the real Keir Starmer? If he thinks this, but Morgan McSweeney disagrees with him, why doesn't Keir Starmer have the authority to do it anyway? I think it could get tricky.
I'm going to preface what I say with I am not a foreign policy person in any way, shape or form. I am truly a domestic social policy person. So what I'm going to say is going to be about the domestic implications of Brexit. So 10 years on, if we look back at 2016 and you think about people who voted for Brexit, and if they were really deadly honest in the polls that they answered. They said they vote for Brexit because of immigration, because of money in the public purse, and because of strains on public services. And 10 years later, we have record net migration. It's coming down, but we did hit a record within the last 5 years. We have a very different kind of immigration than what we used to see during the years that we were in the European Union. We have crumbling public services, and apparently the NHS is just an unfillable hole that Wes Streeting and Rachel Reeves are constantly doing a dance around. So 10 years post-Brexit, as people who voted leave, or even people who weren't that upset when the result came out, which I'm going to take a guess, we're sat in Finchley, that there aren't that many of them here, but those people have been massively let down over the last 10 years, and it is hard not to think that the decade of Brexit has resulted in some of what Stephen described, which is us becoming more like a European nation with a rising kind of nationalist right party. And that is quite screwed up. So, Brexit makes the far right worse in this country is a wild thing to sort of land for the rest of the year. And it is definitely something that Number 10 will have to grapple with in a big way.
So coming back to the more domestic, where you are more comfortable, we obviously have massive elections in Wales and Scotland this year. They look like they might have huge long-term political ramifications. What do you guys, obviously we're not looking in our crystal balls and no prediction is ever correct, etc., but what do we think that political ramifications are going to be? I mean, we've held Wales, I say we as Labour, appreciate not everyone here will affiliate with a political party in the same way. We've held Labour since devolution.
Yeah, I think the result in Wales will be more seismic than I think no offence guys, the press are really cottoning on to right now. Labour losing control of the Senedd is a really, really big deal if it were to happen, which the polls currently suggest it will, but Welsh Labour, they have time, they have money, they'll, I'm sure, run an excellent campaign. I'm sure some people will make their way there. I feel I have to say that. And in Scotland, Anna Sarwar's massive opportunity was always meant to be this set of elections. Labour wins a landslide in 2024, Anna Sarwar becomes First Minister in 2026 is very much the plan. That is currently not looking like the case if you look at the Scottish polls, and that is a bit terrifying because it was always meant to go that way. The two results in the devolved, so outside of the locals, which I'm sure these guys will want to talk about, but the two results in the devolved governments will have, I think, a much bigger impact on how the Labour Party's leadership is thinking than I think the locals will in England. As important as they are, you don't then have major figures in the party speaking out against the leadership quite in the same way. Anas and Aluna have their own kind of bases in a way that, I'm sorry, councillors in the room, but councillors losing their seats just don't. So those two results will be the ones to actually watch in May.
And as one of Munira's former colleagues said to me recently, they said a Labour leader who leads Labour to come third in Wales doesn't deserve to stay as Prime Minister. I think that might be the brutal verdict. We haven't seen the result yet. There is still time. Keir Starmer has kind of sharpened the message that they want to take into these elections on sort of cost of living, affordability. They have some retail offers around child poverty, which is really important to the Labour base as well, on rail fares, etc. But still, I think, as Munira says, if that's the line, I think that, there are people in Number 10 and allies of Keir Starmer who say that it's normal to do badly in locals mid-term in the same way that incumbent governments lose by-elections. But I think that there's something about the result in Wales that could feel quite extraordinary, rightly or wrongly, to a lot of people in the Labour Party who feel like it's just not normal. And I think so, we're in this point after lots of leadership speculation at the end of last year. Things have felt a bit more serious because everyone's thinking about Venezuela. People don't want to talk over Keir Starmer on the international stage, but I think just you can't really avoid that reality in Wales. And you know, we can talk more about the other locals in a minute.
Yes, I would very much like to keep my council seat.
One tiny addition as well to the point is the problem is for Keir, I'm going to say something horribly disloyal, I'm really sorry. The problem for Keir and for the operation in number 10 will be that there is nothing else they can pin it on. That Anas is actually like an incredibly charming, pretty fantastic man, as politicians go. You know, everyone's got like a few things, but like he's a pretty ready-made politician for Scotland. He's good at events, he speaks well. There isn't something else you can pin losing on. And when that is the case, it is much harder. When people can very obviously say that the reason that we lost is the leadership in Westminster, you've kind of got nowhere to go, and a narrative that's different to, oh, they lost because you've got a really terrible leader, or Welsh Labour made a big mistake, or something's wrong here, is much harder to sell. And that will be the real challenge for kind of my former colleagues in number 10.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, to be very parochial for those of us who are in the borough that we live in right now, right? I'm old enough to remember in 2018, Keir Starmer going into the local elections in London going, no, guys, you don't understand. Brexit, you know, it's too divisive for the party. We just need to unify. And then the Lib Dems won Camden in the European elections, and it turned out that actually Brexit was in fact up for grabs. And obviously, the Labour Party has been the only party which has ever run Camden alone since its creation in 1964, but it's been the only party which has finished first in Wales since, I'm going to get my early 1900s elections confused, but basically since the 1920s. It's like the first proper brick in the wall of the shift from the Liberals to the Labour Party, and ultimately, we should be real here about what's happening, right? There's been an ideological experiment at the heart of this government that basically the actually existing Labour coalition won't do. And then they would rather pursue a coalition of voters who are mostly dead, who ultimately could not win and hold power. Like, you know, like the Labour right has tried this experiment 4 times, and it has never worked, right? Like, it has never, ever worked. And they are basically doing the 1970s, 1960s, and 1987 approach in an era of diminished partisan loyalty. And we're going to see in Camden, in Wales, in Scotland, what happens when you do that in an era of diminished partisan loyalty, which is the party experiences an extinction event. I'm less certain than it means an immediate change of leader because the worst will have happened. But broadly speaking, who is the deciding vote in Wales and Scotland? It is a woman with a degree who basically switches between the 2 social democratic parties based on her vibe check of what's going on in England. And the vibes in England are dreadful, and they're dreadful for reasons authored pretty much wholly in Downing Street.
And you think we're in an era of vibes-based politics?
Well, it's not. We're always in an era of vibes-based politics, right? Like, if you are the governing party, your coalition for elections are the people who are doing well from what you're doing, the people who believe they might become people who do well from what you're doing in the future, and people who feel like they are your people. And at every stage, if you wanted to, you know, it's like, you know, if it was a video game where you were playing through to see how you could get the worst possible choice, right? If you were like, oh, so this is the group of people who benefit from what I'm doing. This is the group of people who respond well to the vibes I give off. And these are the people who feel like they will benefit from those in the future. If you wanted to govern and position yourself against all 3 of those groups, it's, I think, very hard to see what you would do differently than what this government has consciously chosen to do.
But I think also to add to, you know, Stephen's argument that this sort of, the pursuit of this voter coalition won't work, the thing that complicates that even further is that I don't think they know what voter coalition they're going for anymore, in that was the plan, and there are remnants of that still, so obviously that's still a completely valid argument, but I think worse than that is the weirdness of being a political journalist at the moment, basically since September, when that reshuffle fell apart, is that our job is to sort of explain the thinking inside the Labour Party, to say, here's what these people are trying to do, here's the thinking behind it. And it's so difficult right now because everyone tells me different things. You get a briefing from someone in number 10 saying, the hero voter thing didn't quite work at the last election. We've done this analysis and we're pursuing a slightly different coalition now. And here's the strategy around it. And the strategy they outline completely contradicts the budget that has just been delivered, to the extent where you think, if I write this in a column, I'll look bonkers. and then you have a conversation with another senior person in the party, and they say, no, and then they outline a different strategy. They say, no, we're clear now, we've had loads of internal conversations, and we have to be the leaders of the progressive anti-reform coalition. This is our pitch, this is what we heard from Keir. And you think, but that's not what other people are saying. And it's if Labour can't sort of coherently brief what it's at least trying to do, then it has no hope of really doing it. And I put this to someone on Friday, and I said, I'm just really unclear on your strategy now, on like which voters you're going for. Obviously, it's difficult because you're hemorrhaging votes to your right and your left. And, I don't have a sense of which seats you're trying to hold on to, really. Do you want to hold on to rural seats or do you not? Because there are actually lots of sort of like posher former Tories who are a little bit easier to hold on to than you might have thought. And some rural seats are maybe more in play, for example, than you might have thought in 2024. And they said, yeah, I don't think we do know our strategy. This person is very much a Keir Starmer ally, someone one of the last remaining people who really defends Starmer against all these criticisms, who still thinks that he should remain as leader, who says, I don't think we do know our own strategy. I think with Keir's Laura Kuenssberg interview and some recent interventions, the old strategy is dead, but the new strategy is struggling to be born. And so we're in between strategies right now, which is quite crazy.
Stephen said ideological debate inside number 10, and I wrote down ideological debate because I didn't want to forget it. But I think Alva's just made that point way better than I could, which is there isn't one. If there was an ideology that everyone in the government was pulling towards, I think that would almost be easier. But the debate is very much who is the voter coalition.
That is in of itself an ideological, a belief that your voters should be a certain type of person is an ideological position.
I think it would be...
It's just not a useful one for governing, right?
It's not a useful one for making any policy decisions. It's a good point.
It's like if you wanted to design an ideology that would freeze a system, right? Which is, broadly speaking, who's going to re-elect this government is going to be, your actual core vote is anyone who agrees that we need to make quite big sacrifices in order to defend our European allies and defend ourselves, right? That is your core proposition. Your core proposition then that you add on top is anyone who's so frightened of Nigel Farage that they are locked in a room with the Labour Party. And then everything builds from that, except there's instead this ideological belief that, maybe instead you can have a alliance of people who last voted Labour in 2005, who mostly haven't worked since 2000. You're kind of repelled by the fact that anyone successful voted for the Labour Party last time and would like that never to happen again. Those are all ideological positions, right? They just don't map onto public services.
Yes, and they don't map onto decisions you can make from that. So I love Steve Reid, to be clear, but I just listened to Steve Reid in the session before this, and the thing that really struck me is quite how many times Steve mentioned reviews or his colleagues or the paralysis of decision-making comes from a lack of an ideology that isn't governed by coalition seeking and an ideology that is governed by, here's just actually what we believe. Here is the offer. We will try and convince you to the offer, but here is what it is. And what it leads you to is cabinet members that sound more and more like they're in opposition and that they're talking about a review they're doing here and the post-mortem they're doing here and maybe my colleague that works on this and my colleague that works on this will talk a bit more about it, rather than just being able to confidently say, here is the broad picture that we're all running behind. I think the strategic point of, look, there are numbers, politics, first rule of politics, right? Learn how to count. Numbers are really, really important. I'm not a pollster, but I do think that we have definitely also just massively failed on what was really good polling and insights we used to have before, that didn't necessarily decide the policy, but definitely helped to shape it, to now having very little of that insight or that polling, and then just having lots of slightly random things that happen at random moments.
There's a lot to cover there. Part of what I think is very interesting, I'm a councillor in London, and I represent in Barnet. We won from the Tories in the last election, first time Labour had ever outright run Barnet. And we had that. Part of the reason we were able to do such a successful campaign is the support we had from other boroughs. Whereas now in London, you have different councils we face threat from the Tories, you have councils facing threat from Reform, you have councils facing threat from Gaza Independents, you have councils facing threat from Greens and the Lib Dems, if you look in South West London. How do you run a strategy that speaks to all of those people? Is it possible? Whilst looking at Wales and Scotland at the same time.
It's definitely made easier when you are clearer, though. I'm not saying it's easy. Sorry, I don't work for the government anymore. It's really hard. Like, it's really, really hard governing. It's very hard making decisions every single day. But it is a million times easier when you are clear about the baseline of what you're trying to achieve, to then pitch difficult decisions. Otherwise, you are just offering medicine with no idea what the disease is that you're treating. You're just constantly shoving medicine down people's throats.
And this is the difference, really, fundamentally, isn't it, between Keir Starmer's foreign policy and domestic policy? Because on foreign policy, there are, Keir Starmer knows where he's going, and Jonathan Powell advising him knows where they're going. The Foreign Secretary of the day knows where they're going. And it means that, like, all of you in this room, even I think if you find Starmer declining to condemn Trump in strong terms on Venezuela personally difficult, you have a sense of, okay, but there's a bigger direction here. It fits with the strategy. I understand it, even though it's uncomfortable. And some other Liberal voters don't really get it. But I don't think Keir Starmer is very bothered by that. People in Number 10 are not so bothered by that. They've got this higher purpose of, we have to just try to manage this relationship with Trump as best we can, even though he is so vastly unpredictable. We just have to try to maintain a line into him while maintaining our relationship with Europe. That they have their strategy. It might not work, but Jonathan Powell has given this a lot of thought for a very long time. They know where they're going on this. Like, on foreign policy, even though I just said that there is a bit more debate about how closely aligned you are with the EU, they know where they're going on it. And that gives them a bit of a confidence, where then when Richard Bergen, how did he describe Keir Starmer this week?
I don't tend to listen to what Richard Bergen says.
He described him in quite unpleasant terms in the House of Commons, I think as craven and as, lacking a moral compass and stuff. And there were some anonymous briefings to us about, from Labour MPs who were getting, lots of unhappiness in their inboxes about the Venezuela position. I just think Keir Starmer manages to shake that off, and the foreign policy advisors can shake that off a bit better because they know where they're going, and sometimes that means sort of alienating people along the way. It gives them a clarity and a confidence. And on domestic policy, I don't think that they know in the same way, and it just means that you just can't have that same confidence. You're not quite sure which, like the position on business. Until recently, I was working at Bloomberg, thinking a lot about how the Labour government related to businesses. And it was so schizophrenic, really. And different bits of government sort of had different positions on how close they wanted to be on business. There just wasn't a fundamental sense of, here's where we're going on this. This is what we want to do. And therefore let the chips fall as they may. And then that means when you're going into local elections and you're facing all sorts of different directions, you can't just sort of own your position and persuade people of it.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side is, I agree with you both, and it would help if the government had a clear domestic position. We have to be honest, of course, that the clear foreign policy position does not help basically anywhere in London, right? The slightly weird thing is at my end of the borough in King's Cross, you're surrounded by students who think that the government is vehemently hostile to the Palestinian cause, and then I come down here to see another wing of my family, and they will all tell me that the government is far too in hock to the Palestinian cause, right? But I think the crucial difference is that whether your job is to explain what the government is doing or to, in some cases, go out and get shouted at or maybe even lose your seat or your ward for it, you understand what the direction you're being marched in is on foreign policy, and you can imagine a universe in which it might improve. I think the big problem is I haven't actually had someone from the Camden Labour Party knock on my door yet, whereas I have had someone from Andrew Feinstein's Weird Independence knock on my door, so that's going to be a fun thing to wake up to on the morning after May, is that there isn't a clear sense of what this government is for domestically, and everything would become, you still have all of the trade-offs and all of the difficulties, but once you have a clear sense of what you're aiming for, you have a sense of what is and isn't mission critical, as opposed to what I think currently happens is what is mission critical is, oh God, how do I stop these people shouting at me? Which is why the budget was so confused, right? Because that budget was a pre-election budget, but the pre-election was make sure the PLP don't get rid of Keir and Rachel, rather than how do we defeat Nigel Farage in 2029.
If anyone doesn't have any more bits to add to this, I'm going to open up to the audience who potentially might ask more intelligent questions than me, because I feel you guys have really come in a quite coherent direction, surprising for what we're discussing. Our wonderful Vice Chair Miriam is going to mic run.
Sorry about this. Thank you so much.
And apologies, Miriam, the hands are all at the back. So up the stairs you go.
Training for local elections is fine.
Training for door knocking in the local elections, exactly. We've got a row, I think I can see Sakina and someone a couple of rows there. So maybe the person with the hand up there, and then pass it, we'll take two at a time, so we'll then pass it down to Sakina.
Thanks very much indeed, enjoyed the discussion. I'm slightly surprised to hear that the view is that there's no strategy. I thought there was a strategy and it was called growth and growth and growth and growth. So have I got the wrong idea, or is it that it's not being executed, or what? I wonder if the panel could comment. Thanks very much indeed.
And then we'll take the Sakina. Okay, it's my dad, so he has to ask a question.
You admitted it, wow. I'm interested to hear from the panel who they think will be the next Prime Minister of this country and when.
Thanks, Dad. And you can now pass the mic to Sakina, who was meant to ask the question.
Thank you. To be fair, that was a far more exciting question than I've got. Just thank you, as always, to JLM for organising a really fantastic conference at the beginning of the year and helping sort of set us all on this sort of strategic alignment. It was just on that last point, which is around that kind of domestic vision. And this is something that I found popping up in the last few months about what do we do in Labour to build the muscle of storytelling? Because I think that there's like lots of good pieces of law that we've passed, right? So like the Renters Reform Bill or even renationalising the railway. But we don't seem to have a coherent story. So nothing has a hook. We haven't painted a picture. So I just wanted to sort of ask the panel if they think that storytelling has become a bit of a lost art and what we can do to kind of build that muscle up in terms of being able to create that vision for our nation.
Okay, brilliant. So we have three questions there. Is the strategy growth? Who's the next Prime Minister? And have we lost the muscle of storytelling? People, feel free to weigh in whichever one you want and ignore the ones you don't want to ask, and I'll pass.
I'm really sorry, I'm not going to answer the question about who the next Prime Minister will be. I'll never be able to get a job again, guys. Growth, though, I can answer that one. So the Prime Minister used a really unfortunate phrase recently, which was growth you can feel in your pocket. And the sort of sense is that the way that we win back Britain, and the number one thing that matters, which is true in all of the polling, is the cost of living, right? People just really care that everything costs a fortune, food is expensive, fuel is expensive, their bills are expensive. And that is largely what lots of people think, that you make people's lives materially better in that you make things slightly less expensive or you give them more money so I'm saying very basic things. I'm not trying to teach the room how to suck eggs. But then they vote Labour and other things get better. So that is some people's theory of social cohesion, which is a thing we talked about in the last session as well. So some people think, people hate each other a lot less if there is more money in their pocket. So growth became this catch-all for all of the social ills, except it's really hard. So you can raise the minimum wage, and then suddenly you have people on minimum wage that qualify for student loan repayments. You have higher inflation. You can make a difference to bills, but how do you do that? You push people into things like social tariffs. You can do welfare changes, which are morally absolutely just, but hugely unpopular. Even bits on child poverty, which speak to lots of us in this room, it is often the reason many of us join the Labour Party, but they are not popular. Like, no one wants to pay for other people's kids, and that is the truth of it. And when you couple that with a problem that was described by the third question about a total lack of being able to tell a story about why you are doing something, the growth very quickly falls apart. And then the additional problem is the Treasury's idea of growth is completely different. And I don't mean necessarily just Rachel, because I think Rachel does care about how much money families have in their pockets, but the Treasury itself as an institution cares about GDP growth. It cares about numbers that don't really mean anything to anyone's pocket or their family finances. So you have this kind of thing that's pulling in a million different ways, which is a government that's trying to make people's lives better and put more money in their pockets. That's completely true. And a Treasury that's thinking about businesses and thinking about growth in a slightly different way, and no coherent story to capture any of that. So I don't think that you can ever really say that that's enough of a strategy. And that's kind of why it's fallen apart. But, if the basic thing is a Labour government wants to make people better off, and we're willing to define who that group of people is, because it's not everyone, probably not that many people in this room, guys. But if it's, if we're willing to define who we want to make better off, then that would be a story we could tell. But right now, we're not willing to tell it.
I guess the thing is, I don't think the government's first priority is growth, right? The government, not least because, look, your principles are whatever cost you money, right? Which is, if a government's first priority was growth, would it be doing any of the following things? Would it be taking a hammer to the hospitality industry, right? Like pubs aren't banning their Labour MPs for the lols, right? They're not going, I actually have so many customers that what I really want to do is I would like one less, right? They would not have a situation where the government, the Labour Party, I don't know, it's like the party went into hibernation in 2016 and hasn't noticed that the minimum wage has changed quite a lot since then. You wouldn't have, and look, all of these are policies which in a vacuum there is a good argument for, but you wouldn't go, in the first year we're going to increase employers' NICs, we're going to increase the minimum wage, we're then going to turn around and go, why are there so many NEETs around? And we're going to make the labour market less dynamic. You wouldn't then go, we're also going to make it harder for people to hire talent from overseas. Ultimately, you wouldn't, most job creation is done by small businesses, and every budget, whenever this government has needed money, its first thing is, small businesses, they're an endless source of money. And I think that's where the narrative issue comes from. Ultimately, it's never the comms, it is always the principle and the policy. The reason why this government cannot tell a story is that it doesn't know, look, to do myself out of a job as a writer, right? Anyone can write an elegant sentence if you know what the argument is. The difficult bit is knowing what you actually want to say and what it is that you think drives growth. And basically, the government's theory of growth, such as it is, it's kind of like a morality tale. It's like, if you do green stuff, if you make it easier, harder to fire people, then miraculously these nice things will trigger growth. Well, I'm afraid that is not what literally thousands of years of economic history teach us. And so, the government's number one priority is not growth. The government's number one priority is make the focus group light green in any given week. And you cannot govern on that basis.
Yeah, so I think that part of this is that different parts of the Labour Party have different theories on how you achieve growth. And we just heard a tiny bit of it, basically, that even if you decide that that's your central mission, there are parts of the Labour Party that think that that involves being closer to business, like the kind of the arguments that Stephen was just making, like whacking them with various taxes is not a pro-growth measure in the view of a lot of people towards the centre of the Labour Party. Then there are other parts of the Labour Party that would describe it as going for growth, but think that it's more important to care about redistribution and a focus on living standards, that growth is an abstract concept and it's where people feel it. I do think that this will, if there is a leadership contest this year or the following year, this is going to play out. The Labour Party never really agreed on what its theory was on business, on growth, and now it's having this argument privately. People like Wes Streeting have been pretty clear that they want to make growth the number one priority. He's been privately pretty concerned about things like these business rates that they've just signalled that they'll U-turn on various things. Meanwhile, you've got people like Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner, who have just a different model. You know, the Labour in government have done things like the Employment Rights Bill, and half the government hates it. And, you know, they just can't, and renters' rights, there's a reason we don't hear about that very much, because parts of the Labour Party love it, think it's really fundamental to what Labour should be doing in government, and other people don't, and or think that it's good to do but bad to talk about. That's where it's incoherent. And then secondly, they make growth a priority and then had all these other contradictory priorities. So immigration, if you want to reduce immigration, that has implications for your growth priority. If you want to make Britain a green superpower, which was the third mission, that also has implications for your growth strategy. And it's all been kind of incoherent so far. So yeah, basically, now they have landed on cost of living, affordability. Some people say that is about the macroeconomic picture and growth, and other people don't. And it's still part of this that we don't really know what we are doing. And then the storytelling comes from that, where Keir Starmer has run the Labour Party like a CEO, which is, you know, helpful in some ways, but it meant that he had different shadow cabinet ministers, each doing their own thing in their brief, which sometimes works in a business, but then there's no overarching strategy, and they all get into government and they all have different ways that they're approaching things, and they just keep clashing. And how do you tell a story about that if, for example, half the people in your government think that the Employment Rights Bill is an incredibly important piece of legislation, and other people think it's anti-business and they want to scrap it? Like they should have chosen that before they got into government. And should we? You two actually have to answer the question about who's the next Prime Minister.
I do think it's genuinely too early to say, right? Because if you talk to the slightly stress-inducing thing about this job is you never quite know if your source pool is actually an accurate soil sample until there's a vote and you suddenly go like, oh, it turns out it's... But I feel that the average Labour MP will basically say, they talk to us a bit more, but as one of them said to me, he said, it's a bit like when you're angry with your partner and they're talking to you more, but they aren't actually apologising, so it's actually just rubbing you up the wrong way a bit more. Like, you know, the government talks to me a bit more. People in my constituency still don't like Keir. I don't really understand what the strategy is. I know that if there were a contest tomorrow, Angela would win, and then she is still carrying a huge wound because of the fallout of those stories about her tax arrangements. And then you have some people who go like, maybe Wes can win, maybe Shabana can win, and then you're like, have you met a Labour member? And I think that kind of, yeah, broadly speaking, the fact that most Labour MPs don't think Keir can recover, don't think Angela's standing can really recover in the country either, don't think anyone can currently beat Angela, means that there will be a kind of, well, we can only lose the Senedd once, right? And I think then therefore there will be an appetite to kick the can down the road a bit. So I think it's simply too early to say who the next Prime Minister is, because there will be a kind of, something will come up. Mark Carney only appeared at the end of the Parliament, etc., etc. And of course, the longer you go, the less circuitous Andy Burnham's, because obviously now his route back is like, oh, you know, a friend of a friend could give him a seat and maybe he'll find some way to get out of the mayoralty early, etc. Whereas, of course, you wait till 2028 and suddenly all of these things become much easier. So my instinct is that we are more likely than not, the next Prime Minister after Keir Starmer will be zombie Keir Starmer.
I mean, this is one of the pleasures of covering the Labour Party. I mean, I feel like we've collectively been a bit depressing and a bit down on Keir Starmer. But I have to say that I think that all the contenders to replace him are really interesting, impressive people. And if there is a contest, there might not be for ages, as Stephen says. If there is a contest, that will be genuinely fascinating. Wes Streeting, Angela Rayner, Andy Burnham, Ed Miliband, you know, like these are really, really interesting, capable politicians who are doing serious thinking behind the scenes about what Labour should be doing in government and how they respond to the sort of existential threat of Nigel Farage. And they have a bit more politics between them than Keir Starmer does. So I can see a case for really any of these people or people that we haven't mentioned coming through. I mean, Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham are really serious in a way that we're not getting from Angela Rayner right now, in that she still needs her HMRC things to be resolved. She's carrying this massive wound that Stephen mentioned. It's just really not clear if the time came for a leadership contest, whether she would just make the decision to go for it. She's found all the invasion into her privacy and into her personal life really difficult. She knows that if she stood, she'd probably win, but it's just, and I think even the people who are closest to her don't know what she'd really do. She's obviously been signalling that she would stand. As the speculation about Wes Streeting grows, the sort of the briefings that Angela would stand to stop him increase. But we just really don't know. I think maybe she'd decide not to, that she could have gone for leader before, she went for deputy, and I think maybe her heart wouldn't be in it. Whereas Wes Streeting is there, ready to go, and maybe sometimes the obvious choice is the best one. So if I'm forced to pick, I kind of agree with Stephen, it's too early to tell. Andy Burnham doesn't have a seat in Parliament, and Ed Miliband probably wants to influence things behind the scenes, might stand as a last resort if Angela doesn't, but that's still unlikely. Whereas Wes Streeting has made it quite clear that he's ready to go and he's preparing. The Labour membership keeps changing, and I don't think we know exactly who that selectorate would be. Maybe they'd be more open to him. So yeah, maybe Wes Streeting.
I think the one thing you failed to mention is whoever the Labour selectorate are, is that they don't vote for women. And have never voted for women. But obviously here at the Jewish Labour Movement, we are supportive of Keir Starmer, and particularly everything he's done to fight anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. Say that as the chair. I have to finish the session in like 1 or 2 minutes, so I'm going to take one final question. If I can see a hand, I can see a hand.
Benefits of a speedy hand. I've got a thing about Wales, basically. I agree with Manira's analysis that, like, Scotland and London, if we go bad there, which we probably will, it's very much on Keir and Rachel. I suppose my thought on this one with Wales is that there obviously just has been, and there still is, such a legacy of, like, hatred between Labour people off the back of the last leadership contest. Eluned's there, obviously, in a classic glass cliff way of caretaker manager till the end of the season, and she can't win, and she's not got that much control or power over her people. I suppose, assuming that we lose, as we will in May, unfortunately, what do we think the route back in Wales on a Senedd level, not on an MP level, what people think about that?
I can have a go. I think, so on every metric, public services in Wales are worse than they are in England. So the NHS is worse, ambulance waiting times are worse, school results are worse in most parts of Wales than they are in like inner cities in London, inner cities in England, sorry. I'm thinking about London schools, which are obviously much better now. But on most metrics, Wales is worse off when it comes to state provision. And I'm going to say the most terribly basic thing, which is just the way in which Labour finds a route back to power is by proving that people's lives are better with a Labour government. And I think that you're completely right that some of the slightly grim amounts of infighting within Labour folks in Wales, and the additional thing, when I said that, you know, in Scotland we don't really have an excuse because Anas is great and generally quite well liked. In Wales there is the excuse that they managed to change the voting system to disadvantage the Labour Party really effectively. Absolute madness. But with all of those things combined, the only way back to people trusting a kind of Labour government that felt itself deserving. You know, like we felt we were crowned in Wales. You're completely right. We've always controlled the Senedd. We are the party of Wales. If we feel ourselves like arrogant and deserving, and public services are crumbling around people, the only way back is to blooming well fix that. And some of that has to come from Westminster. I'm fully aware that some of that means, greater funding, but some of that is also Welsh politicians taking seriously their running of public services, so people can actually see and feel the difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, obviously we can see in the polling that there have been two blows to Welsh Labour. There was the deep self-indulgence, I'm allowed to say this because I'm not a Labour, the deep self-indulgence of Jeremy Miles deciding that he would rather burn things down than have a subordinate role. Because that wasn't the first time, right? Why did Karen have to resign, right? There's been a prolonged period of self-involved infighting, and this perception that, well, whatever happens, after every election Labour lost in opposition, I would go down, this is when I was political editor at the NSU, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I would go down, speak to the then First Minister, and we'd talk about, well, how are you going to stop the thing that's just happened to you, particularly in North Wales, happening to you in the Senedd? And every time it did, and there was this real complacency of, oh, well, we can never fail, no matter how much we do measurably fail. I think the problem, though, is once you've lost power, as we see in... So, as I was saying earlier, the deciding vote in Scotland now is someone who thinks, well, there are two social democratic parties here. I don't think much of either of them, right? Ultimately, the case against Welsh Labour is also the case against Scottish Labour when it was the Scottish Executive, and is also the case against the SNP government, which is a producer interest-led, not particularly dynamic, centre-left that doesn't have a record to shout about, but broadly speaking, as we saw in 2017, 2019, and 2024, there is a voter who switches between Scottish Labour and the SNP based on how they feel about the trajectory of politics in England, right? When they go, it looks scary, they want a lifeboat, i.e. independence. When they go, it looks like there's going to be a change, they get on board with the change. The problem, of course, is since 2007, the elections are never going to be on the same day again. And so I'm afraid I have quite a depressive verdict on this, which is I think that once Plaid become, as it looks overwhelmingly likely they will, the first party at the Senedd level, I think it's going to be very, very hard for you to get them back out again. Because actually, although it's actually good to be unpopular in the second year of government, it ought to be when you're doing things that are difficult that will pay off later. And so, sadly, I think it's an open question whether or not the things that the government's doing will pay off later. But I think it's going to be very, very hard to get the alignment of Labour doing well in England, which is the first condition for that swing voter to look away from the nationalist left, and the year that the devolved elections are taking place not being a year in which the government is unpopular. And so I'm afraid I do think, you're going to have a devil of a time getting back out of them. And also, as Munira says, the stupidity of Mark's last gift being, what if we had an electoral system that, means you can't get rid of incumbents, that's going to bake it, whether it's reform or abolish, we know that there has always been a constituency for that politics in Wales. And it's also going to make it much harder to govern Wales well anyway, because there's going to be this wrecking element baked in forever now. So I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer on that one.
Do you want to come in quickly? Or
I don't have much to add on the two of you. I mean, I think that actually there's maybe a tiny bit of inevitability to it, in that you can't run a country forever. Governments get tired and need some time in opposition to reflect and rebuild and come up with ideas and to end basically a feeling of entitlement. And I think maybe that is what is due, or certainly that's what looks likely to happen. And, there's the rising tide lifts all boats. If Labour's doing better in Westminster, that will help. And time might also help, like fresh faces in Wales. But I think it's pretty difficult for all the reasons that Munira and Stephen set out.
On that depressing note, I'd like to thank our incredible panel for their giving up their time. A few guys through made some questions. And if you want to stick in the main hall, we have Peter Kyle up next, who is ever cheery, so maybe that will lift the mood back up, and lots of other sessions to choose from as well.
Well, no, I think it's still the wrong thing. But for now, like, whatever. Yeah, but does he know that? And is this all broadcasted on the mic?
Yes, I'm very excited about it. We all start 10 minutes late.
Hi. I find the concept of double very strange.
Look at that.
Yes, I know. Did Steve Reed jump on the stage?
Did Steve Reed jump on the stage? No, you have to kind of...
Yes, scaffold him. You will.
Alright, if you did, yeah.
To Nando's.
Sorry, will I take your seat?
No, this is my seat. Fine, yeah. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Should I get in the middle?
When you go, yeah, you go.
Yeah.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to bring the session to order as we are running a little late. My name is Mike Katz. I was once National Chair of the Jewish Labour Movement, and I can't tell you how wonderful it is to come to another fabulous JLM one-day conference but have absolutely nothing to do with the organisation of it. It's brilliant. I highly recommend it. It's my great pleasure and responsibility, however, to introduce one of today's keynote speakers, the Right Honourable Peter Kyle MP. Peter was first elected MP for Hove in 2015 and is currently Secretary of State for Business and Trade and rather grandsounding, I must say, the President of the Board of Trade. I like a grand-sounding title, so that's very good. He was originally appointed to the Cabinet following the general election as Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. Peter has always been a friend of the JLM and with a sizable Jewish community in his constituency, has always spoken up for the Jewish community. In March 2019, he joined with 100 other Labour MPs signing an open letter to the JLM pledging to stamp out anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, which was then, as we all know, virulent, and to support JLM as the true voice of Jews within the party. He's also worked with local Jewish community to ensure, later on in 2019, to ensure that disgraced MP and Jew baiter, Chris Williamson, wasn't able to kind of have any events in Hove and the area, because he said that his city should not be a welcoming place for people who bait the Jewish community or sow seeds of division. Quite right too, and he has also been served as a vice chair of Labour Friends of Israel. As Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, he is responsible for implementation of the Online Safety Act, and despite criticism from both here and indeed abroad, Peter's rightly defended the Act, saying it's a vital safeguard for children online and generally against hate speech. In his current role, he has successfully steered the landmark employment rights, I want to say bill, but it is of course now an act. Wonderful thing to do, wonderful thing to say, which introduces many once-in-a-generational reforms to workplace rights. Absolutely a core part of our manifesto commitment. Made sure that's seen that through to the statute books. And basically, he now says his role is going health level for growth, whether it's through more, introducing the Employment Right Act measures, more trade deals, actually getting the things that will, the bits and pieces in place that will make people see the benefits of change and economic growth that Labour was elected to deliver. So he is going to be interviewed, joined in conversation by Jane Princely of the Jewish Chronicle. So I'm very pleased to welcome Peter Kyle.
Can you hear me? Thanks so much, Mike, for that intro. And thank you, Peter, for being here. You literally jumped onto the stage just now. We're going to have loads of time.
Did Steve Reed jump on the stage?
Did Steve Reed jump on the stage? No.
He did help getting on the stage. Okay, I knew it.
We're going to have lots of time for questions. So do get thinking about what you want to ask at the end of the session. So, Peter, you've held two of the most consequential positions in government, first as Technology Secretary and now as Secretary of State for Business and Trade. As part of that, you're right at the centre of the decisions about Britain's place in the world, our relationship with our partners, our trade relationships, including with Israel. Now, trade talks with Israel have been ongoing since 2022. They were paused last summer over the war and some comments by members of the Netanyahu government. The war is paused. Will the trade talks restart?
Quite simply, I'm watching, and we need to see progress with peace. There's no sort of definitive moment because these are very complicated situations. It is good that President Trump is keeping the pressure up on progress towards a more sustainable peace. And all I can say is that I'm watching very closely. I'm aware that the Jewish community and also Israel is watching as well. We're in regular dialogue over these issues, but what I do need to see is a movement towards a sustainable peace. And once that happens, we will look at the circumstances. Now, when we are looking at something where there are so many different dynamics involved, so it's so much global context as well as the need for both sides to move forward, then these are things that it's very hard to give a kind of algorithm whereby when this happens, then things will start. But I hope people are reassured that I'm watching very closely.
Are you frustrated that those talks are paused currently? I mean, I don't think the Labour government have paused talks with any other countries.
Well, we're not talking with every other country. I mean, we only have active trade talks with a small number of countries because these are incredibly time-consuming, resource-consuming endeavours when two nations come together. But what we have been very successful at doing is moving very swiftly when we have those opportunities. So I'm not going to say I'm frustrated that the talks over trade are paused. What is frustrating is that the movement towards peace isn't faster. Trade is the expression of Britain's values. We have to deliver commercial opportunities, but also we all acknowledge that trade is a key part of our soft power and influence around the world. Trade is one of some countries that don't entirely share our values, move towards them because they aspire to trade with countries like Britain and the EU and America. So this has always been the case. And during this time, this period where we have paused it, of course, I want these things to restart as quickly as possible because that means that we can get back on track with trade talks, but it also means we will reach the point where there is a sustainable peace that we believe we can play a part in reinforcing with greater, deeper trade.
In terms of arms export licenses, in September 2024, David Lammy announced that 30 of these would be paused to Israel. It was the same day as Hersh Goldberg Polin, the American-Israeli hostage, was buried in Israel. And for many in the community, it was quite a painful decision that the government made. My similar question, really. Do you think those arms export licenses can restart again? Or is your answer going to be the same?
I'm afraid it is the same. Just to expedite, it's not going to be different. These things are intrinsically linked. I think it would be very difficult to justify one without the other, and there is a different sequencing in terms of the processes that go behind re-establishing trade or licenses, but it'll be a similar dynamic that will lead towards the unblocking of these issues. Yeah.
Do you think that poses an issue with the UK's relationship with America, which obviously has close relationships with Israel?
Not at the moment. Of course, when we made the decisions in the first place, these were things that our American friends wanted to understand in greater detail. But as you can see, since then, we've made quite considerable progress. It's frustrating for me that more of these things, people don't celebrate positives. They sort of in the media will want to focus on the negatives. But in the first week of January, our beef exports to our tariff quota into America went live. Just one single shipment of British beef into Texas had 66,000 pounds worth of tariffs removed from it. So 66,000 pounds worth of additional profit for British exporters simply on one shipment. So you can see that these things are highly consequential, and we do move forward with America, even when we do things or they do things which cause us consternation, or things that we want to discuss with them and they want to discuss with us.
So you were having discussions with them behind the scenes about Israel and your trade relationship with Israel?
It has not come up in the conversations that I've had, more recently. Don't forget, I was appointed in September, but I think we were quite honest at the time, because there were public statements made by America and Britain at the time when these decisions were taken. But these have not played a significant factual impact on the discussions that have happened subsequently.
Mm-hmm. I think it was your predecessor, Winston Churchill, who coined the phrase "a special relationship." What's it like negotiating with Trump's White House at the moment?
There's laughter in the room over this. It is as you would expect. So I started in September in this job, and the reshuffle happened on a Friday. Friday evening, I was in Downing Street with the Prime Minister talking about his priorities, my priorities, how we're going to... Saturday, I was in the department. Sunday, I was in Washington. And now, I think everyone would agree that trade is, by definition, detailed and complicated, knotty. So on the very first day in the job, to arrive in the White House and to start to jump into some highly consequential, because I was also negotiating the tech partnership that was linked to President Trump's official state visit, which was the week after. So we had sort of sequential trade, tariff, and tech partnership discussions on my second day in the job in the White House, and it was quite a But I love steep learning curves. In terms of what it is like just negotiating with America, they fight hard for American interests. We fight hard. I fight hard for British interests. But the key thing is that if it was a Venn diagram, the bits in the middle far outweigh the bits at the side, on either side. And even though there is very vigorous conversations about national interest, I think you can see how we landed two deals, the first trade deal and then the tech partnership. And then we've just had this drumbeat of achievements ever since, that we have established the kinds of relationship that really deliver. I mean, the three key players there outside of President Trump, you have Jameson Greer, who leads as the trade ambassador. You have Howard Lutnick, who's my direct counterpart as the Commerce Secretary, who has responsibility for some of those, the trade areas. And you have Scott Bessent, the Finance Secretary, their Chancellor of the Exchequer. And on my last visit, just a week before Christmas, I met with all three of them. They are very different characters. I think Trump surrounds himself with very different characters. And one of the things that I enjoy in life is meeting characters. My first job when I was a teenager was, left school, went, and the first full-time job was at the Body Shop, where Anita Roddick took an interest in me. And that experience of being around a very big, powerful, charismatic, also feminine and complex character like Anita Roddick, I learned to thrive around her, and that experience really set me up in life, not just for negotiations with the Trump White House, but just politics in general, where you're just constantly up against very big characters with very different sort of centers of gravity and motivations.
On sort of difficult characters and America, what's been the impact of Mandelson and Mandelson no longer being our ambassador? Has there been an impact on trade?
Well, there's not been an impact on trade because we've still subsequently made, significant advancements. I mean, the Trump's visit happened shortly after we lost Peter Mandelson, and that was accompanied by over £300 billion worth of commercial activity between America and Britain, 300 billion, and that was enacted and brought in after we lost Peter. The beef deal I just mentioned was something that I had negotiated subsequently as well. Look, we all think in these jobs that we are the be-all and end-all, but when it comes to two countries and what's in the best interest of our peoples, nobody is really irreplaceable, and that includes me too, even though I think I make the most amazing impact on everything that I do and all the rest of it. But when there is a prize I mean, you just take the tech partnership, for example. We are now cooperating freely on nuclear fusion, on nuclear in general for small modular reactors, in AI, some of the critical technologies which are going to transform our world. And when Britain and America, you mentioned Churchill and the special relationship only works when it is repurposed for the moment we're living in. And I see the tech partnership as a crucial way of repurposing the special relationship for the moment we're in. I've said this a few times now, but my mum died of cancer about 11 years ago, and she was scanned 3 times in the run-up to her death, and it never picked up the cancer that was killing her. She collapsed and then died a couple of weeks later. Now, having understood AI so much and seen AI in action, because we all think of large language models and ChatGPT and Claude and these sorts of things, when AI is integrated and used scientifically and medically, most hospitals in the UK now, NHS hospitals, will have AI in its radiography department. There is no question in my mind, having seen this, that my mum would be alive today had she been scanned in a hospital that has evolved using technology that's emerged in the last decade since her death. In the next decade, we will be moving towards preventing disease altogether. Certain diseases, I think, will be eliminated in the next decade, and perhaps even the one that killed Mum. And that is an astonishing thing to comprehend, but it will be expedited by America and Britain working together. And when you have that opportunity, all of the personalities and all of the other colour and all the other things that you see rattling around kind of pale next to the opportunity. And that story anchored some of the conversations that I had had in the White House and with counterparts as we were trying to put this deal together, because that is the opportunity that we have.
How are you supporting UK tech companies to thrive at the moment?
In lots of different ways. The relationship between American tech, don't forget that the Magnificent Seven, the 7 biggest tech companies in the United States, all names that you will be very familiar with, collectively they have revenue, not market capitalization, but they have revenue which is larger than the GDP of Italy. So these are companies of a size that is quite hard to imagine. I got into trouble for saying that you need to deploy, not trouble, I created some headlines by saying that we need to deploy statecraft in the way that we deal with some of these countries. But each of those 7 spends more on R&D individually than we spend as an entire nation on R&D. So the opportunity of harnessing some of that and bringing it here and having it capitalized here and materialized here in terms of the endeavors from that R&D is incredibly important for us. But we must make sure that we do it in a way that brings and inspires the innovation that is from within Britain, and the commercial opportunities that will flow from it must remain here. And going forward, I was very exercised in my previous role and in this one, because I'm determined in this role that we will get the first $1 trillion company emerge within the United Kingdom, and it will come from one of these sectors that we've been talking about. But it will only happen if we can find that we can do better at keeping intellectual property here and commercialized here, and the fruits of all of that endeavor benefiting Britain and growing from within Britain. And it is something that I've looked to Israel for in the past, because Israel has a legislative and a regulatory framework whereby it supports the development of intellectual property, but it also is much, much better at keeping it within Israel, and that is established at the point of a partnership with the Israeli government for funding.
So are you talking about sort of regulation on intellectual property?
No, I'm not talking about regulation on intellectual property, but I'm talking, well, look, I mean, British Business Bank, multi-billion-pound government fund, UKRI, a multi-billion-pound fund. We are spending as a government £86 billion on investing in innovation and academic research in our nation over this spending period. Now, I think it is not unreasonable to expect that some of the fruits of that investment on using taxpayers' money is commercialised and remains here and benefits Britain into the future. Just bear in mind what we're talking about here. If you look at Ozempic and the Danish company which owns Ozempic and the intellectual property behind it, that one drug now accounts for half of all economic growth in Denmark. If that drug didn't exist, Denmark would be in recession, and it would have been in recession for the last few years. Now, we've got 4 of the top 10 universities in the world here in Britain. We've got the language, the culture. We have, we're in the top 3 for the number of Nobel laureates being produced in the last couple of years. You know, we have astonishing amounts of innovation happening and scientific discovery happening in this country. Too much of it leaves the country in order to be commercialized. Too much of it goes to America to be commercialized. So we shouldn't legislate to stop it, to say you can't leave the country, because that would stop the investors coming into the country in the first place. But what we do need to do is make sure that we have the capital markets and the experience and the ability to commercialize here that sees businesses all the way through their development, so they don't just hit this ceiling where they suddenly need a large amount of money. They might not be making enough revenue, they might not be revenue funded yet, they may need to get over that final step into being a very large, consequential company, but they have to go abroad to get it.
On big tech companies, let's talk a little bit about the Online Safety Act, because this was criticised by some of these big tech companies. You have apologised to a generation of children exposed to toxic online content. I was in another session today which talks about the extreme free speechification online. We're seeing a lot of anti-Semitism in online spaces, Holocaust denial. Can the Online Safety Act help in those instances? And how are you going to navigate that? How do you navigate that with American tech companies and the emphasis on free speech?
I think people assumed that the relationship that I had with the tech companies was either more cozy or adversarial than it actually was in practice. These are very, very well-resourced, very serious companies, and they hire very serious people in terms of the commercialization, the product development, and the innovation, and then also the way they conduct their businesses. That means you can do 2 things at the same time. You could talk about investment into the UK and the nature of that investment into the UK, but also you can confront them and talk about expectations. I said in these terms to every single one of the big tech companies when I met them, particularly the online safety companies, that Britain is going to become, because of this Labour government, the best place in the world to invest, to innovate, to commercialise, make money, but also to invest and to be part of a country that wants to be at the forefront of all of this. But we also have high expectations in return. And that means that you will be cognizant of our British values and British law. You don't have to come to Britain. You are very welcome, but when you come here and you obey British law. And if you do that, we are going to have a fantastic relationship, and you'll have a government that's on your side in your aims. It was never, and when some certain challenges unfolded, we had very direct conversations about it. My expectations were very, very clear. But in the time that I was at DCIT, we legislated for intimate image abuse. We legislated so that, and we implemented age verification. But I had to go out last summer, and I couldn't believe how much defending I had to do. And this is something that's interesting all the way, because sometimes people seem to think that the choice between, when you look at us and this Labour government, it is about trying to make us more, the choice between us and utopia. So the whole challenge everyone has is to push us further towards perfection. They don't realise that the actual alternative is Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch. Nigel Farage, when he came out and said explicitly that he would overturn the Online Safety Act, that shows what the real alternative is to this Labour government. And I took that very, very personally, because I've now met so many families and children who have been deeply, deeply affected, families who have suffered bereavement as a result of online activity. And I don't think we know as adults just how different the internet is today than it was a year ago. And through the eyes and experiences of young people. And I saw Kemi Badenoch on the Laura Kuenssberg this morning, and I don't think she even is aware of how much difference there is. Age verification and the need for it is not perfect.
So Kemi Badenoch this morning said that that social media should be banned for under 16s, I think.
Yes.
Would you support that policy?
I don't think it's the right way forward, but I was and remain looking very intently at Australia. Now, look, so there's a lot of challenges here, an awful lot of challenges. There is the criminal, which we have tackled. There is also the health that we need to incentivise. And there is also the challenges that parents have parenting in this age of smartphones. Last Friday was the anniversary in 2007 in which Steve Jobs announced the iPhone. So anyone who's born from 2007 onwards has only ever known a life with a handset, a smartphone, and the apps that go along with it. But anyone born before that, and I suspect it's most of us in this room, almost all of us in this room, which I think is like 19 or whatever, anyone that is 18, 19, anyone that is before that would never have experienced it. So the point I'm trying to make and have been making in that period is that most parenting is defined by the experience of being parented as children. Setting boundaries, curfews, having oversight of networks, sleep times, diet, trying to encourage healthy activity and exercise, all these sorts of things. But none of us were parented in an age where parents could teach us, and we were parented in how to deal with an online life and a smartphone life. So parents just do not have the innate learned skills in parenting in this age. And I think that is what has led to this period where it's been a wild west for young people, and parents didn't have the vocabulary or the tools in order to set what is appropriate behaviour for their families. Now, what I did was set the floor ceiling, the floor, where I think is appropriate for every child, and I know that this government will move forward in how we incentivise towards healthy behaviour, because I think there is a lot more to do to tackle the challenging stuff. But I met children and still meet children. I'll give a real example up in Leicester, in a school in Leicester, where there was a young woman there when we were talking about these issues, who said that she, I can't remember what the name of the instrument that she'd learned to play, but she had found an instrument, she picked it up, started playing it, loved it, but no one in the school could teach it or practice with her because no one else did it. And 3 evenings a week, she sits online using social media, and she sits with people her own age, and they learn this instrument. There are wondrous things for language and music and arts and creativity and debate and understanding the issues out there that children can embrace. So think very carefully before you want to rip all of that, everything, all of it, the good and the bad, out of young people's hands, and then suddenly think that they can get to an age where they can suddenly get all of it, and they are then going to be better equipped to deal with some of this stuff. We have to do a lot better for young people online, but I think we have cracked the criminal, we have cracked some of the really difficult ones, and we have tools that we need to fine-tune going forward. But I think we need a much more sophisticated approach going forward than I think public debate, and certainly than Kemi Badenoch showed in her understanding of the issue today.
I want to move on to anti-Semitism in the workplace, because that was pitched in the JLM guide that you would be talking about today. So you've said you want to tackle this. One of the Board of Deputies' recommendations after the Heaton Park attack was to put anti-Semitism training into EDI, equality, diversity and inclusion training in the workplace. Do you support that? And what can businesses, small businesses, big businesses do to root out anti-Semitism in their workplaces?
I've been in this job now for 4 months, and in the time I've been here, I've met within, firstly, I have to meet with my own department because I can't just sit there and lecture the rest of the country. So there is a Jewish network in the Department for Business and Trade that I have now met with, and then at particular moments in time where there has been shocks experienced by the Jewish community, I've sat with the leaders and the representatives of that network within my department, so that I can make sure that when I speak as Secretary of State for a department, I am genuinely connected to the people with lived experience of it. Some of the other issues that you would imagine have also been raised with me within the department in this network, and I've got to say I am extremely grateful to them for the really candid, direct way in which they conduct that conversation.
So they're talking about anti-Semitism in the department itself?
We're talking about making sure that we create a space that is entirely safe, free, and engaged for Jewish people. So, there are very, very tight systems within the civil service, but particularly within my department that I can speak for, if it came to outright hatred and anti-Semitism in the department. But we are talking about some of the cultural issues, I think, which is experienced by Jewish people in the workplace, that other people who think they might be being sensitive to general issues experienced by people of any minority, but aren't aware of the particular cultural challenges faced or experiences faced by Jewish people in the workforce. And these are things that's been the experience that most people in the network have wanted to speak to me directly about, not instances of outright anti-Semitism, but a culture in which people will say things that actually, in an unaware way, are actually quite challenging for people.
And so do you think if EDI training included an element of anti-Semitism awareness training, that would help?
I think so. I'm open-minded on this, to the point where I've also had conversations with the leaders of the employment bodies in the UK, CBI, Federation of Small Businesses, and others, specifically on this, to try and understand what they are doing with their members, what they are picking up from their members, so that I can understand, firstly, what is happening, what the employment bodies themselves recommend, and then I'm in quite close touch with them. But this is something that I've been doing literally since I started in the, and that's a conversation that wasn't convened about a bunch of issues, and this was one issue on the agenda. I convened the meeting specifically on anti-Semitism.
And has BDS come up in those conversations?
Has BDS come up in those conversations? No, I don't believe it did. But
So on BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel, do you think the Labour Party should follow in the footsteps of the Tories and start legislating against boycotts? Do you think boycotts are a good idea?
I don't support. No, I don't. I certainly don't support boycotts and sanctions. But look, I get sort of. I do a lot of speaking to schools, and I have to keep informing people about what this is, because young people who have first been aware of Israel-Gaza via the latest conflict that's emerged will find the idea of sanctions and boycotts quite appealing, and I've had to sort of explain what the driving force is behind some of this, and the delegitimizing of Israel as a state that is laid behind the BDS movement. And when you do that, it does spark a very different conversation with people. Whether we need to sort of legislate to stop it, I mean, I don't know, but I think that right now it is just simply not on our agenda. It's not going to happen. I don't know why we would need to legislate to say it's against the negative, because it's certainly not something that we are in the ballpark of discussing as a government.
Last year, the Royal College of Defence Studies excluded Israeli officials from its training courses as a sort of diplomatic signal over the war in Gaza. Do you think that's something that should be changed now?
Well, these are. We can go through everything that emerged during that period, and yes, I'm a member of the Labour Friends of Israel. I was a vice chair of it until I had to resign in this position. That doesn't mean that I support everything Netanyahu's done, and I've been very clear about that. And I like to think that my opposition to Netanyahu has been expressed in a way that never ever is interpreted by Jewish people as a criticism of Jewish people or the right of Israel to exist in the first place. And I think the more that people like myself are able to tread that line effectively, then the more we as a country have a hope of having a debate about what are very legitimate areas for debate because of the nature of the ferocity of that war, the horrors that were experienced in the first terrorist attack against Israel by Hamas, and what unfolded subsequently. Of course, there is no sort of parallel between the two. But I think we do need to, people in my position do need to quite freely be able to express concern on behalf of a government and personally when there are actions which we feel are either disproportionate or inappropriate or perhaps even unlawful. But what I can't do is just go back because there were so many different institutions and organisations, and they will need to make their own decision based on the pathway that we are now on towards peace between Israel and Palestine.
On that and Labour's recognition of Palestinian statehood, it was taken by some in the community, though not all at all, as a reward for Hamas. And with rising levels of anti-Semitism, this has been cited as one of the factors that might have contributed to rising levels of anti-Semitism. We all saw David Lammy booed after the Heaton Park attack in Manchester on Yom Kippur. What would you say to those allegations about that policy?
I was there around the cabinet table when this was discussed. It was one of the most somber and serious, considered conversations, and it's one of those. There's been a few moments since I've had the privilege of being in this job where I kind of wished that there was a webcam so that people with real concerns about the issues being discussed could actually just observe it. And that was one of those occasions. There is no question that this was the intention of this government was in any way, shape or form a reward for Hamas for the actions they took. But look, I've been a supporter for as long as I can remember of a two-state solution, and I've always wanted it to be part of a negotiated settlement, and I still aspire that those final steps to making it a reality are done in a way which is negotiated and Israel has agency over. But in the heat of these moments in recent times, there has to be hope that Britain is able to show real conviction towards determining a movement towards a two-state solution. Our end goal has not changed. We want an Israel that is safe and secure, which is its sovereign integrity. We want a Palestine that similarly respects the security of Israel. These haven't changed. These are still our ambitions. But we have, at this point, decided that to take this step forward in partnership with some of our other key international allies, that this is the kind of signal that shows that we really do mean this, and we cannot in perpetuity deviate from a two-state solution, because even despite everything that's happened, it is really the only way that we can deliver the outcome and the security and the safety and the prosperity that Israel needs and deserves.
Great, thanks, Peter. I think we're going to open up for questions now. So if you can raise your hand high, we've got 2 roving mics. If you can make your question a question and not a statement. If we can go first to Ben, just on third row there.
Thanks, Jane. Hi there, Secretary of State. Ben Block from Sky News here. There was a brief mention of Lord Mandelson just before, and I'm sure you saw his comments this morning when he refused or declined the opportunity to apologise to Jeffrey Epstein's victims for his former association with him. I was wondering what your reaction was to Lord Mandelson's comments this morning and if he should be booted out of the House of Lords. Thank you.
I saw some of the interview this morning. I think everyone associated with Epstein should be apologising for the lapse of judgment that led to any kind of relationship with that man.
And Lauren, just there.
Hi there, Peter. Lauren Belcross from the Jewish Chronicle as well. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of your trade policy, the government's trade policy, the government has stated that it is pursuing trade deals with Gulf cooperation countries, so Dubai, UAE, Qatar. This is in spite of human rights concerns. So is there a slight hypocrisy here that you're, on the one hand, pausing trade with Israel, but pressing ahead with trade deals with countries like Qatar, which, in opposition, the Prime Minister refused to visit the World Cup because he had such big concerns over human rights. So is there a slight hypocrisy there?
No, there isn't. But let's just, as I said before, there is... Trade is existing between all of these nations already. They're happening on WTO terms at the moment. And we see Britain, particularly post-Brexit, needing to anchor itself in the global trading environment, and to do so on terms that favour British businesses, but also anchor, because when you talk about the thing that you always come down to in all these trade talks is about standards, and it is about values. It is about recourse to the rule of law. You know, these are things you go into in very, very great detail. And I see the opportunity to really be connected in a structured, formal way to the British economy. It also anchors countries into legal frameworks, which also are underpinned by values as well. So I think these are things that we aspire to. We already have many agreements with Israel. You know, the trade deal that we're moving towards is actually an upgrade. And so, you know, so the premise of your question is sort of almost there's no kind of parity in the kind of trade negotiations we're having with Israel, with the GTC, with the Gulf group, the Gulf states collectively, because we don't have bilateral agreements with all of those states, and certainly we don't have one at all with the combined states. So it's not comparing like for like in many ways, but I take the point, and I'm somebody, because of the job that I have now as president of the Board of Trade, or just president to anybody that wants to use it, that
there's lots of Shaw presidents in this room right now.
That's true. That's true. These are decisions that we make at every stage of it, and it's why some trade negotiations fall at the early stages. It's why some of them fall at the final hurdle. But these are considerations you take all the way through.
Let's see other hands. If we can have, there's a hand there, Noah Katz just there.
Thank you, Secretary of State. It's been a really interesting and wide-ranging conversation. I want to return, if we may, to workplace anti-Semitism. In April last year, a Board of Deputies survey found that 1 in 9 British Jews have faced anti-Semitism either regularly or frequently in the workplace. You spoke a little bit about your engagement with some of the Big Five employment bodies. I'd be really interested to hear what sort of subsequent engagement you've had with them, and what, if anything, you're able to do to actually ensure that they, as the Board of Deputies, amongst many other communal organisations, have called for, is to actually ensure that their Jewish staff or their Jewish members in terms of trade unions are actually protected.
Yeah, thank you. The conversation is ongoing, and yes, I convened this before Christmas, this session, and as I said, you know, the agreement from it was that this would now be a regular set of meetings that we would have together. I've asked them to collate and share, because all of them talk through best practice. There was quite a degree of divergence about how proactive each of the bodies was, and you know, for some of them, there was a specific anti-Semitism toolkit workshop engagement. In others, it was wrapped up into a broader equalities agenda, which were of support. The challenge that we have is that, you know, a lot of people that in this discussion are people who often really care. They're running small businesses with, you know, 5, 10, 15 employees, and care very much, really care about their employees and the culture in the workplace. And what was reported back was that when some of the conversations that we're having, you know, just some of the cultural things that a lot of people wouldn't quite understand, and of course, you know, talking about sort of the power and media ownership and some of these things. These are things that other minority groups don't have to sort of endure, that are associated with their race or characteristic. And when they are pointed out, it was explained to me, some of these people were completely mortified, and it is. But these are the sorts of conversations that need to happen. It's quite hard for government to intervene en masse in every you know, of the 4 or 5 million businesses across Britain, large and small. And the more that happens from within communities locally, and the more that happens from within trade associations that are familiar places for employers, the better. But I stand ready to do anything that I can, and I think in this short space of time, you know, despite all the other pressures and things that have emerged, and since I've had the job, it's never once I've never once not been able to manage to find the time to address this issue and make time for it and to keep it on the radar. And it is now part of the rhythm of my duties as Secretary of State to engage in these groups and have these conversations going forward. If I feel that there's something more strident that I would need to do, well, I have the tools. I just need to, but I would need to know that it would be effective.
So are you willing to have that conversation with the Board of Deputies about putting anti-Semitism training into EDI? As if a workplace does have EDI, should it be compulsory that we have anti-Semitism training in it?
Look, I am somebody who is always guided by the evidence. And I've I can't remember the time I've said, no, I don't want to learn and I don't want to see evidence of this sort of thing. So Mike, when he read when he spent hours and hours and hours going through my resume earlier, I think anybody that hears that would know this is something that I care very deeply about. I just always want to get it right. You can understand with this issue, I could quite happily make quite a few headlines by doing something, but unless it is really, really meaningful, it is accessible for businesses large and small, that it gets to every community up and down the country, then I would be reticent. So I need to see what that evidence is and what is the best tools for getting it to where it needs to be.
Okay, if we can have, there's someone with her hand up here, wearing black, lady there.
Hi, thank you. I'm Bella Wallersteiner. I work in public affairs, but my question is related to my free time. I'm also a content creator on X. This week I was one of the women impacted by Grok AI, sexual manipulation of my images. One of the images that was manipulated had me standing outside Auschwitz in a bikini made out of prisoner uniforms, and I'm a descendant of Holocaust survivors. My question to you is, if Ofcom suggests to the government that X should be banned as a result of this abuse, which is systemic and uncontrolled, and safeguards are clearly not working, would the government accept that recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, let me just express my absolute heartfelt disgust and horror about what you have experienced. I don't want to live in a country or a world where that either happens, and certainly not where it becomes normalised. When you describe that, you mentioned Grok, but somebody put the prompts in. So it wasn't Grok that just did it out of the blue. A human being is using emerging technology to perpetrate the kind of hate, racism, and the particular form of it that is experienced in anti-Semitism, that has been experienced for thousands of years, and they are using this against you as well. So it was a person that was behind for this as well. I want that person found and that person brought to justice. And I want to make sure that those tools are taken away from anyone that wants to do it. Now, I'll just say this one thing, because you say if Ofcom recommends, the law was designed, and I implemented the law in a way that Ofcom would not have to come to government in order to take that action. If Ofcom felt that power, which government and Parliament gave to Ofcom, needs to be used in that circumstance, then it should use it, and it is free to use it, and it doesn't have to come to ministers to get permission to use it. The powers of sanction that Ofcom have are formidable. They have the power to fine to the degree of 10% of global earnings. They have the power now, and this is something that I brought in and brought onto statute. They have the power now because each social media company that operates in the UK must have a named person who is responsible for the age verification and safety of children, and that person is now criminally liable. So an individual within a social media company can now go to prison in the most extreme cases where these companies let people down. So these are the sorts of powers that they have, and the really good news is that you don't have to come back to ministers to get permission to do it. Now, if it did get to the point where Ofcom made the judgment, then of course you wouldn't have me standing against them saying that they shouldn't be using it. I made the judgment that they are the experts and they must apply the law and enforce the law appropriately. Now, to date, they've already, for example, on day one of the sets of measures that I implemented came in that was banning suicide forums. On the first day, they enforced this, and a suicide forum, the biggest in the world, they geofenced the United Kingdom from their site, and they put a statement up saying that Peter Kyle's against free speech. Well, you know, I was waving them goodbye. You know, our country is safer as a result of these. But when I hear stories like yours, it shows that, of course, we have to go further. And X, let me just say this. Look, and I feel almost embarrassed saying this in the same context that you are. Somebody filmed me going into the LFI lunch a couple of weeks before. It was a while ago now, before Christmas, and they only put it online a couple of days ago. And suddenly, I didn't realise it had gone online, but suddenly one of my social media accounts just got sort of like flooded with the most horrific anti-Semitism. And of course, I'm not Jewish, but you know, the sort of stuff that, you know, this is talking about 24 hours in my life. I understand. This is not me saying that I now know what it's like to be Jewish and experience the kind of thing that you have, but it shows you, it shows me. It's an illustration of just being brought into that world for a nanosecond unfolds via people who use anonymous often. They use all this technology in creative ways to hide their identity, but perpetrate the most grotesque distortion of truth and perpetrate hate in a way that is illegal, but still happens from time to time. So it shows how much work we have to do.
Should they be able to do it anonymously?
So this is something you go round and round and round over.
Can you do it in 30 seconds? Because we've got to
No, I can do it in 10 seconds. And that's that there are very real reasons why some people need anonymity. Very hard to make a distinction between those who really need it and don't need it. It is the world we live in, but it is no question in my mind that it is dry. It allows people to say things online that they would never in a million years say in person. And that is, we've got to get to the place where people treat people as if you're talking to them face to face.
Look, Peter, thank you very much for coming here today. We've really enjoyed hearing your insights. Thanks for supporting JLM. And there's a session right now, I think. Yeah, right now. So thanks very much.
Okay, I think we're going to start. So I'm just going to let people settle. Very warm welcome to you all. My name is Cathy Ashley and I am the Treasurer of Jewish Labour Movement. I do have a number of hats, and the hat that I'm not wearing today is that I'm also Chief Executive of a child welfare charity called Family Rights Group. I am absolutely delighted to be in conversation with Bridget Phillipson, Secretary of State for Education, and really wanting to get to know more about Bridget's ideals, motivation, what inspires her, promises for government, aspirations, and how that particularly interfaces with the Jewish community. So I'm going to be asking a number of questions, but there will be an opportunity for questions from the floor as well. So thank you so much for coming along.
Great to be with you.
I know you're very proud to be an MP for Sunderland, a city that is said to have provided some of the inspiration for Alice in Wonderland. That story has themes of curiosity and imagination and finding your way in the world. So what's your vision for a wondrous childhood for children in this country today?
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. It's really great to be with you. And I suppose my starting point is that I want the best start in life for every child, so that every child, every family, they have the freedom to make the choices about what's right for them, that when our children are born, they're set up to succeed. And that's why we've had so much of a focus as a government on the early years, because we know that so much of those life chances and so much of what goes on in children's later lives is determined in those crucial early years. But also, as you'll know through your professional work as well, if we can support families at a much earlier stage, before things start to go more seriously wrong, then we can make sure that a loving family is the reality for every child. And that's what I want, families filled with love, where children can succeed. And, it's why through the children's social care reform, we've also been bringing forward. That's about making sure that children can stay with their family as much as is possible, but also through expanding family support services to make them universal for every family, because becoming a parent for the first time is amazing and wonderful, but it's not without its challenges, and it can be tougher in some communities than in others, and particularly where children and families are experiencing poverty. We know that has a huge impact, and that's why I'm so proud of the work that we've been doing across government on lifting the 2-child limit to make sure that we're lifting children out of poverty, almost 500,000 children to be lifted out of poverty by the end of this Parliament. And that goes hand in hand with free school meals being expanded to all families on universal credit, more free breakfast clubs opening from April this year, and there's a big long list, and expanding childcare, but also some of the less, perhaps, the areas that get less attention, which is around the work that we're doing across government with health colleagues, with colleagues in MHCLG like Steve Reid, around more investment in early support for families, because we've ended up in a situation where problems that could be dealt with much more quickly escalate, and we all pay a price as a country where we don't back children and families. So it's some of the big policies that you'll see me on the television talking about, like breakfast clubs, but it's also some of that work that goes on a bit more quietly to make sure that it's the right of every child to have a happy, loving family where they are really backed to succeed. And critically, what got me involved in the Labour Party and what motivates me today is that where you're from shouldn't determine where you end up in life. It should be by virtue of your hard work, your determination and your drive, not your family background. And yet for too many children still today in this country, the town you're born into, the family you're born into, that determines too much, and I came into politics to change that.
Thank you. And I think you got the reception from the audience in terms of the popularity of, I recognise it still needs to be sold more in terms of the public, but the popularity of getting rid of the 2-child cap limit and the importance around addressing child poverty. And I don't think we can shout loud enough, particularly around some of the changes in terms of free school meals and family hubs, etc. I'm just going to take you back a bit to what were the books or people in your childhood that inspired you? What was it that led you to have the ideals you have today?
I've never been someone that's tended to focus often in some of the big, the big figures, the kind of great man of history theory, and it's usually men, let's be honest, that people that tend to get spoken about. Some of the people that made the biggest difference to my life were those who, when I joined the Labour Party as a teenager, made me feel welcome and felt involved, and it was about almost being part of a family, being part of that community. But just to give a few examples of things I've read more recently that have really made me think about what I believe. I read Jack Lawson's autobiography a little while ago. He was a Labour MP in the North East, and he was a minister in the Attlee government after the war. He was born at the start of the 20th century, was born in Cumbria, moved across to the North East. His family moved for work, and he started working life down the mine at the age of 12. But from there, through the chance to go into education later on in life, he was able to achieve some amazing things for working people through the trade union movement. And the book that he wrote about his autobiography, A Man's Life, it's a slim volume, but it is really powerful. And some of the truths in that are still as powerful today as they were when he wrote it back in the 50s, particularly that working people deserve the very best, and that those who work hard, often toiling away, as he described it, on low pay, deserve joy and beauty and good things in life. And they also deserve a brilliant education with the knowledge that brings freedom. And, every year we have the big celebration of the Durham Miners' Gala in the North East. And one of the most powerful banners I always think there is from one of the mining communities is that knowledge is power. And that was always so true for working class people, that the chance to get an education and to get on, that was how you could be set free. And Roy Hattersley wrote a brilliant book around called Choose Freedom. And that's in that vein, which is how we use this power of the state to set people free. Freedom's often understood as a right-wing concept. Around the time he wrote that book, Thatcher spoke quite a lot about freedom in the kind of right-wing context. But actually, we believe that the choices that people make ought to be genuinely their own. And the constraints of poverty, the constraints of lack of access to good things like a brilliant education have over many, many years held back too many working class people. And that I believe we ought to recapture that language around freedom as how we give people the choices about how they live their lives and make sure that where you're from isn't destiny.
In drawing up these questions, it made me think about who I, go to in terms of, and I realised I don't think these two people have ever been in the same room together, but one was Rabbi Jonathan Sacks and the other was Dolly Parton. And I just thought it would be a brilliant combination, a conversation that never quite took place. You're one of the most senior women in political life in this country today. The number of women MPs has increased significantly since my youth, and for the first time, all Jewish Labour Movement senior officers are women, which I have to say is an important milestone. But the level of misogyny and abuse faced by women in political life is off the scale. And if you look at the social media feeds of women MPs compared to male MPs, it is a very different picture. So, and then you add in anti-Semitism, racism, age, etc. in the mix. How should we be addressing this? And would you be encouraging a 20-year-old Bridget to still get involved to stand for Parliament?
Yes, I would. And I think that politics and being a woman in politics has its challenges. But I've come after so many amazing women that have paved the way. Whether that's Barbara Castle, Harriet Harman, there are so many who have given people like me the opportunity to represent my community and seek to make a difference in government. And whenever I go and speak to student groups, I always encourage people to get involved because, yes, it has its challenges. And, the misogyny that so many women face is completely unacceptable. And sadly, for colleagues who are Jewish or from minority community backgrounds, the abuse they experience is often even worse. We've got to take action against that. And some of it is, yes, you see the kind of the unpleasantness, the deep unpleasantness that comes on social media. You've got to, as a politician, you would drive yourself mad if you looked at some of that too much. So you've got but you've got to find a way of being open to constructive challenge and not being so thick-skinned that you don't take on board where there's a good rationale behind it. But you've got to have a bit of a thick skin as a woman in politics, because the extent to which people have opinions about how you look, how you dress, how you present yourself, the level of, it's just absolutely extraordinary. And also the extent to which often you're just patronised and treated like a bit of an idiot. But I've had that quite a few times in my life. I'm sure I can live with it. And you just get on and focus on the things that really matter.
So I was going to say, how do you personally manage that? Because it's one thing in theory, and as you say, I don't think there's a woman in this room who hasn't experienced it some way, but there is a level at which how you do it while still listening. So, yeah, how do you manage that, and how do you switch off at times to just remain sane?
That you have to not engage too much on social media and don't read the comments below the line on newspaper articles would be my other strong advice. But you just have to remind yourself that the bad behaviour and the appalling abuse sometimes that you see on social media does not reflect the country at large. I spend a lot of time still knocking on doors, speaking with my constituents, being out there across the country. The vast majority of people in our country are good, decent people who want to see our country improve, and they want to be a part of that. And I did an event on Friday, a bit like, an event like this, lots of questions, constituents come along, we have a discussion, sometimes robust, always respectful. And you've got to be able to be confident enough to defend your ideas, what you believe and why you're doing it, while being open to reasonable challenge about whether, everything you're doing is as effective or as quick as it ought to be, whilst, reminding yourself that actually the minority on social media don't speak for the country, and focus on the things that matter. But you do have to have a degree of resilience.
Obviously, taking time out, particularly of your schedule to come to Jewish Labour Movement Conference, why did you choose to prioritise coming today?
It's incredibly important, I think, that that the Jewish community receive support from those of us who ought to be there standing alongside you. We have seen an unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism in recent times, and I have responsibilities across government to make sure that we're tackling that. But also, on a personal level, I was really grateful for the support of JLM during the recent Deputy Leadership campaign. It was great to meet so many people across the country and to get involved in all of that campaigning. And it was, I didn't win that campaign, it was fantastic and I really enjoyed it. So I feel a sense of responsibility too. But also I know that many of you stayed and fought for the Labour Party in the darkest of times. And if people hadn't stayed and fought and turned it around, then we wouldn't now have a Labour government where we are lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. And it's thanks to so many of you here in this room that we got that Labour government. We are delivering change right across the country. So I'm here because I feel it's important to be here to stand alongside you. But I'm also here to say thank you, because were it not for the efforts of so many of the brilliant people in JLM, we wouldn't be delivering the change that we need to see for children and young people.
Many Jews, including my dad, who came to the UK during the war as a child refugee from Nazi Germany, felt a great sense of pride in this country and its democratic and civic institutions. And some of us got involved in the Labour Party in our youth and progressive left, seeing that as a refuge against anti-Semitism, against the far right, and also a route to more socially just. And I just wondered, given what's happened over the last decade, both in terms of Corbyn in the Labour Party, but also the response amongst many of the sort of progressive left to the 7th of October, and an increasing sort of sense of crisis, both in public services and civic institutions, what response would you say to the Jewish community now facing those challenges? Why should the Jewish community have faith both in the left and in the Labour Party?
I And I recognise, the experience that your family had is one that is shared by so many across the country. I think that is where it comes down to those of us outside the community that have to be with you and taking action on anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, it is not the job of the Jewish community to solve all of the problems that exist in our society around anti-Semitism. That has to fall to all of us. And, what we've seen in recent times, I think, shows that we can't ever take progress for granted. I think that's as true in areas around women's rights, for example, as it is in some of the areas that you've just identified. Progress is not always upwards, and progress can stall, and we can face big challenges even when we think we've done a lot to address prejudice and racism in our society. And, the action that I've been taking across government, whether it's in our schools, on campus, and in making sure that young Jewish people in our country feel safe, it has horrified me when I've done many community visits and heard just how distressing it is and just how much anxiety and worry parents often have about what this means for their children and for what this means about our country and the story that it tells. But I do believe that if we work together, not expecting the Jewish community to solve these problems alone, not seeing anti-Semitism in isolation as something that others should be there to fix, we have a responsibility in government. I have a responsibility in government, and I do believe that we can turn it around. But I do recognise, particularly in recent years, the last decade or so, but also more immediately, some of what we've seen on our streets, in workplaces and beyond, is really deeply troubling and should make us pause and reflect on how we got here and what more we need to do. I think the message I would say, however, is that we have to be ever vigilant. I think what we've seen demonstrates that you can't ever take progress for granted and you can't ever assume that it's job done.
And do you think universities are doing enough in this arena?
There have been some real challenges. I've been clear with university vice-chancellors as to what their responsibilities are to make sure that Jewish students feel safe on campus. And the Office for Students have issued clear guidance to vice-chancellors about their responsibilities to keep students safe and the importance of well-being of our students. I've done many roundtables, many events with community organisations and vice-chancellors to reinforce that point, and with UJS as well on this area. We are investing more in this. We're investing more around staff training on campus, investing more for the Jewish chaplaincy service, but there is always more to do. I think one area where university vice-chancellors identified was that often, because of the nature sometimes of individual complaints, there will be action taken against those behave in ways that are wholly unacceptable, but it isn't always possible to make that public. But that reinforces the need for universities to have very strong relationships with their Jewish societies in order to build and maintain that kind of confidence, because sometimes action does happen, it can't be reported on, but confidence in coming forward and reporting where there have been incidents of anti-Semitism is really important as well.
You've got the best job in government, and you've touched on some of your aspirations in relation, some of the achievements in relation to addressing, child poverty as a start. How do you see the work you're doing in education and children's social care as being distinctively Labour? And there was a discussion that was taking place with a number of journalists, political journalists earlier, which was about the coherence of the government's message. And if you went to different members of the public, or even different Labour MPs, would they be telling the same story? So, what's distinctly Labour, and do you think there's more that needs to be done within government to actually sell that story?
I think it goes back to what we were talking about before, which is I see it as being intrinsically Labour that we believe that the power of the state is there to set people free. And that's as true in education as it is in children's social care. But also that we don't believe that we can just leave everything to the market and hope that that will deliver what's needed. So take childcare, for example. We're delivering a massive expansion of access to early years education and childcare for families, which is going to make a big difference to children's outcomes. But we know that there have been areas in the country where those places just weren't available and where we need to improve the quality. It's why one of the very first things we did was launch and plans around school-based nurseries. The first 300 have already begun opening. There's more to come, and a big expansion of state provision in primary schools to make sure that we're creating really brilliant, high-quality early years education places. So it's a combination of the intent around what we deliver, but also that market shaping, and that's especially true in children's social care, where, as you will know better than most people in this room, we have ended up in a situation where children can experience, really traumatic things in their early years. They need the state to step in, but what we've seen increasingly is that private companies have stepped in and have been delivering excess profits off the back of that trauma and what some of our young people have experienced. It's why we brought forward a bill really quickly, the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which will take action to address that profiteering that we're seeing in children's social care. But of course, that alone isn't enough, because we've got to make sure families have got the support they need to stop more children ending up needing institutional care in the first place. And that's the thread that runs through it. And it goes back to the point about childhood. What I would want for my children is the same as that which I would want for every child in our country. We've got to be ambitious, we've got to expect the very best, and we have to deliver that money up front in order to make it happen. And that's where our Best Start Family Hubs, which is all about building on the best lessons of Sure Start to put in place family support services, I think show a real difference between this government and the last Conservative government. But it's also about, sometimes when, I've spoken in the past a bit about my background and how that shaped my politics. And I do so because I think it is useful in explaining what I believe, although I always found it, if I'm honest, slightly awkward sometimes to have to do so, but you have to overcome some of these things as a politician. The reason I sought to do that is because I think it's so easy. If like me, you might have grown up with not very much, but you've got to where I am now, to somehow think that those who don't achieve what I've been able to do, or have continued to experience other difficulties, just haven't worked hard enough or haven't done the right thing. And this has always been at the heart of my belief that we need to talk about social justice and not social mobility. We haven't got a good society where we just think, so long as we lift out a lucky few, everyone else will rise alongside it. It has to be about equality and fairness for everyone, rooted in a sense of our beliefs and what that means. And not just thinking because you get some people like me that have done well despite the odds, that means it's easy for everyone. Life's more complicated than that.
And I mean, without going on my hobby horse, a quarter of homeless population and a quarter of adults in prison are care experienced. So not only do we have, 12,000 more young people in the care system than we did a decade ago, but we are so letting them down in terms of outcomes. And I know your minister has talked previously about it being the sort of civil rights issue of the day, but is it driving across government? Because I know I'm passionate about it, you're passionate about it, but is it something that sort of actually is recognised that this isn't just an education or DFE issue?
Absolutely, and together with David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, we co-chair the Care Leavers Ministerial Board, and every minister from all relevant departments have to come together and account for what they're doing, and we work together to push to do more. We are doing a huge amount to support care experienced young people, but we need fewer young people to have that, to have those experiences in the first place. So we need to address the market failure that we've got. We need to invest more in putting in place the provision that care experienced young people need. But what we also want is a society where children are able to stay with family who love them and can look after them, and not need for children to be moving far away from home, far away from their communities to get the support that they need. But it is incredibly sobering. Every month I receive, well, the department receives them, all of the time, but every month I receive what are called serious incident notifications. So where something has gone terribly wrong in a young person's life, and a significant number of those serious incident notifications are care experienced young people who, up until the age of 25, continue to have real challenges in their lives. And every young person where they're written about and I receive details of their life, that was someone when they were born that they should have had a much better life, and they shouldn't have ended up taking their own life in a dismal bedsit with no one to care about them, and they deserve a lot better.
Many people in this room, through casework or personal experience or stories on the doorstep, are very familiar with the huge challenges in the SEND system, special educational needs and disabilities. That sense of how often parents and carers have to go into battle just to get the basic needs of their children met. How do you go about reform, especially when there's a lot of worry about mistrust and a fear that actually people are going to lose the support they've got, as opposed to the state enabling their children to flourish?
So this is a huge topic, and the biggest priority for me going into this year, we'll be publishing our schools white paper very soon. And SEND is a big part of that. But what we're doing at the moment is a big series of co-creation and engagement with parents, with education experts, with disability rights groups right across the country, face-to-face sessions in every region, online events. And Georgia Gould, my brilliant schools minister, is leading much of that work. I'm off out tomorrow into the West Midlands to be involved in one of those sessions as well, because we do want to hear directly from parents, excuse me, about what needs to change. I think we all recognise the system isn't working and change is needed, but I do also understand that when you start to talk about reforming a system or changing a system, that does induce anxiety, not least given, as you've said, how fraught it's been for many parents, how hard they've had to fight. But the principle that is driving all of this is how we deliver better outcomes for children. And children with SEND, their outcomes in educational terms, often around transition into adulthood, employment opportunities, are not where they need to be. But of course, children with SEND have a range of different needs. You know, we're talking about children often sometimes with quite distinct health and social care needs, as well as education need. And that's why, to return to the point earlier about work across government, yes, it's about what we do in the Department for Education, but it's also about access to speech and language therapy sometimes for young people, occupational therapy, but no two child's needs are the same. And, you know, the commitment I've given to parents, not least given that confidence is low, is that this is about better outcomes. We're already investing more to deliver this. And you might have seen just before Christmas, we announced £3 billion of investment into creating high quality education places, particularly in mainstream, but specialist provision in mainstream for young people too, because it can't be right that we're expecting children to travel very far away from home, out of their communities, when they should be able to go to a great local school with their friends, having the same life experiences as everyone else. The education that's needed running alongside that might not always be the same and will need to be tailored to need, but it's what most parents want. And, you know, you will have seen a lot of talk in the press about the cost to councils, the cost of the system, how this is working. We would need, even if none of that were true, and it's not the focus of the work, even if the pressures didn't exist, no one would objectively look at the system and think this is doing what we need it to do. So this is, you know, a huge piece of work that we're undertaking, but will be a transition over a number of years. This is how we deliver an education system into the 2030s for all of our young people, and SEND has to be at the heart of it. When so many young people do experience additional needs, this isn't a separate or an add-on. This is right at the heart of our education system.
I'm now going to take a few questions. I've got one last one that I'm going to end so that we end on an uplifting note. But so I have got, I'm going to start at the back. Now, is there somebody, except I've got somebody at the front that I promised I would call. Is somebody got a roving mic by any chance? Or could somebody... There's some, so, yeah. Louis first. I will come to you. I'm going to go to the top and then back to you. So I've clocked you. Yeah.
Hi, Louis Danker, President of the Union of Jewish Students. Secretary of State, we're really grateful for the close work that you and your team do with us at UJS. As you know, in many cases, student groups have become more extreme on campus post-ceasefire in Gaza. Sometimes endorsing prescribed organisations like Hamas, in many cases inciting violence towards Jewish students on campus. Universities often feel paralysed by free speech concerns. Local police don't want to intervene because they don't want to police academic debate. Councils steer clear. Regulators can only do so much. And so when everyone's responsible, no one takes the lead. So who do you think should, and what do you think needs to tangibly happen next?
I'm going to take three at a time. So, Karen, and then there is someone just further along to you. Sorry.
Is this on? Oh, hello. Thank you very much indeed. I'm a registered social worker. I work in a local authority. I've worked with Kathy for many years. I want to respectfully challenge one of the aspects. I mean, the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill is a brilliant piece of legislation. I think the government's doing some great things. But in terms of children's placements for children who are in the care system, and how the government is honest with the public, we have now pilots and being established what are being called regional care co-ops. Now, everybody knows or thinks they know what the cooperative movement is, what co-ops are in terms of economic organisations, and the regional care co-ops are not co-ops. They are about
Question.
Yeah, it's coming. Just finish the sentence. They are about cooperation. Cooperation is great, but these are not an economic organisation, and they won't address the issues of the hedge funds making phenomenal amounts of money out of our children in care. And is this honest for this government to be doing this?
There's to your left.
Thank you. So my question is about, as you talk about fighting anti-Semitism through schools, and thinking beyond anti-Semitism alone, what role do you think schools have in bringing communities together, and what can be put on schools and school leaders versus other institutions or groups in society to promote that cohesion?
Great. I'll start there with that question. So we are making sure at a practical level that resources are available through Educate Against Hate. We've recently published revised RSHE guidance to support schools in covering a whole range of topics, including areas where they might find it difficult, but where it is necessary for young people to be able to really test views and be challenged in terms of what they believe. And we've also just been through the process of a curriculum and assessment review, and we'll be setting out the next steps along the way. One key element of it that we did retain is that teaching about the Holocaust at Key Stage 3 is the one topic that we said absolutely has to stay, and I think that is really important. Running alongside all of that, I think there is a way to flip it on its head, and that we do need to challenge prejudice and anti-Semitism and racism when we see it and find it. But we also need to provide spaces for young people to be pushed to question some of what they're saying, particularly online. The real challenges we see around disinformation, around hostile actors who wish our young people harm, and where young people will see things online, may well take them at face value. And I want young people to have the critical thinking skills and the wherewithal to not just take at face value what they see online. And this is where the role for teachers and school staff is so important, because they are trusted adults in our children's lives, and they can facilitate discussions in a way that is within the bounds of what's acceptable, but where you are pushed to think about how you view the world, some misconceptions that you might hold, and also just to expand how you think. And I do believe as well, and this has been a feature of a number of conversations where I've recently visited Jewish schools, the need to think about how we consider across government, particularly interfaith and cross-community working, which has fallen away in recent times, where often young people, some of it could be flat-out prejudice and racism, some of it is rooted in just a lack of understanding, a lack of exposure, and the extent to which sometimes young people can exist in communities where their horizons are quite narrow. And in practical and physical terms, often lots of children in my community, they don't ever really go very far. It's not in my constituency. At the closest point is a mile or so to the sea. I visit schools a mile or two away from the sea, and some of the children there have never been to the beach. And now, so just thinking about young people's horizons and often the quite narrow experiences that they have, education is the way in which people can really expand their minds, challenge themselves and think differently. And I think that has to be a positive part of what we're seeking to do. Around Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill and all of the wider measures around that. I mean, obviously the part of the rationale around regional care cooperatives is that we want local authorities to be able to work together to make sure that they can get good quality places for young people. In an ideal world, and the world that we will create into the future through the passage of the legislation, we want to bring down the need for local authorities to have to find so many of those, particularly placements that aren't fostering or kinship and involve children being sent far away from home. But there's a combination of what we need to do to stop more young people coming into the system and the action we need to take around the system that we've got now. And that's why the measures in the bill, particularly around profit capping, around dealing with, as you've said, some of the exploitative behaviour we've seen will be essential. But alongside that, making sure local authorities have got the capital that they need to create some of those places where we will need it in the short term, but where we do need to see a reduction. And it runs alongside the extra investment in fostering, and we'll be saying more about that in the weeks to come, but also around kinship. I know something we've spoken a lot about in the past. We know the outcomes for children are better if they can stay with close family. That isn't always possible, but we should be looking to do that much more. And again, the bill legislates for important areas like families being brought together to discuss what the options might be ahead of any decision being taken. So thanks for what you're doing on this front. There's a lot more to do. We've done, we made this an immediate priority. The bill was published rapidly and we're pressing on. But this is a huge agenda, and where too many young people, those who often don't have a voice, are still being let down, and it's my responsibility to change that. Louis, and thank you for all of the work that you're leading to make sure that students' voices are being heard. And you've been a really powerful champion, and you're always quite rightly challenging us to do more, to go further, and to make sure that action is being taken. And I really welcome that challenge, because you will know far more closely what the experience is like for Jewish students on campus. I think in answer to your question, it's a responsibility for all of us. That doesn't mean it has to therefore not get us to real action. I mean, government has a role in terms of the legislative framework, the actions that we hold. But sometimes it's not just the legislation or the framework, it's the fact that as government, we can and will, and I have said to Vice-Chancellors, come on, deal with this, turn it around. And sometimes that happens in public, and sometimes those conversations happen behind closed doors where, as we've experienced, you can really do some of that really effectively and hold people to account. And there is more to do on this, and I look forward to doing more with you on it. I have been encouraged by the Director of Free Speech, Arif Ahmed, in the approach that he's been taken. I think he has been very, very clear that freedom of speech and academic freedom does not mean that Jewish students should be subject to harassment, intimidation, or feel unsafe on campus. There can sometimes be practical barriers, and universities have talked about some of this. Protesters are not daft. They often push at the boundaries of what they know is within the law, or as I've seen in some circumstances, will be just off university campus, where then it's for others to enforce, but it is having an impact as students arrive on campus. I think we are making progress. There is much more that we still do need to do, but I think hopefully, without dwelling on individual cases, I think we have seen good enforcement action increasingly from the police and from others where things are frankly, marked as criminal.
So I'm going to take another round. I promised the gentleman in the front, yes.
Right. So Charlie Mayfield has just finished.
And if you can keep it.
Yeah, very quick. So Charlie Mayfield just finished a review for the government, and he's found that only 4.8% of adults with learning disabilities are in any form of paid employment. But in France, I said to him, it's 66% of people autistic spectrum on paid employment. Now, France have got mandatory minimum disabled persons employment quotas. Now, Clement Attlee's government introduced this in 1944, and when they took office, and they achieved full employment. And in 1944 to 2010, there was the Disabled Persons Employment Act, and it got repealed as part of the Equality Act, but no government minister or MP spoke against disabled persons employment quotas. I'm trying to persuade my MP Sarah Sattman, your colleague, to reinstate the 1940 Disabled Persons Employment Act of Clement Attlee. Would you support that?
And as roving Mike, I'm going to take this next one, and I'm going to read it because it's quite carefully worded. I'm really proud that I campaigned for a Labour victory in 2024 alongside so many people in this room. I'm particularly proud that as a non-binary member of the Labour Party, we campaigned on a manifesto that pledged to deliver a fully trans-inclusive ban on conversion therapy practices, which aren't therapy, they're abuse. Your junior minister said in oral questions on the 10th of December that legislation was forthcoming to ban conversion practices, as was promised in the King's Speech. A further written parliamentary question was answered by her on the 19th of December that asked about a concrete timetable for the ban on these practices, but that was only promised as soon. Would you be able to shed some more light on a timetable for this ban to be enacted in law in full, as it has been promised to us so many times?
And I'm going to take one more, and it's going to be from a woman, so in the middle there.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Secretary of State, for all that you're doing. You're doing a great job. My name is Marion. I'm the president of the Norwich Jewish community. I'm also an educational psychologist of over 40 years' experience. We've got a really serious problem of rising anti-Semitism in our schools in Norfolk. And I've got schools contacting me on a regular basis asking what we as a community can do to help them educate the children. Last week, I had a school contact me saying that a 14-year-old child had been threatened with stabbing for being Jewish. I've been listening carefully all day to the Secretary of State for Communities and to all the talks here today, including yours. And I've heard nothing that will give me any hope for what I can do for my schools in Norfolk. What can you suggest immediately that could be done for Norfolk schools? All schools, but I'm talking about remote regional schools where we have no access to resources.
No, I completely hear that. And the case that you've just described there, without knowing the details, I would expect schools to be taking very, very firm action. And if as described, that sounds to me a matter for the police, not just a matter for the school authorities to be taking action. So as I said earlier, you know, there is work that we have already got underway around some of the materials that are available to schools, more investment going in around this and the new national curriculum, alongside the revised relationship, sex and health education guidance for schools. But any guidance and any curriculum is only as good as the way in which it is delivered by schools and by school leaders. I'd be happy to have a further conversation with you if that is helpful, because I appreciate the challenge from the colleague about this being an everywhere problem, and I do recognise that. But if there are particular challenges that you're facing, I'd want to hear about them, and you know, parents should be reporting this through the appropriate channels as well, because what you've described is wholly, wholly unacceptable on every level. Around the trans-inclusive conversion practices bill, I can't commit to giving you a date for publication of that, I'm afraid, but we are absolutely committed. I'm absolutely committed to bringing that forward. It was in our manifesto, it was in our King's Speech, it'll be a draft bill. We're taking the time just to make sure it's drawn up in the right way. It will be subject to some a form of pre-legislative scrutiny when it's published to make sure that we're getting it right. Because, you know, as you said, conversion practices are abuse, and we're determined to tackle them. We just need to make sure the legislation is done in the right way, and we avoid any unintended consequences. But we will bring it forward. I'm determined to do that. But I'm also proud that we are also taking action against hate crime, equalising all existing strands of hate crime legislation alongside that. And the wider action we've taken more recently, for example, around the Etherton review for around LGBT armed forces, and other areas around access to HIV treatment and testing. So there's a lot of work that's going on across government on this, but I appreciate this is an area where people are keen to see progress, and both Liv and I, who's the junior minister you talked about, are really keen to make sure that that is a reality. I'm sure you're picking this up with Sarah. I will also pass that on. The one thing I can tell you that we're doing at the moment is that we've been consulting on how we can bring in disability pay gap reporting, so to understand the differences that exist there. Charlie Mayfield's review, which was done for the Department for Work and Pensions, is fantastic. He's someone who has shown real leadership in terms of the organisation that he led, the business that he led, and their commitment to making sure that there were employment opportunities, including for disabled people too. And this goes back to what we were talking about around SEND. You know, we need to, as far as is possible, prepare young people for the world to come, and that includes young people who are disabled or who have additional needs as they transition into adulthood. We're not doing that well enough at the moment, and we're not providing enough opportunities to make sure that we can kind of bridge that and make sure it's properly supported. But I will take away the wider point you raised, that I will go away and look at it further. But we also, just more widely, and this is all of the work that Pat McFadden has underway at the moment, we've got 1 in 7, 1 in 8 young people who are not in education, employment or training. We've got a really big challenge as a country about how so many people are shut out of the opportunities that should be there for everyone. That's our young people, but it's also many disabled people in our country too.
Can I just ask about supported internships in the NHS hospitals?
Yep.
That's paid, NHS hospitals, NHS paid by the taxpayer, and have a shortage of resources. So could the government guarantee young people with education health care plan a supported internship in a local NHS hospital?
So we are looking to expand those further, but this also connects to the youth guarantee that's been launched around making sure that all young people have got either paid employment or an internship, or are back into education or training. So this is a big challenge for young people more widely, but there are additional barriers, of course, that disabled young people face too, and we will be doing more on that.
I'm just going to finish with one last question, and it's a question which both is aimed at sort of epitomising optimism and hope, which I think in a climate where we can feel very despairing and fear, etc., is meant to lift. But also I'm just interested from your perspective, and it's bringing together, you've previously spoken about how you know personally the difference that the Labour government has made. And you've said, they took me from a council house in the northeast to the cabinet. They offered opportunity and spread freedom, lifting children out of poverty. So, what is the story you'd like a child in your constituency, or indeed across the country, to relay about this Labour government if they were in this room in 15 years' time?
That we transformed the life chances of children, particularly from the early years right through into school and beyond, and that we demonstrated there should be no ceiling on their ambition through lifting children out of poverty, but also creating more opportunities to have a brilliant education through the new curriculum that we'll be introducing, delivered by the brilliant extra teachers that we're delivering as a government, the breakfast club that they were able to access so that their parents could get to work, and also the chance to get into an apprenticeship or university and go as far as their talents will take them. I suppose just as a final kind of couple of remarks, being in government is hard, and we haven't always got everything right in our 16 months or so in government. But we spent 14 years arguing for the things that we wanted to do, unable to make them happen. I've represented my constituency since 2010, and almost all of that time has been in opposition, where I saw things get harder and more difficult for people, where families were really struggling. Now we're in a position to actually deliver, whether it's child poverty, through our colleges, through expanding opportunity around childcare and breakfast clubs. That makes a real and tangible difference. And if we're not hopeful and optimistic and positive about the direction of our country, no one else is going to do that for us. And whatever the difficulties we face as a country, whatever the volatility that's going on in the world, we will win again by inspiring a sense of hope and optimism that our country's best days lie ahead of us, that our country is on the right path, and that our children will have better life chances than we enjoyed. And we're a long way away from that still, but we will make major, major progress in this Parliament. And it is down to the hard work of so many people in this room that we have the enormous privilege as a Labour government to be able to do that, that I have the enormous privilege to be Secretary of State for Education. So whatever the ups and downs, and they won't go away because government's hard, every day more children are being lifted out of poverty, more children are having opportunities, more parents are having better life chances because of all of the campaigning that the people in this room delivered and the government we elected.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Great to see you. Thanks very much.
said, I'm Ed. I am the Director for Research at More in Common. A little bit about More in Common for those who don't know us, if I can get this to work. There you go. More in Common, we are a public opinion research agency and think tank. We specialize in understanding division and polarization. In the UK, which is sort of the office that I'm based in, but we have offices around the world. So we have an office in the US, in Brazil, in France, Germany, Poland. In all of these countries, trying to understand what are the forces driving people apart and what are the issues that are really divisive. And then most importantly, where are the public's shared starting points on those issues? We take our name from, as you'll know, Jo Cox's maiden speech in Parliament, and we try to sort of honour her work through the things that we do. I'm here today to talk about two pieces of research that we've done most recently. In the UK, we cover a range of different issues that are particularly divisive. So I personally have done lots of our work on immigration, on climate change. But today we're going to be talking about this research we put out towards the end of last year, which was all about UK attitudes to the conflict in Israel and Gaza. This report, called After Choosing Sides. Big disclaimer, I guess, before I talk about that, which is that we did this in November 2025, and every time we tried to write this report, which we were supposed to write at the start of last year, we had to almost rewrite it completely and redo all the field work because things kept changing in the Middle East and it quickly became dated. So even though this report is only 2 months old, you'll see there are still things which I imagine if we repeated some of these questions today, attitudes might have changed even in the last 2 months because the situation there is so fast moving. Underpinning all of our research, though, is our segmentation and our understanding of Britain. And this comes from our sort of regular focus groups, polling, research on the general attitudes to the public. And we try not to just go into these issues looking at it through the lens of a single issue. In fact, I'll show you in a moment, most people in Britain are really not engaged in the Israel-Palestine conflict. They don't have strong views on it other than wanting the war to end there and not wanting to see sort of suffering going on. But what we do know when we look at these issues is we try to go upstream and to actually figure out what do people really believe that underpins their issues, not just on Israel-Palestine, when most people aren't engaged in it, but what's sort of common across their attitudes to that conflict, and then their attitudes to, say, climate change, and then immigration, and a range of other divisive issues in the country. So we have this sort of psychological approach which goes upstream, which I'll talk you through in a moment. And that all came from, most recently, this big report we did in the summer called Shattered Britain, where we polled 20,000 people with about 60 focus groups around the country. This really sort of massive undertaking looking at the social psychology of the British public. We called it Shattered Britain for a few reasons. Actually, when More in Common started out our work in the UK, we used to do this exercise, and we still do it, where you ask a representative sample of the British public, if you had to describe Britain today in a word, how would you describe it? In 2019, that was, as you remember, the height of the sort of Brexit wars. Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. There was a big push. Jeremy Corbyn was also sort of the head of the Labour Party. The top word that came up when we asked people to describe Britain in a word there was divided. And More in Common was set up as this sort of division think tank to really understand division. When you ask people today how they would describe Britain in a word, you get broken. And that's followed by expensive, struggling, a mess. I mean, divided is up there, but it's not anywhere near as high up as you'd think it would be. And when we do these focus groups with the British public, you do get strong sort of indications of things are divided and distaste for division, the rise of reform, things like that. But actually, what's more common is you hear from everyone that things just aren't working, and they feel that they're both sort of personally exhausted, that they feel that public services aren't working, that they can't trust politicians, and it's given this sense of, I mean, it's why we ended up calling the report Shattered Britain. It's not necessarily just a sense of division, but a sense that things aren't working and that people are exhausted. So I'll go into the division in a moment, but it's worth sort of talking about, and you can read the report online and see sort of much more detail about these, but we sort of come across sort of 4 different drivers of what makes people feel so shattered, basically. One is a crisis of trust. People really do not trust not just our politicians, but increasingly they don't trust our institutions so much anymore. So there's a stat here in the report, which is fewer than 1 in 5 people would trust politicians to look after their bag while they went to the loo. This trust is sort of pervasive, and it's not even necessarily like you might see in America, a hyper-partisan level of trust, where they don't trust the people on the other side, but they do really trust the people on their own side. In the UK, we don't have that, and we're much more likely to have all politicians, all elites, all institutions are useless and you can't trust any of them. It's much more widespread. Secondly, you have this real sense of exhaustion, again, a sort of sense of shatteredness that I talked about. The majority of people, and we've tracked this for the last 3 years, and this number's only gone up, but now the majority of people say the cost of living crisis will never end, and they're sort of exhausted with what they see as sort of a daily struggle in their own day-to-day lives, and they're also exhausted with sort of chaos in politics. And I think a lot of people were sort of expecting things to get better with a new government, and there's not a sense that they've sort of seen the level of chaos and scandal die down, and many people sort of actually would say that it's getting worse. Then you have agency, and I think agency is one of sort of a really underreported trends in British politics today. So most people don't feel like the government has control over the country. They say the government doesn't have control over the economy, over immigration, over the NHS, whatever it might be. They tend not to think the government has control. But I think that really relates to the fact that only one in three people think they don't have control over their own lives as well. And when they hear the government saying, we can't tackle this issue, we don't have an easy solution to this, they then think that, so this ties into the lack of the sense that they have no control over where their own life is going as well. And then finally, a rising threat perception, and I guess we're going to talk about this a bit more today, that people have seen sort of conflicts around the world, both in Israel, but also in Ukraine and in other places. They've seen sort of Donald Trump in America, and it's made them sort of, given everyone a heightened sense of danger. And what's that done for politics in the UK is it's increased people sort of thinking that politics is zero sum. It's made people think that sort of we need to sort of be a bit more sort of protectionist and exert more control over our policies, whether it's on immigration or something else. And this threat perception has really shaped political views in general. So those are sort of four things that underpin sort of, regardless of people's political attitudes in the UK, we've seen these shifts in almost every demographic group in Britain. But there are also some new divides, which I think are really important. And obviously, we're very familiar with talking about politics on the left-right spectrum. This report goes into much more detail on a range of other divides, which I think are equally, if not more important. So we use this segmentation, which I'll show you in a moment. And we put in a range of variables, ask people a load of questions, nothing to do with their demographics, so how old they are, what gender they are, nothing to do with their politics, how left or right wing you are, just these sort of psychological questions that go a bit more upstream, but can be predictive of people's views on something like climate change, like immigration, like Israel, Gaza, for example. One of these, for example, is need for chaos. If you look at the 2024 general election and you look at right-wing voters in Britain and you want to distinguish between who voted for the Conservative Party and who voted for Reform, you can really sum it up with this one question we ask, which in the social psychology literature is called the need for chaos, which I think is a nicely sort of dramatic word. But there's a group of people who will say that when I think about institutions, we need to let them all burn. And there's a group of people who say, when I think about institutions, we need to protect and preserve what we've got. And that question really neatly predicts basically whether people voted for the Conservatives or for Reform in 2024. And it also predicts a range of other attitudes in the UK. We also ask people about conspiracy thinking, which has been equally sort of newly very predictive of a range of attitudes in Britain as conspiracy thinking has risen. How online people are is very important in their attitudes in day-to-day life. And attitudes to threat perception, multiculturalism, a range of other things. You can go onto our website and do this quiz, and it will tell you which segment you come out in. These are the 7 segments. I will go through them in a little bit of detail, just so that it sort of shapes the rest of the presentation. Like I say, we try not to sort of think about these segments as being on a spectrum from left to right, because it is more complex from that. But you can see further on the left here, and definitely the most left-wing segment are progressive activists. The thing that's unique about progressive activists, though, is not necessarily that they have left-wing views. So the incrementalist left, for example, also a fairly left-leaning segment. Progressive activists are unique because politics is a really important part to their identity, whereas none of the other segments, that's the case. In fact, progressive activists are actually the only segment who are more likely than not to say they enjoy talking about politics. They're also much less willing to compromise on the issues that they care about and tend to be less open to alternative viewpoints on the issues they feel very strongly about. Obviously, they're also very passionate and drive a lot of social change in the UK and get involved in lots of protests and things like that. The incrementalist left share a lot of the values of progressive activists, but they have a very different sort of sense of what's necessary to create change. So they are much more willing to compromise on things. They're generally much less political and that they try to sort of switch off from the news. They don't see any good in sort of watching the news. So whereas a progressive activist might sort of go to a protest or sign a petition to express their values, the incrementalist left are more likely to volunteer in their community, for example. In fact, they're much more sort of community-oriented and locally sort of rooted segment than progressive activists who are much more sort of online and globally minded. Established liberals, in political terms, you might think of them as like Cameronite Tories. They're socially quite progressive, but economically kind of tend towards free markets and things like that. Unique about them is they have a very low threat perception. So they are the most optimistic about the way the world is going, which can sometimes be sort of makes them quite unique from the rest of the country. When the rest of the country is so pessimistic about things, established liberals can sometimes appear to the other segments as being a bit sort of head in the cloud, as it were, they might say. Skeptical scrollers are really unique in that I sometimes think of this segment only really exists because of COVID. If you talk to them in focus groups, they are very politically disengaged, but they seem to know a lot about politics. They can be very cynical and skeptical of politicians, but they, having spent a lot of time online, will often sort of know, if I talk to them in a focus group, they'll have heard, I'll put something to them, and I'll have heard 3 or 4 different takes on it already, just from sort of scrolling through social media. They are the least likely segment to vote in elections, but the most likely to sign online petitions, just to give you a sense of how bizarre they can be. They're the most likely segment as well to say that the COVID pandemic was exaggerated to control people, for example. Rooted patriots, you can think of them as your typical red wall voter, so socially quite conservative. Economically, though, they are quite left-wing. They are very anti-elite. They really do want to tax the rich. They are also defined psychologically by a very high threat perception. So they're very alert to dangers around them, which makes them very cautious about things. Actually, is part of what makes them much more skeptical about immigration. It actually also makes them very concerned about climate change as well. This very high threat perception and sense of danger. And as I'll show you in a moment, this group is not the core group of Reform's voter base, and it's because that sense of caution makes them a bit worried about something new. Traditional conservatives, kind of what it says on the tin, a very nostalgic group, really values tradition and authority. They are, of all the groups, amongst the highest trust in our sort of institutions. So they do, while they are sort of don't necessarily like our current government, they are very trusting of British institutions and traditions. That makes them very different to dissenting disruptors, who are your sort of populist right group. They are very, very angry at the status quo. They score the highest on those need for chaos questions. And they have sort of much less respect for traditions, and they tend to think that traditions are sort of there, put there by the elite to hold them back. To give you a different viewpoint of this, you can see politically where we are at with all the parties. So in the election last year, Labour won, 3 or 4 of the segments, basically. And that got them quite a significant majority. Now Labour is winning with just 1 of the segments. So it's been quite a turnaround. You can see progressive activists. The unique thing there and the interesting thing there is that the Green Party is doing really well with them, more so than not really with any other segment. The incrementalist left and the established liberals have sort of made themselves the sort of the safer Labour segments, although it's not necessarily that they're safe. Labour's lost vote share with both of them, really. Skeptical scroll is a bit misleading because the turnout is so low. It's only about 35%, but it's really a toss-up between Reform and Labour with them. Then you've got the rooted patriots, who are really interesting because they voted for all 3 parties in the past. They voted for Tories in 2019 under Boris Johnson. They voted for Labour in 2024, and now they're much more likely to say they'll vote Reform. Whereas dissenting disruptors, really, these are the voters who will never vote Labour. They are Reform solid voters, or they won't vote. They are very unlikely to vote for another party in an election today. The traditional Conservatives just shows you how badly the Conservatives have done with their voter base. There's now a toss-up between Reform and the Conservatives with them. So that is sort of an introduction to the segments, and I'm going to now talk mostly about our research on Israel-Palestine. I'm hoping that these segments are sort of a useful framework for you to think through sort of where the divisions on Israel-Palestine are. And obviously, these are not the only divisions. There's religious divisions, obviously. There's age divisions. There's social class divisions. But I'll talk about all of those. But I'll also sort of use this as a framework throughout. I'm not going to go through this now because hopefully it will come up in the rest of the presentation. But just to say, there's way, way, way more detail on this on our report, which you can find online. Here's another view of the 7 segments to just show you. To show you where we're at. Progressive activists are the only segment where a majority of people take a side in the conflict. For most Britons, they do not take a side, and I think that's sort of the core underpinning theme that we'll see throughout this research is that most Britons do not see it as one in which you need to say you're more on one side or the other. In fact, when you do focus groups with people, they will say either, I just think both. I can't see good in either side, or I see why either side are fighting, but I can see issues with both sides. They don't see a need to put themselves on one side or another, and actually many feel uncomfortable doing that because they have friends with very strong views and they don't want to get on the wrong side of them, for example. Progressive activists, as you can see, are really clear outliers on that, though. 6 in 10 of them will say they're more on the Palestinian side. Traditional conservatives, I guess, are the closest thing to an inverse of that. A third of them put themselves on the pro-Israel side, but it's not anywhere near the same as you see with the progressive activists. Okay, so the way this report works, I'm going to talk for 15 to 20 minutes on it, but we first looked at sort of attitudes to the conflict. As you can see, given that most people are in this grey zone, finding out public attitudes to the conflict, just asking them about what do you think of the Israeli government, what do you think of Hamas, what do you think of these different ceasefire conditions, is quite hard to do because most people are not actually that engaged in it. And actually, I've done lots of focus groups in this conflict where you don't get much further than people just saying, I think the war is awful and should stop, and I hate every time I turn on my TV and I see footage from that conflict. People are much less willing to have very specific views on it unless they're people who are engaged in the conflict for other reasons. So what we've really tried to do is understand both sort of what are people's attitudes for conflict, and then most of the report, which I'll go through, is how has this conflict changed Britain's perceptions of each other. So we've looked at sort of changing anti-Semitism in the UK, how people think about people who take different stances on the conflict, what engagement in the conflict is like in the UK, and that's the bulk of it. But just to give you sort of the top level overview, I think this is one of the most surprising things from this research. We've been doing this for the last few years and asking the same question every couple of months, basically what side do you take? I would have expected going into this, given how much the conflict has been in the news, people would have changed their minds much more about the conflict. Actually, the overall picture has been basically the same. Compared to now with November 2023, you still see the same thing, which about 60% of the country don't take a side, and about sort of 18 to 20% sympathise more of the Palestinian side, about 15% sympathise more of the Israeli side. That big picture hasn't changed. I think it's very easy. I'm someone who reads the news a lot and spends a lot of time on Twitter, sees a lot of people in these green and blue boxes talking about the conflict. I think most people do not see people talking about the conflict who are in these grey boxes. That is still the majority of the country and has been basically unchanged for the last 2 years, despite everything that's happened. I think it's just a really sort of doesn't get talked about enough, honestly. There are a number of reasons for that, and there are a number of sort of starting points that people have, sort of regardless of what view they take. So I won't talk about these too much now because I don't have too much time, but we go in the report and these sort of 5 starting points. Even if you're in the pro-Israel side or pro-Palestine side, people tend to believe these things sort of regardless of people's views on the conflict. So people, as I said, really just want the war to stop. They think there's been too much harm done to civilians. People really don't like Hamas. People are worried about the impact of the conflict on Britain, particularly we did this research just after the Manchester synagogue attack, and people were really worried about rising anti-Semitism. So there's a number of starting points that are not necessarily controversial, basically, and regardless of the side people take, they tend to hold these views. I think what's important, though, is sort of trying to understand better the people in the grey, in the middle on that chart. Why do people not take a side in the conflict? And we spent most of our time talking to those groups because I think they're the most sort of misunderstood or poorly understood or not looked at enough. And I think when you look at those people, they mostly just see that the conflict isn't really about them. And if you ask them what the big issues facing them are, they will say it's the cost of living, it's the NHS, they might say it's immigration, they might say it's jobs, they might say it's housing. They're very unlikely to see any foreign policy issue really as a big concern to them. And when they do see it, they see that this is something that people argue about a lot and they don't want to get involved in an argument that they don't really understand. And we spoke to lots of people sort of who would say, oh yes, I see this conflict on the TV, I hate it, it makes me really depressed. I've got a Jewish friend and I feel like really worried about her because there's rising anti-Semitism in the UK, but I just don't know how to talk about it and I'm worried about saying the wrong thing, basically. And that's often where sort of people's opinions on the conflict kind of stop. They don't have much more to say other than, I've seen it on the TV, I think it's awful. In fact, a lot of people are sort of switching off from the conflict, deliberately avoiding the news because they just find it so depressing they can't see a solution to it. Again, now we've had sort of a few more months of sort of fragile ceasefire. Maybe this will change, but this is where people have got to when we did this research in November. Progressive activists, outliers on many things, are very different in that they are much more engaged in the conflict. So you can see here, there's a stat which is something like, yeah, they're just a tenth of the country, but a quarter of the people who've posted about it on social media. So if you see a post on social media about the conflict, it's a 1 in 4 chance it's come from a progressive activist, for example. They're much more likely to have strong views, and obviously these are the people you're most likely to hear from about the conflict. I'll skip over this. We did lots of research in the report about attitudes to the Israeli government, to Hamas, to Israeli citizens, etc. The top line is that British public really don't like Hamas. They support Israel's right to exist, but have some sort of, I can just show you this chart on Israel actually. Here you go, 7% of people think that Israel's response has been completely proportionate, but most people just put themselves in the don't know, or people tend to put themselves in that don't know box in terms of has Israel been proportionate in the war. But overwhelmingly people support Israel as a concept. They just have some qualms with some of the actions of the Israeli government in the war. Okay, this is, for me, the most interesting part, because this is what we can measure, even in a context where Britons are quite, or can be quite disengaged in the conflict. How has the conflict changed people's views of each other? So I'm sorry, this is a sort of a mega chart, but so hopefully I can talk you through it a bit. This chart basically shows you what people think of other people depending on the views they take in the conflict. So if we look at the top left chart, this is what do people think of people who post on social media in support of Israel. You can see progressive activists, this yellow bar, they have a net -41 score, i.e. they're much more likely to think worse of someone who posts in support of Israel on social media than think positively of someone. In fact, everyone tends to think negatively, nowhere near as much as progressive activists, but most 6 of the 7 segments tend to think negatively of someone who posts on social media in support of Israel. This is not necessarily because they're posting in support of Israel. For many people, it's just because they're posting about the conflict at all. In fact, if you look at people posting in support of Palestine, you also get 4 out of 7 segments thinking worse of someone for that. And if you look at the bottom right, people who did not post on social media about the conflict, every segment would think better of people who don't post about the conflict on social media. This sort of comes down to, I think, the British public sort of just like reluctance and sort of distaste for people who become overly political about things online. Generally speaking, though, I think the interesting thing here is that where you see the polarization of people thinking worse of each other or better of each other because of the views they take. So if you look at went on a pro-Palestine march, progressive activists think really positively of people who did that, whereas if you're a traditional conservative, you're much more likely to think negatively of someone who did that. Obviously, this makes it much harder to have conversations across the divide on these issues. When going into it, you think better or worse of the other person because of the views they hold on the conflict. Here's another way of putting that. Would you stop being friends with someone because of the views they hold on the conflict? So on the left, we have, would you stop being friends with someone who posted strongly in favor of Israel? And if you look at the third line down as people who support Palestine, 43% of them would stop being friends with someone who posted on social media in support of Israel. Similarly, on the other side, would you stop being friends with someone who posted in support of Palestine? 46 of people who support Israel say they would stop being friends with someone if they post on social media supporting the other side. Again, this is an issue where it becomes much harder for these two sides to talk to each other if they're much less willing to be friends with people who hold opposing views to them. And again, it's all tied into sort of people thinking more negatively of each other for the views they take. You'll see the people who say they support both sides equally on either side or both sides, they're much more sort of ambivalent about it, as you would expect. Here's one of the reasons, sort of looking into why this might be the case, and we've tried to do a few different experiments, which I'll come to in a moment. This is one of my favorite sort of graphs we did in the report. So here we've asked people, why do they support Israel, basically? Or why do you think people support Israel? In blue, you have the top reasons that people who support Israel say they support Israel. So these won't be that surprising. You've got top of a list. They think Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorists. Then you've got, they see Israel as an ally to the West. Then you've got, they sympathize with Jewish people because of historic persecution. These are sort of these are the most common reasons why people support Israel. If you ask sort of pro-Palestine supporters why people support Israel, those are not what they think the top reasons are. They think the reasons that people support Israel are because they're anti-Muslim, because they want to eliminate a Palestinian state entirely, because they've read misinformation about the conflict, or they feel they think Jewish people are more important to Palestinian people. This basically means that people on the pro-Palestine side of this conflict tend to think that people on the pro-Israel side of the conflict are coming to the situation sort of in bad faith, or sort of for a sense of sort of moral superiority or something like that, which is not why people on the pro-Israel side of the conflict actually feel that they're coming to the conflict. You can see this exactly the same on the other way around. So people who support Palestine, they will say they support Palestine because they see Palestinians as victims of occupation and displacement. They think Israel's been too aggressive in the conflict, and they identify with Palestine as an oppressed or colonized people. If you ask pro-Israeli people why people sympathize with Palestine, the top reason is that they're anti-Semitic, followed by they don't believe in Israel's right to exist, followed by they're influenced by misinformation or social media. So there's a sense on both sides that the opposing side is coming to the argument in bad faith and supporting it sort of for the wrong reasons, which is not necessarily how people on those sides view their own sort of thinking itself. Again, this makes conversation between the two sides much harder because they're thinking the worst of each other when they go into any discussion about the conflict. We've done a fair amount of research on perceptions of anti-Semitism. There's more on this in the report. But I just think this graph is so interesting because rarely on a tracker graph do you see a spike like this, which is the red line is, do you think Britain is unsafe for Jewish people? You see it spiked a bit in the summer riots in 2024 and then spiked massively just after the Manchester synagogue attack, where more people said Britain was unsafe for Jews than safe for Jews for the first time. And we have seen in all our focus groups on the conflict now, people always go back to that Manchester synagogue attack as a sort of a turning point for them, actually, where they saw, well, we kind of knew that this was happening, we'd heard the reports, but this was a really visible account of sort of something that went seriously wrong. And it sort of frames a lot of people's sort of thinking about sort of not necessarily just the conflict, but more sort of relations between religions in Britain today. Interestingly, there is polarization on who cares about anti-Semitism, and we've looked at sort of anti-Muslim hate and Islamophobia in the report as well. So progressive activists, we've just asked people, do you think these issues are serious? Progressive activists will say all forms of discrimination are more serious. That's sort of their nature as being concerned about injustice. But what's interesting about them is they are one of few segments sort of who will say that Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. I mean, if you go on to the right, they're much more likely to say that anti-Semitism is more serious than Islamophobia. There's lots of stuff going on here. I think the polarization on Islamophobia is much more to do with immigration than it is to do with Israel-Palestine, for example. And when we've talked about Islamophobia in focus groups, people will often say on the right that they can't talk about Islamophobia because they feel like if they talk about immigration, they're going to be accused of Islamophobia, for example. So there's more going on here than just related to the Israel-Palestine conflict. But what I thought was really interesting in our focus groups was when we spoke to people with strong views on the conflict, they sensed and they could tell that these issues were becoming politically polarized. And someone who might be sort of pro-Palestine would say it's sort of harder to express concern about anti-Semitism because I won't be sort of part of the in-group on the people who are concerned about Palestine. Similarly, people who are concerned about Israel fans would often say they found it harder to express concern about rising Islamophobia because it's like less common in those groups to have those sort of what might be seen as sort of opposite concerns, even though we know they're not, and actually sort of people tend to be concerned about all of these things. But there is a risk that this polarization increases further and anti-Semitism becomes just a concern of the right and Islamophobia just becomes just a concern of the left, and that would be sort of a really awful outcome for the UK. So this is sort of, it's not there yet, but you can start to see that polarization increasing. And then we've looked about how people talk about the conflict. This, I don't think, will be that surprising to anyone, but most people don't feel comfortable talking about the conflict on social media. And people who do have a view on the conflict feel much more comfortable. And actually, it's people who support Palestine feel more comfortable than any other group talking about the conflict on social media. This has the effect that the people you see talking about the conflict on social media much more likely to have stronger views on it than the public as a whole. This is one of my favorite experiments we did in the report, which is one sort of consequence of that, which is, if you just look on the left, this is the chart I showed you right at the start. This is the British public's attitudes for conflict. So 14% sympathise with Israel, 26% sympathise with Palestine, the rest sort of put themselves in the middle somewhere. Can I just step away from this mic? Can you hear me if I just shout? Yeah? No? Okay, no. On the mic, okay. Then if you look at people who sympathise more with the Palestinian side, you get quite a different picture. people who are on the Palestinian side think the majority of people are on their side, actually. They slightly overestimate how many people are pro-Israel as well, but they really underestimate how many people don't take a view. Again, this is most likely, you can imagine, because where they're engaging with the conflict on social media, they're much more likely to see people with the same views as their own. Similarly, people who are on the pro-Israel side think that they're in the bigger side as well. So they think that 38% of the country share their view, and only 31% sympathise with Palestine. That's actually more than the actual numbers. They think that a pro-Israel group is bigger, essentially. Again, we can imagine this might be to do with sort of social media, filter bubbles, also just sort of social networks where people are more likely to be sort of friends and hanging out with people who share their views. Again, this has a sort of really bad consequences in that if you think you are in the bigger side yourself, the way you talk about the conflict is going to be quite different and potentially quite off-putting to the people in the other groups, particularly these grey groups. So you can imagine these sort of people on the more pro-Palestine side of the conflict, if they think the majority of people are with them, they're not going to be so interested in trying to win over this grey group. They're going to start speaking a much more sort of absolutist language that might be more off-putting to the other people and actually might harden other groups against them. It's on? Great. Okay, perfect. That's better. Thank you. Okay, we did a lot of work about language in the report because we had this hunch that when people who were engaged in the conflict spoke about the conflict, the words they were using were being understood completely differently by people on the other side. So we looked at words like genocide, we looked at, well, in this case, we looked at words Zionist, we looked at the idea of like colonialism, and we tried to understand basically what do people mean by these words when they say them, and what do people hear by them when they hear other people say them. I'm not going to go through them all now, but I think the Zionist one is really interesting. So here we've asked, do you have a positive or negative opinion of Zionists? And 22% of Britons say they have a negative opinion of Zionists, which is quite high. The majority of progressive activists say they have a negative opinion of Zionists. But even if you look at other groups like dissenting disruptors, 18% say they have a negative opinion of Zionists in the UK. But then if you look at, if you just swap out the word Zionist, and it's literally a simple swap, and just say people in the UK who support the right of Jewish people to have a nation in Israel, which is basically the same as saying Zionists, only, 9% have a negative view of those groups. So clearly the word Zionist itself is having much more negative connotations than what the word actually means. And with progressive activists, that number falls from more than half to 22%, and that's as bad as it gets across all the segments. So clearly, either sort of the British public's understanding of the word Zionist is different to that definition, or the word Zionist has its own sort of negative connotations that people don't necessarily fully understand the meaning of it. They just don't like the word, as it were. And there's a case to be made that if you were sort of trying to communicate sort of a Zionist message, you might want to avoid using that word if you want to reach a broader swathe of people. Clearly, a big chunk of the public have negative opinions of that word. We've talked about social media. This won't be surprising. The majority of people think social media has been unhelpful. One of the more interesting things that I wasn't expecting to be sort of coming out of this research was how it's changed attitudes to protest in the UK. And I think particularly of the more socially conservative groups, the constant, what was felt to many like constant protests has really sort of hardened their views in many ways on protest. The majority of people say that some protests are so disruptive they should not be allowed. That's actually not necessarily specific to this conflict. Actually, sort of British people's attitudes to free speech have never been sort of American, absolutist. Everyone should have free speech even if it's completely harmful. But people sort of, do tend to, people have become much more sort of, both sort of weary of how disruptive and in some cases offensive and harmful in particular sort of pro-Palestine protests have been. But at the same time, there's this risk that people think their own free speech is under threat. So sorry, this is another slightly convoluted chart. But if you look at the top row of each of these, this is what the general public think. So on all of these things, the majority of people think the British public is free to protest these views. So 57% think people are free to call for immigration to be reduced. 55% people think people are free to protest against Labour. 56% people think it's fine to protest in support of Reform UK. The issue is people who hold each of these views tend not to think they're free to protest them. So we have this weird mix where, for example, people in British people tend to think you're free in Britain to protest in support of Palestine, but Palestine supporters tend to think you're not free to do that. Similarly, on Israel, 55% of people who say they support Israel think you're not free to protest that in the UK. So there's a sense that people's own freedom of speech is under threat. We also did a lot of work on sort of cultural, the role of sort of the cultural space and what cultural artists have been saying, and sort of obviously looking into various artists saying various things at gigs. The interesting thing is people don't like a musician standing up and saying death to the IDF, for example. But that's just because they don't really like politics being involved in music in general, and they're just as likely to say that they don't want a musical artist to say the only politician is a dead politician, for example. And we asked people separately in the report, do you think musicians should support Israel, should support Palestine, or should not take a side? And it's something like 85% say they should not take a side. This is not something that people generally want musical artists to be involved in at all. Finally, we looked a bit at trust and truth. I won't spend too long on this. But it's interesting how the conflict has changed people's, the sources of news that people trust, particularly those two groups who do take a side on the conflict. So people who sympathize with Israel, actually now more likely to say the BBC is biased towards Palestine than say the same about Al Jazeera, which is pretty crazy. On the Palestinian side, actually, pro-Palestine people have become more positive about the BBC in the last few years, and they're less likely to say it's biased, although 27% of them still say that the BBC is biased against them. Again, the issue here is that if people on the pro-Israel side and the pro-Palestine side, if they don't have a news source that both of them trust, it makes it much harder for both of them to come and discuss the conflict with sort of shared facts and a shared sort of basis from which to have that conversation, which again makes conversation much more difficult. Again, yeah, this is how it's changed over time, but we don't do that. Likewise, trust in politicians has also been really hurt by, particularly across sort of Jewish and Muslim groups as a result of the conflict. And they have, in all of our focus groups we've done with Jews and Muslims in the UK, would say that whenever they hear politicians talk about the conflict, it seems to just be for political gain. It doesn't seem to be sort of sincere or meaningfully helpful to them. And I think it's pretty clear from both the Jewish and the Muslim communities and the focus groups we've done with them that sort of the harm that this has done to trust in politicians has been quite significant. And I think it's hard to see the electoral results of that from a Jewish community because there's so few of us. But you can see that very clearly from the Muslim community with the electing of sort of those pro-Gaza independent candidates. Okay. I will spend 1 minute on this final slide, which is slightly overwhelming, but just to sort of summarize everything I've said, what we see zooming out, looking at how the conflict has changed Britain is roughly this. You've got relatively small groups on the pro-Israel and pro-Palestine side, making up together 38% of the country, who are using different news sources to find out about the conflict, use different language to just talk about the conflict, and often have bad faith assumptions about where the other side comes from. That makes it much more harder for those two groups to talk to each other. It makes the conversations much more heated, and it means both sides think worse of each other. As a result, you get the majority of the country, this 60% or so, who don't take a side, seeing all these heated conversations and feeling very uncomfortable sort of speaking up or talking out about the conflict. And what is happening there is that those groups are switching off and sort of ceding the space to the two who already do have views. So if we think back to that very first chart I showed of why of how sort of these overall numbers haven't changed so much, I think this basically shows you why. As the conversation has got more heated, these people in grey who don't take a strong view have been much more unwilling to sort of speak up publicly and form a side or opinion of their own. And as a result, this sort of cycle has continued where the two sides have hardened in their views. We have recommendations in the report, but I don't need to talk about them here. Great, I will leave it there. I think we have time for a Q&A. But great.
Any questions then? Shall I take, I'll take 2 questions at a time, yeah? I'm not sure if this is on or not. Yeah.
Hi Ed, thanks for your report. If I may zoom back to the 7 segments you presented earlier, it's more a question about labor rather than Israel-Palestine conflict. Which of the segments can we still win back, and how can we win them back to hopefully secure the next election? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk and a really fascinating report. I'm a university student at Warwick University. My name is Rafi, and I was wondering if there's anything in particular in the report that you did about tracking students' views on the conflict, and if there are any recommendations that you would, based on findings of what we can do on university campuses to facilitate more productive dialogue about these issues.
Okay, I can answer those. On the segments and who can Labour win back, that's a really good question. Because if you look at that, it's quite overwhelming. You've got the progressive activists who have always voted Labour, who now increasingly seem quite hard for Labour to win back. They're really won over by Zach Polanski and the Greens, and they're really quite pissed off at the Labour government. Progressive activists are about 9% of the country. They're one of the smaller segments, but they are the most likely to vote of all of the segments. So you get lots of voters from them, even if they are a smaller segment. The incrementalist left are definitely, should be easy winnings for Labour in that they are less amenable to sort of populist politicians, radical messages. They want sort of more of a middle ground, similar for those established Liberals. And then you start sort of looking at sort of more interesting places. I think the rooted patriots are a really interesting segment for Labour. As I showed you, they have voted for Labour in the past. Actually, traditionally, these are the voters that would have always voted Labour, sort of prior to Brexit at least. They are sceptical. So at the moment, they're willing to vote Reform, but they're voting Reform for different reasons to dissenting disruptors. So whereas dissenting disruptors really are sort of infused by Nigel Farage and really want Reform to do very, very well, if you ask rooted patriots why they're voting for Reform, it's because they hate Labour and they hate the Tories, basically, and they just want something new. And they're almost sort of trying to roll the dice and take a bit of a risk on something different. But they do see it as a risk. And I think if that risk becomes clearer, I mean, I think one thing that will have a real impact will be the 2028 US election. And I think these are the voters who will look over there and see, who knows what's going to happen in that. But if there's more Trump craziness, for example, they might be more worried about the prospect of a Reform government. The thing that I would sort of caution Labour against is going after those dissenting disruptors who are the core Reform voters. Those are 15% of the country who voted Reform at the last election, not the new 15% who sort of take Reform up to 30, where they are now. These voters are never going to vote Labour. They never have done. They are habitual non-voters, which means they tend not to vote in elections, but they do vote when there's an opportunity to sort of put a middle finger up at the system. So they voted in the Brexit referendum. That's actually why the polls were slightly off on the Brexit referendum, is the pollsters didn't predict how many of them would vote. Some of them voted for Boris Johnson in 2019. Most of them didn't vote in the election in 2024. But these are sort of Reform success will be driving these non-voters out to vote. It won't be sort of winning them from Labour. The best Labour can hope to do with this voter group is to sort of encourage them and reassure them that things are going in the right direction enough that it's not worth sort of voting because Reform won't change things so drastically enough. One thing I will say very briefly there is that winning back Reform voters for Labour is a different strategy for dissenting disruptors versus the rooted patriots. They're both concerned about immigration. Dissenting disruptors, though, much more likely to be concerned about multiculturalism in the UK, for example. Rooted patriots will just say they're concerned about public services and housing, for example. Anyway, I could talk about that for a long time. We wrote a report all about the rise of Reform, which is called From Protest to Power, which sort of talks a bit more about the difference between those two groups, if you're interested. On students, we did quite a lot on students. So we actually did sort of a separate project alongside this, just looking at young Jews aged, I think, 14 to 24, I think. So we spoke to lots of sort of young Jewish students about Jewish life on campus. And then we separately did a focus groups and lots of polling of sort of the wider student community. Students are interesting because I showed you the charts where everyone is grey in the middle. Students are one of those demographics where actually the majority are in green. I think 67% of students put themselves on the pro-Palestine side when we asked that question. and that those numbers were not the same. The other interesting thing is they've changed a lot over the course of the conflict. So in 2023, that was, I think, about 20% of students said they were pro-Palestine. So they've changed really dramatically. And I think, it was quite clear when we've done focus groups with students that there's like a very strong sense of often social pressure on campus to sort of take a side, but also a sense that sort of there are fewer options available for sort of acceptable views that you can take on the conflict. And in particular, a thing I found really interesting is talking to students, how many of them feel that they can't not take a side. So they say, I actually don't really understand much about the conflict, but I've been told I have to post this on my story or I have to go to this event. Even though I don't understand really the details of what's going on, I don't feel qualified to speak out about, because there's just like, there seems to be less space on campus for those who are really worried about civilian suffering, for example, but don't know which side to land on, don't necessarily feel like they ought to, but they have been sort of pressured into doing it. On the recommendations, I think it was sort of making space for those people really to feel comfortable sort of not taking a view, basically.
Thank you for this. Just wondered whether you felt there was an intrinsic difference in this conflict from, say, between India and Pakistan, or what's going on in Venezuela. Is this more totemic politically for the British people? Is it in line with those other conflicts?
Thank you. Thank you for an astounding talk. You have my dream job, basically. I would love to be you. I'll say very briefly that kind of like my signature move going to protest is going to the counter-protest and speaking with the other side. I'm a Labour Party member. I go to reform conventions. I go to Tommy Robinson protests, like that kind of stuff. Talking about the first part of your talk, you spoke about 4 drivers for a shattered Britain, and you spoke about crisis of trust, lack of agency, exhaustion, and rising threat perception. And there are 2 things that I wanted to ask you about. Everything you said, by the way, is in line with what I'm seeing, speaking with people and so on. But I think maybe there are 2 undercurrents that I don't know if you see them as well. One is just how poor Britain is becoming. I think people talk about so many things, but underneath it, it's just the country became a lot poorer in the last 20 years if you compare internationally. And I don't know how much you see that. So that's one thing. And the other thing that I found like just unbelievable at the Tommy Robinson protest is hearing Elon Musk speak there for 15 minutes. And the richest man in the world was speaking extremely divisively. I can show you the video, unbelievable, to pretty much the poorest people in my country, and telling them how, you know, people will come to their home and rape them and kill them and they have to uprise and that kind of stuff. How much do you think the polarization in the UK is driven from outside forces? So economy and outside forces.
Great. I'll do both of those. One more. Okay. Is the conflict different to other conflicts? The thing is, so if we compare it to India, Pakistan, for example, there's actually parallels there in that most people don't take a view. I think more people are more engaged in Israel, Palestine than Israel, India, Pakistan. Obviously, both of those conflicts are unique in that sort of there's religious, ethnic communities in the UK who do take very strong views. So I think that's the comparison there. I mean, generally, I find in my job doing focus groups on foreign policy and foreign affairs always less interesting than doing domestic issues because people just have less strong views on it. I've tried doing a lot of focus groups about China and Taiwan, and you basically get nothing out of people because people, weirdly, although there's not trust in politicians domestically, there's still a sense that like our politicians know what's going on in China better than we do because they've got classified information or whatever. So they sort of just trust that it's in their hands. I think Israel-Palestine is very different because you've got very emotive sort of arguments coming from sort of people with very strong connections to both of those places. I think Ukraine and Russia is very different because it has such an obvious impact on the UK, on the cost of living and things like that. But any other global war like never comes up naturally in focus groups. I think that actually sort of relates to your other point about how poor people are. The only thing people think is not the only thing, but like the number one issue in town is the cost of living. And we do our issues tracker where we ask people their top 3 issues. Every week we've asked that question for the last 3 years. The cost of living has been the top issue and it's not even been close. It's the top thing that people care about. And actually, when you ask people what do they worry about most about the conflict in Israel-Gaza, one of the top 3 issues is the concern that will drive up prices in the UK, which is a sort of bizarre thing of all the things they could list. But it's why people care more about Ukraine and Russia as well. The cost of living has really profound impacts on people. And people basically sort of almost become, when people speak about it, there's a real sort of hopelessness at the moment that things will get better. I think maybe 2 years ago there might have been a bit more hopefulness that things might change, it was temporary, but like I said, the majority of people now think that will never go away, and they don't really know what the solution is. So I think that's really significant. In terms of outside forces, I think you're right. I think sort of Elon Musk and his impact, for example, has been really significant. One, I guess, reassuring thing about the UK is that Britons really don't like Elon Musk, and they also tend not to like Donald Trump. Actually, that's one of the places where reform, like politicians, are quite out of touch with their voters, is on Musk and Trump. Reform voters tend not to like either of those people, but they seem to sort of constantly hear from them because they have that influence that they've sort of found themselves in the UK. And I think, yeah, there is a risk that sort of some of those things that those two people and others are saying sort of becomes more and more normalized, definitely.
Any sort of, even Qatar, Israeli Hezbollah, any external force.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing there is that the people won't, people, if you talk to people in a focus group, obviously they won't think that. They will think that their views come from what they see, obviously. And I think on the cost of living point, I've never heard someone in a focus group say that I've got poor relative, or Britain has got poor relative to other countries. Maybe the established liberals who are more sort of high information segment will say that. Generally, people will just say, I feel like I've got poor compared to 10 years. I used to be able to go and buy a fish and chips on a Friday night, and now I can't afford. Like that sort of thing is much more common. But I think the internet has definitely made it much easier for outside forces on a large scale to influence people. Absolutely.
Can I thank you and say that? That's great. And do look at the website and do really engage. And I'm sure if you send an email to Ed, I'm sure you'll get a response at least on some of those points. But thank everyone for being here today, and thank Ed for making a special trip back from Australia for this. Yeah, no,